Hey there to all you wonderful folks. Welcome to another week of craziness. Today, it's rumored that none other than a certain Aquaman starlet will be taking the stand. That's why I put a question mark on it, though, because we'll see how it goes. You still have witnesses listed for JD. There's a few of them, in fact, and if they don't take the stand, well, I'm wondering exactly what has gone on, what decisions have been made there. If you haven't watched the newest video today, by the way, so this is some fascinating stuff. Like everybody knows by now, I'm sure, that Heard fired her PR team. From what I'm hearing, that she doesn't just want them gone. She wants house cleaning. She wants everything cleaned out. Why? Because this trial is going bad for her. Let me mention something right before everything gets all kicked off too. We have something. If you want to support the channel, we have a book that is right now going on. It is in crowdfunding. 10 days left on that crowdfunding number. This is our way of combating industry nonsense. The industries, we can complain forever about the industries that empower this garbage, but until you hit them in the wallet, nothing counts. When you walk away from them, don't give up your hobbies. Don't give up the things you love. Walk towards something better and send a message with it. The amount of money that we raise, and we've done substantial so far, is a loud message. Should have been, could have been yours. Isn't yours. I will put this at the top of the description. Check that out. If you're not into comics either, you can see how great the artwork is on this. This is S.K. Bennett. Great talent there. But if you're not into them, do something that they can't do. Apparently, give to charity. We will match a comic that you end up donating. So check that out. Like I say, I will pin it to the top of the description. Fun stuff. Fun stuff. Is it possible the PR team quit? No, she fired them. She absolutely fired them. And she went back with a PR team that she's done. So she decided to go with a PR team. The crazy thing about her PR team is that they were doing everything short of illegal before to do dirty work for her. They have been, they have been doing some crazy stuff since Jump Street. They've been involved in spreading documentation that wasn't currently available, writing articles essentially for the mainstream press, leaking things to them and telling them, hey, if you write an article our way, we'll give you even more. Jenny, thanks for the 2. Add another 30 days. We won't judge you. Actually, you can only add that, and then that's the way it goes. You can keep it in demand until you finish, but the clock there, it only goes out to 60 days. So you literally can't add 30 more days. That is funny though. Yeah, this is what they've been pulling though. Let me show you this. Okay, so her last PR team. I mean, this is how far they were actually going. Well, she's had a couple of PR teams, but this is what they do and what she expects them to do behind the scenes. This is a letter that ended up in, let's just say, in the public's hands. I think I'll go with it that way. That Adam Waldman actually ended up getting out there. And this is a discussion between her PR team and the public. And the, whoops, let me pull that back up. I was closing out. I had too many pictures, and I was making sure nothing actually interfered with what we were doing today. But this is a document. I'm gonna have to pull it back out. This is a document between her PR team and the media. What they're doing is they're contacting the media and they're telling them, again, if you want exclusives here, well, here you go. You can see like part of this right here. We've attached her original witness declaration in the separate U.S. proceedings in Fairfax, Virginia. So they were leaking documentation that was supposed to be confidential at the time. They were leaking it into the media, and they were already making articles. You see all the quotes that they make? They give the spokesman quotes and on. And again, I redacted some of that so I could talk about it easily. Don't give the platform any excuse to shut down what you discuss, but that's what they've been doing. And it was no secret. It was no secret at all, but that's not far enough. Now they've hired a team that has gone after JD before, and that team They just spread out and out overt lies about what was going on with him. I mean, that's what they're known for, because it's not enough to leak items that are going on. It's not enough to do all of that. Nope. Got to have overt lies again, overt misrepresentation. Because how else can she win? Like they're going to start just the nastiest PR war that you've ever seen. I also get the feeling that something happened with Eve Barlow. I think maybe she outlived her usefulness, and maybe, just maybe, her darling has kicked her to the curb. I saw some stuff, and I may do a video on that because, Heard betrays Eve Barlow. I've been enjoying my betrayal series, but it looks like maybe she got kicked to the curb too. Hey, let me pull it back up. There we go. I was trying to switch them. I take them off while we're discussing that, but look at this. I mean, it's ready making articles. Look at how insane that stuff is. Like, then the mainstream doesn't even bother. Again, like I've said, any source that wanted to hit me up about this trial, they're welcome to. Everyone is welcome to hit me up. But no one gets to own my voice, And I've had some pretty interesting sources on this thing. It's funny. I saw people breaking the PR, the story, because the media had covered it. But what I was doing is I was trying to find out more behind the scenes about what was going on. Because what I was hearing was that a certain Aquaman starlet was raging. And I wanted to hear more about that. I wanted to hear more about the story. And it was worth talking about because, again, she's put her lawyers in the crosshairs. And you know what? This isn't the first time that she's done that, by the way. She's fired multiple legal teams. Disney actually even commented on that when they were preparing their stuff. They felt that she had betrayed them, pulling a bait and switch on them. And they mentioned the legal team firing. I mean, you have it right. Give me a second. I've got that document to pull up too. But here it is. Like, see, they mention it a few times in here. More importantly, a certain Aquaman starlet's previous counsel stated to Disney's counsel that they did not want nor expect all documents from Disney's possession. During negotiation over the scopes of the subpoena, it became clear that their strategy was to show that Disney did not have documents showing a linkage between her public statements and JD's career, so to minimize her damages. After multiple telephone calls and email conversations between the counsel over the course of several months, their legal staff interviewed key document custodians, reported back to her counsel of what documents were readily available. Her counsel stated that those would be sufficient. Around the time Disney produced those documents, it was told that that she had hired new counsel. The reason that she hires new counsel, by the way, is because she wanted this case dismissed outright. When she didn't get it dismissed outright, she raged about it. She raged at her counsel. Because obviously, see, here's the thing. She can't admit that the reason that this stuff is happening to her isn't because of PR. It's because she's unmarketable. Like, the best case scenario that you get from people trying to defend her is, well, I think it was mutually toxic representation. That's the best that you can get from people that are trying to defend her these days. People aren't trying to say that she's a victim anymore. And it's astounding to see. They can no longer spin her as a victim. They have to go with well, maybe it was mutual now. And I think that's hilarious, to be quite honest, because, again, months ago, it was totally different. And now, it has gotten out of hand for her. And I love that. I absolutely love it. I think it's hilarious. Essentially, what's happened is this. Let's put it in picture form here. Essentially, a few years ago, she said, "Tell the world, Johnny. Tell the world I, Johnny Depp, am a victim of DV. See who believes you." And you know what? She found out the world, they believe JD. So you know what she's doing? It's your fault. Your fault. I brought this forward. I'm the one who decided to do all this stuff. I'm the person who made these decisions. But somehow, me failing is your fault. You're fired. Linda James, welcome and thank you. Thank you for the membership, too. And welcome to Tugs Thugs. Thank you for that. Appreciate it. Yeah, it's been an interesting ride on there. Here's something else that I heard today that I thought was crazy. So the real Laura B, she's on Twitter. She's also she's at the case right now. She's at the trial, and they've been going every day. Going to see things live. Well, they're reporting that people have been trying to hop in the front of the line, reporting that they're media, which I'm sure that the media is trying to show up because Amber Heard is rumored to be on the stand today. The media, though, is not supposed to get any preferential treatment. They're supposed to be treated the exact same way that everyone else is. It's funny, the media is going there with their sense of entitlement, thinking that they're owed something, and they're not. They're not. Nathan Jasper, thanks for the 5. I hope Walt's ghost haunts the people at Disney that fired JD, and cowardly at that, letting him read about it in a mag instead of talking to him first. It's even worse than that. So I'll tell you some stuff that I found out through very legitimate sources. True Blue 79, thank you. Welcome. Thank you for the membership too. Welcome to Tugs Thugs. Appreciate that with you. Also, Linda James, thank you for the 5. No statement, but plenty of statement and backing. Thank you so much for that as well. So what I found out was, okay, they're still marketing his likeness, but there's all these places out there that keep reporting, oh, JD, he's in communication with Disney. That is not true at all. That is not happened. In fact, it's quite the opposite from what I know. And again, I trust my sources very much on this stuff. You can speculate on who my sources are. I will not give them up. But one of my sources actually confirmed that from what I'm hearing from the chatter behind the scenes on the Heard side. I'm hearing that a certain source confirmed that. That's why you had a filing in court documentation, that they actually mentioned that in a document, which may or may not come up. I don't know, but it's fascinating because JD, you have all these places that talked about him being in that pirate game that came up, where they used his likeness. Well, they didn't contact him. They just used it because they have licensure for it. They paid him at one time, and they didn't even call him about it. They never even contacted him about it because why would they? That's terrible thinking, isn't it? I mean, when you think about that, that's crazy. They use his likeness, they make money off of it, but they don't even bother to contact him anymore. They didn't tell him they fired him, nothing, just nut stuff. Bring Meltzer, thanks for the 5. Here we go. Big week ahead, indeed. Singular BDC, thanks for the super chat there. Much love and support from Mexico. Tug, we love you. Love return. Love return to Mexico, everywhere out there, too. That umbrella guy loves you all. Very much so. I do, and I appreciate the heck out of you. You made this channel more than I thought it could ever be. So, I mean, I can't say that enough. Thank you. I appreciate the heck out of you. Olive Juice, thanks for the 5 there. Good job. Hey, well, thank you for that. Thank you all for showing up, too. Again, what we found is that our channels, a lot of us, not just me, but a lot of us that have covered this from, I'm going to say a truth positive side, not a JD positive side, but a truth positive side, have found a lot of what we do censored. And I mean, if you look at the level of push to keep that down, it's absolutely insane. Luckily some people have broken through. Popcorn Planet has done really good about breaking through. A few other people have done really well too, but if you look at the numbers compared to places like Court TV or anything, even those numbers lack. It's just crazy. Naomi Hillman, thanks for the 5. I'm at work right now, listening. Love you, Tug. Hope you're doing well. What's your opinion on the whole case? Do you think JD will win? Well, there's 3 things in there. It depends on, how do I say this nicely? It depends on how people react to entitled white woman tears. It's the jury that has to go, because there's three things. I'll hit that in just a second. I'll tell you what you have to have, and you have to have work out. Avi M, thanks for the 5. You're a hero to many of us. Thanks for putting the truth out there and risking your reputation to bring the truth out. Hey, you know what? Like, it's nice when you have backing and people, they stand behind you and they make sure that you actually have that. So thank you, folks. I appreciate it. Hey, Matt Rainwater, thank you for the additional 100. Thank you for that. Thank you for last night, too. Appreciate that for sure. Little Umbrella Fun. Kiddos are expensive. I have one myself. Love all you do, bud. You're bluegrass buddy. Well, I appreciate that. In fact, we should be going to a convention this year and stuff. I'm waiting on Matsuri to contact and everything. We'll find out more about that. But if y'all are in the area, like if you're out that way, hit me up. Like I'll be around. I think Ricada's going. Depending on, again, I don't want to confirm anything before it happens, but it looks like that it's in the works. So that'll be fun. I'll announce more on that too. But I think that'll be fun. Like if you're there, or heck, I wander around. If you're in the Murfreesboro or Nashville area and you see somebody wandering around with, I wear headphones all the time. I have a lot of rings. I like to wear rings, so I have a bunch of rings, and I'll have headphones on with a little umbrella guy tug shields on them, and you can tell like that. That's me. So. I had a funny run-in with somebody the other day, too. Like, they saw my shields and they recognized him. And they were like, hey, is that umbrella guy? And I was like, yeah, that's that umbrella guy. Throwing my voice a little lower. And they were like, I really like that channel. I was like, oh, thank you. Yeah. I thought it was funny. If that was you, you should hit me up. I was playing around, but you hit me up there, because they ended up leaving before I could be like, hey, it's nice to meet you. I would have given them something with me too. But Linda James, thanks for the 5. Team JD, you report so well. Can't wait for the rest of this trial. Been watching JD films all week. JD is Gilbert Grape. Hey, I've been watching a few JD films. It kind of I wanted to watch films that I thought they would use against him. Oh, so the trial. Let me hit this stuff real fast. So in this, you have to believe, number one, here's the questions that have to be asked. Was the article about JD? Absolutely. Did the article do damage? Well, we heard from Christian Carino that yes, it did, and it cost him $50 million. Then you have to ask, was he actually the aggressor in this, or was he one of the aggressors in this? If the jury, again, I firmly do not believe that, but if the jury, when they ask that, if they believe it, then what happens is that Amber Heard would be able to write that article, because it would be a matter of public safety. So now it's interesting. Here's a question, like her firing a PR team leads to even bigger issues. I'm going to do a video about this, because there's a big problem in that. I'll talk about that maybe tomorrow morning. But it's a big problem, actually. Gypsy Faye, thanks for the 2. The petition is past 3 million. It's now set to 4.5 million. Yes, if you've checked out the petition for removing Amber Heard from Aquaman 2, it is past 3 million signatures now. It's hilarious. Her Instagram numbers, too. So her Instagram follower rating, her fake followers, they have gone up to almost 25%. And this right here. So this number right here, in audit checks, if that hits 25%, that is a sign of fraud. You have a Hollywood attached person that is they drift between 23 and 25% fake followers on their account. That tells you how much popularity they truly have versus, the person that companies fired over her. Reva, thanks for the 5 there. Have you seen Eve's latest article? Sent link. She sounds not too happy. Possible Amber's turning on her. Mentions community. Yes, I saw that. I want to look at it. I want to read it one more time to see exactly how I take that. But yes, when I initially worked it, I thought, man, that's what it says. John True, thanks for the 53 there. Thank you for that. Today is my birthday, but here's a small gift for you. Hey, happy birthday to John True. Appreciate you there. But happy birthday to you, my friend. Thank you for your observations and fun. You're stunning and brave. Wishing you the best from a fellow Southerner born in South Carolina. Now, that's awesome. You know, I born in Tennessee, moved around a bit, but gravitated back to Tennessee. I love this area. I love it. It's a beautiful area. Oh, Amber Heard's entering the building, apparently. I'm looking at some B-roll. So some B-roll playing. Let me get this pulled up. Let me see if they're going to go any farther. Like the B-roll went off and they don't have anything put up there anymore. Okay, now they're showing some pictures from. It's still early, but apparently the court footage is on. So I'm going to go ahead and pull that up for us. I'm going to go ahead and get us all set up. But it's still really early. So if you tune in, you know, and you see it broadcasting, that does not mean that there is anything going on. Let me put our symbol down here at the bottom. Crank up the volume too. So just a note, if you watch this trial anywhere, you'll notice the volume has been extremely low on this broadcast. We crank it up here to, there's an extension. And remember this, for any time you watch YouTube, there's an extension called a volume master. It will allow you to crank the volume up to 600%, and it works very well. That's the way you have to do it with this stuff. Again, I have no idea how to pronounce your name, my friend. Thank you for the 2 there. Game over. Game over. Johnny Depp is blocked on Twitter. Oh yeah, I know. I'm the one who reported that. He's not blocked on Twitter. He's reported as banned on Twitter. So there was a conversation with Adam Waldman. I got the emails from Adam Waldman to Twitter. I've actually seen 3 sets of emails before I got them from, let's just say, quote unquote, source. I have them to use with permission, so that's not a problem. But I have the first set with me, and I had the second set as well, but I'll have to relocate them. But what happened with that is Adam Waldman, he was false flagged. He had an army of people go after his account, flag him down. And then Twitter would not listen. Adam Waldman, by the way, if people don't know, that is Depp's lawyer. So Depp's lawyer was banned on Twitter for, quote unquote, reporting the facts of the case. That's what Amber Heard says. He got kicked off of the platform though for it, and he has risked everything to try to work with Depp, to try to do everything to get this information out, and it's astounding. But he wrote them multiple times asking them about it, and some of his letters, I mean, they would have things like, he wrote to them, he said, and I thought this was fascinating, I would be grateful if someone at Twitter would contact me today about these 2 matters, him being suspended and JD. Johnny Depp has accrued 10.2 million followers on Instagram with a mere handful of posts, as was his fastest to 1 million followers in the history of Instagram. He is one of the highest grossing actors in Hollywood history. I find it concerning that nobody responds to me. He had responded, and when they finally responded to him, they said that they would be setting aside the @Johnny Depp for him. And instead of doing that, they have just blown him off again and again. And it's happened 3 sets of times that I've seen. I've seen it with my own eyes, 3 sets, and I have the first set. I put them in a video. I called it Twitter Betrays Johnny Depp. You know, like I said, I did oh man, look at that smile. Boy, somebody seems very upset today, don't they? Oh man, look, it's the face of victimization everywhere. Oh, wait, no, it's not. It's the face of victimizers everywhere, maybe. Oh, Lord. Yep, she walks in, all smiles, and watch, you know, that smile will turn, like when the jury comes in, she'll turn from all smiles to all frowns. I mean, you watch it. It's so manipulative and it's so nasty. So fake, you know? Amber Heard all smiles, though. I'm writing. I'm typing that in. Afterwards, she gets the sad face on. Oh, I'm so sad. Cadence, thanks for the 5. No statement, but plenty of statement and backing. Thank you for that. I appreciate it. Nathan Jasper, thanks for the 2. Notice her braids are wrapped around like a halo. Yeah, even the angels fell, though. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? The devil. You've always heard about the devil presenting itself with the most beautiful facades. Yeah, I wonder if the person who wrote that ever heard of cheek implants. Kiki Chettle, thanks for the 5 there. Do you think JD, a female lawyer with him, flirting with each other, people ship them? I think that JD, I think anybody that JD's around these days, maybe he could flirt with people, but I'll tell you, like right now, I think JD is probably much more concerned with making sure that he gets justice. Stupid spam bots. I've seen 3 spam bots come in. I guess I'm going to have to turn on the subscriber only thing. All you have to do to comment, I hate doing this, but stupid spam bots, they come in every time. So I turn subscriber only. All you have to do is hit the subscribe button on the channel. It's free. Be a subscriber for 1 minute and you'll be able to comment. And that's how you keep the bots that come in and they post like gross links and stuff, that try to scam people. I saw 3 come through that were held, but there'll be more. So I'm just going to go ahead and turn that on. That's the only way to keep them out. Let's see. Cheryl B, thanks for the 2. Their table is already a mess. Yeah, the crazy person over there is a mess too. Again, I'm just going to 1 year only subscriber. Nuts. I would say this too. So it has been noted in the media and everywhere else that she is going to be on the stand today. I cannot, again, he has more witnesses listed. So I don't know what's up with that. I don't know if people are just there for rebuttal. I'm not sure. I've seen the witness list though, and there are plenty of other people he had listed. So we'll see what goes on with that. Corporal Chaos, thanks for the 5. Have a beer on me. Greetings from Puerto Rico. Thank you for that. And greetings return from Tennessee. Because this is the only 10 you see, baby. I was telling somebody, so one day I heard a guy try to use that as a pickup line. He used it all wrong, too. You're supposed to be like, hey, baby, are you from Tennessee? Because you're the only 10 I see. But this guy was so drunk. He went up to this lady. He was like, I'm from Tennessee because I'm the only 10 you see. He used that line and he used the mirrored pants one. Your pants made out of mirrors because I could see myself falling. He got shot down really fast. It was funny. But anyway, greetings from Tennessee. Oh, I love watching bar failures. Yeah, chat slows down real quick when you put the sub thing on. Yeah, it keeps it keeps the bots out. So if people don't want to sub, I mean that's their prerogative too. I have to turn it on because otherwise you get those bots in here and they start posting. All they do is just spam the chat with I'm going to call them prawn and bit links, and those are annoying. John True, thanks for the 5. My dad is from Tennessee. His parents stay there. I love it out here. I love the landscape. I love the look. I hate some of the unabashed poverty in these areas, though. I mean, we grew up around poverty. That's one thing, like hearing JD talk about growing up in Kentucky with poverty. Like it's poor in these areas, very poor. Like, so I could see the places that he's talking about because I know those places. Cheryl B, thanks for the 2. JD is the sweetest. Talking to a person, typing. Yeah, he's actually, one of the things that I've always been impressed with is the charity. So I've talked to quite a few sources behind the scenes that have connection with JD, quite a few of them. And the one thing I've heard, the stories about, so JD goes everywhere and he carries what he, oh, Sounds like we got our
Good morning.
broadcasting in.
Do we
We're
have any
started.
preliminary matters before the jury? Okay, sure.
Okay, so they're handling preliminary, so they're still going to mute. Linda James, thanks for the 5. Can you tell us what witnesses JD has on his list yet to testify? There's a few. He had Kate James, for example. Adam Waldman was listed. I mean, there's quite a few people that are still on his list. But, again, that assumes that they're all going to testify. I don't know if there's any matters that are issues with that. I'm not really sure how that plays. D-Dubs, thanks for the 2. I'm moving to Knoxville soon. Tennessee's a nice place. One thing, if you stay out of the main cities, your cost of living will be much cheaper. I mean, out here, like to give you an example, I have people I know that have moved from New York around. They were talking about cost of living, and here, like a 4,000. Again, the beer bug has raised prices considerably, but before, like a 4,000 to 4,500 square foot house, you could get for like $200,000 or $250,000. So, I mean, compared to their prices, which were 5 times that, just got to stay out of the 8 cities. Thank you, 2021. Thanks for the 5. Hashtag Imperturbed. Hashtag MePoo. Yeah, those trending every day, too. Matt Rainwater, thanks for the additional 5 there. Speaking of JD in Kentucky, I would like to see him taking his kids trick-or-treating all the time in my hometown. I would rather see him taking his kids trick-or-treating all the time in my hometown. His parents live just a few miles from me. Hashtag Megapint. That's fascinating stuff there. One day, I've got some stories that I would like to tell. And one day, maybe I can tell them. I can't while this trial is going on. I cannot tell some of the stuff. But one day, maybe I'll be able to tell you some stories that would just blow your freaking minds. But I can't tell them right now. It's funny, for a little while, there was a rumor that Heard was going to serve all of us that she was mentioning in documents. She mentioned myself, that Brian fellow that would be incredibly average on YouTube, and Laura B. There was this rumor, and everyone else was like, ugh. I was like, serve me, like my freaking YouTube will blow up to about 1 million subs. You do that, that'll be fun. Heather McVeigh, thanks for the 2. PR team needed to tell you can't polish a turd. That's true. They need to explain that to her. Let's see. Mayor Cruz McLean, thanks for the 18 there. Thank you for explaining everything. Hey, I appreciate you folks when you ask in your chat. A lot of other people will have guests, like a panel of people on, and that's cool if they do that. But for me, the way I look at it is, you folks are my panel. When you come in here and you talk about things, it makes sure that I'm actually covering what needs to be covered. So I appreciate that. Welcome to everyone that is tuning into the channel. Remember, every single day we will be live streaming here. We have a little bit of suppression going on. It's harder to find this channel than many others. That's because, part of it on this platform, the media has a thing in the algorithm that considers them a trusted source. The same media that caused this to happen, they're considered trusted on this platform. I mean, you really think about that, it's insane. So just, I don't believe you should be giving them your clicks. Give anybody else your clicks. It doesn't have to be here. Give anyone else. But don't give the media that did this. Don't give them your clicks. Look. The judge. Hey, the judge. She took her glasses off. She's looking straight at me again today. Ooh, judge. Brad Fitz, thanks for the $1 there. No statement, but plenty of statement backing. Thank you for that. I will not talk over testimony. Like, just to say, if you there are other channels that'll do that. If you want commentary the entire time too, no problem with that. I just don't want to talk over the testimony. Sandra G, thanks for the $5. You can't polish a turd. Indeed, indeed. Look how many people are in the courtroom today. It is packed. Because, again, there's this expectation that Heard is going to take the stand. Heather Roberts, thanks for 2. Finish telling us what Johnny carry. Oh, he carries Jack in the Box. That's what he calls it. He carries around his outfit for Captain Jack Sparrow, and he goes to hospitals, like kids' hospitals, without any cameras there. I've heard that from dozens of people, not just people that
Good
would
morning, ladies and gentlemen.
benefit in some way.
All right. You can have a seat. All right, your next witness.
Your Honor, we call Travis McGivern by video link.
Travis McGivern.
Mr. McGivern, can you hear me?
So he's live too.
I can.
All right. Can you do me a favor and just count to 5 for me so I can get you to pop up on my big screen here?
He's
2, 3, 4, 5.
All right, now
He's
can
security.
you turn your camera on?
He's security for JD. He will testify
Right,
that
on.
Amber
There
Heard
we go.
spit at him and other
Yes, sir,
things.
now I can see you.
Okay.
If you could raise your right hand, sir. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth under penalty of law?
Yes, I do.
All right, thank you. Thank you, ma'am.
Good morning, Mr. McGivern.
Good morning.
Could you please state your full name for the record?
Travis Edward McGivern,
And where do you currently live?
Los Angeles, California.
Where are you testifying from today?
Los Angeles, California.
What is your current occupation?
I am a security professional.
And how long have you been a security professional?
Roughly 16 years, a little over 16 years.
Do you know the plaintiff in this case, Johnny Depp?
Yes, I do.
How do you know Mr. Depp?
I've worked for Mr. Depp for a little over 9 years.
And what's your position for Mr. Depp?
Security professional, personal protection.
When did you first start working for Mr. Depp?
March of 2013.
And when did you first meet Mr. Depp?
Couldn't say for sure. Probably sometime around then, March or April 2013.
What do you do as a member of Mr. Depp's security team?
Residential security, estate security, if he's in LA. When he's in LA, if he wants to go anywhere, I'll take him wherever he wants to go. I have protected his children before. Yeah, just basically ensure the safety and well-being of Mr. Depp and his family.
And are you currently employed for Mr. Depp?
I am.
What other means of employment do you have?
So Mr. Depp's travel schedule is pretty regular. So when he's not in town, work slows down a little bit. So I have actually in the last 6 months, just under 6 months, picked up a full-time job working for another client.
When you first started working for Mr. Depp, how often would you see him in person?
Hard to say. When he's in town, I saw him on a daily and or nightly basis. I work nights mostly. Obviously, when he's out of town, that changes. But yeah, when he's in town, pretty much daily.
When did you first meet Miss Heard?
Again, I couldn't give you an exact date, but I would say sometime in 2013, maybe summer 2013.
And when you were working for Mr. Depp, how often would you see Miss Heard when they were in a relationship?
In the beginning, not very often. At one point, they moved to downtown LA to the Eastern Columbia building and became a little more frequent.
When Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard were staying at the Eastern Columbia building together, how often would you actually be in their apartment with them?
That would vary depending on the situation, but a few times a week would be my best estimate. It depended on what was going on, and there'd be nights where I wouldn't see them at all. There'd be nights where I would. Best estimate would be a few times a week.
During that time, did you have occasion to see Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard interacting with each other?
I did, yes.
And how often would you estimate?
No, anytime I was in there, they were typically interacting. So I'd say a few times a week, several times a week.
How would you describe the interactions between Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard?
It would it would depend. Sometimes they were super loving, super happy, and then the next night they could be arguing. And initially, when I first started working down at the lofts, things were cool. More than moving forward, things got a little more volatile moving in the longer they were there.
When did you start noticing more arguments between Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard?
So I want to say like the end of 2014, they started staying down there pretty regularly. There were a few incidents where there were fights, but March 2015, when they came back from Australia, was when I really started to notice a change.
And how often would you witness arguments or fights during that time?
From in March?
From March and thereafter.
So when they came back from Australia, the arguments were pretty regular. Wouldn't say nightly, but every other night, several times a week, there would be arguments.
And what did you observe in the arguments that you personally witnessed?
So it was typically, I would come in, I'd get a text from Mr. Depp. I would go to penthouse 3, which is where they stayed. Either stay by the door as requested, or in the kitchen. And then, I mean, it was just verbal arguments, yelling. It was typically Mr. Depp wanting to get out of there. And so there was the trying to convince Ms. Heard to let us leave. And yeah, I mean, lots of name calling, lots of F-bombs, you know.
And who was the name calling directed at?
So that was typically Ms. Heard directing her feelings toward Mr. Depp.
And what do you recall Ms. Heard saying in those instances?
Oh dear. It would vary, and to be honest, I tried to not pay attention. I was just there to get Mr. Depp out of there, but Um, there were times I've heard Miss Heard call him a fucking deadbeat dad, if I can say that. I apologize to the court. If a fucking washed up, fucking cunt, um, you name it. She's spewed it.
How would you describe your own interactions with Miss Heard in the time that you worked for Mr. Depp?
Objection, relevance.
All right, what's the relevance of his interactions?
His interactions when he was involved when he was witnessing these altercations.
Well, if you want to ask that question.
Okay. How would you describe your interactions with Miss Heard when you were present during an altercation between her and Mr. Depp?
For the most part, there wasn't really interaction. There were a few times where I was trying to get Mr. Depp away from the situation, and Miss Heard didn't like my involvement in the situation, and she, on one occasion, let me know how she felt about that.
And what did she say to you in that instance?
A lot. It was a lengthy, one-sided conversation. But she basically demeaned my career choice, called me a fucking yes man. And honestly, there were parts of that where she was like, how would you feel if someone was involved in your relationship, which I sympathize with. But yeah, she definitely threw some shade on me and my chosen career.
Now, you mentioned that the arguments between Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard increased when they returned from Australia in March 2015. When did you first see Ms. Heard when she returned from Australia?
So I picked Miss Heard up from the airport on March 9th. Yeah, that was the first time I saw her when she got back.
And who else was with her?
A gentleman named Ben King, who I later found out, I didn't know who he was initially, but later found out he was the house manager or property estate manager of the place they were staying at in Australia.
How would you describe Ms. Heard's demeanor when you picked her up at the airport?
She seemed normal, nothing out of the ordinary. She was pleasant. She was polite, like she usually was.
How much time did you spend with Ms. Heard that day?
Not a lot, but at least the car ride from LAX to downtown LA to the lofts. Couldn't tell you how long that took, but probably 45 minutes to an hour. I believe I escorted them or helped them up to Penthouse 3 and was maybe in there for very, very briefly, a minute or two, and then I left. So overall, let's estimate an hour.
And how close to Ms. Heard were you that day?
I mean, in the car where I'm driving, she's in the seat right behind me to my right, so there's a few feet there. I think when I picked him up, I don't remember if I hugged her or not, but I know I probably grabbed some luggage, so I was within a few feet.
And what time of day was it when Ms. Heard arrived at the airport?
Early afternoon. I want to say they landed at around 1 p.m.
What, if any, injuries did you observe on Miss Heard that day?
I didn't notice any injuries.
When did you first see Mr. Depp when he returned from Australia in March 2015?
I don't know, to be honest. I know it was after Miss Heard came, but I couldn't give you an exact date.
And what, if any, injuries did you observe on Mr. Depp when he returned from Australia?
So Mr. Depp had his right hand, heavily wrapped. I didn't actually see an injury, but his hand was wrapped.
Now, you mentioned that the arguments between Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard increased after they returned from Australia. What arguments do you recall specifically?
One in particular stands out. March 23rd, a couple weeks after they got back, there was an incident in Penthouse 5 that I recall.
And when did you start your shift that day?
11 p.m. was typically my start time.
And where were you on your shift?
So at the loft, there was kind of a makeshift command post, CP, or guard shack, or whatever it's called. That was in a storage room connected to Penthouse 5 via a patio. So you'd leave Penthouse 5, go to a patio, and then our CP was connected to that patio. That's typically where we hang out during our shifts.
And what time were you first contacted by Mr. Depp that evening?
Again, I can't say precisely, but between 4 and probably around 4 a.m., 4:30 maybe.
And what did you do after Mr. Depp contacted you?
So when he texted me, and I was downstairs. I don't remember exactly what I was doing, either getting some air, stretching my legs, or grabbing some food. But I remember getting the text. I wasn't in the CP when I got the text. He requested I meet him at Penthouse 5 and requested that I bring the nurse, his nurse that was working at that time with him.
What was her name?
Debbie Lloyd.
Okay. And so what did you go get Miss Lloyd?
I did. So Miss Lloyd was staying at a hotel close by, probably about a half block away. And being that I was already down there, I felt 4 a.m, I wasn't gonna, and Mr. Depp wouldn't have wanted me to have her walk by herself. But I wasn't gonna go get the truck either, since I was down there already. So I walked over to the hotel. I believe I called the nurse just to make sure she woke up. And then I walked to the hotel and I met her there. We walked over together to the Eastern Columbia building. In the lobby, we ran into Miss Heard. She was at the front desk talking to security or concierge, I'm not sure who. Miss Lloyd stayed downstairs with Miss Heard. I proceeded upstairs to meet Mr. Depp at Penthouse 5 as requested. was hoping to get him out of there before Miss Heard came back up, just because of past.
Sorry,
I'm sorry.
why was that?
Just because past experiences, when they would argue, she would try to prevent us from leaving. To the point, I mean, she's held the elevator before. She's physically tried to keep Mr. Depp from leaving by grabbing his arm or standing in front of him. I just wanted to get out of there to avoid that.
And what happened when you got upstairs to the penthouse?
So Mr. Depp was sitting in front of the front door of Penthouse 5. I greeted, he had some bags, I believe, like he was ready to go. I greeted him, kind of got a feel for what was going on, tried to get him out of there. As we were getting ready to leave, Miss Heard and Miss Lloyd exited the elevator on the penthouse level, so they came back up, and Mr. Depp and Miss Heard decided they wanted to continue whatever conversation they were having. So I let them into Penthouse 5. Myself, Miss Lloyd, Mr. Depp, and Miss Heard entered Penthouse 5. I tried to stay out of their conversations as long as they were peaceful. So they were having a relatively peaceful conversation. So Miss Lloyd and I stood outside the door of Penthouse 5, had the door propped open to make sure we could hear what was going on, but kind of giving them their space initially.
And you said initially, what happened after that?
So the conversation got a little louder, got a little more volatile. So Miss Lloyd and myself entered Penthouse 5 just to be around, to hopefully be able to not necessarily mediate, but just to be there. So yeah, entered, stood a little closer to Mr. Depp.
And what did you observe when you went back into the penthouse?
So the argument continued. There were moments of kind of normal conversation, peaceful conversation, but then there were also moments of yelling and anger from both of them. And at some point I witnessed Miss Heard throw a Red Bull can. So the loft is 3 levels. Mr. Depp was down at the lower level, which is the kitchen area. There's a middle level, which was turned into an office for Miss Heard. And then the upper level was where the bedrooms were, but they were turned into closets, basically, for Miss Heard at that time. Miss Heard and her sister at that time, Whitney, had come in. They were both on the middle level, the office level. And I saw Miss Heard throw a Red Bull can from her position that struck Mr. Depp in the back.
Anything else that you recall?
At that point, I moved closer to Mr. Depp. I didn't care that I was in the middle of their conversation at that point. I didn't want my client getting hit with anything else. So I stood right by Mr. Depp. The verbal onslaught continued from both of them. Mr. Depp was giving as good as he got at that point. He was angry and agitated. At one point, Miss Heard threw something else, either a purse or some sort of bag or something that she had up there. I was able to knock it away so it didn't hit him. At one point, she spit at him. Yeah, and then just a lot of verbal vitriol from both of them.
What do you remember Ms. Heard saying to Mr. Depp on this occasion?
Jeez. Anything and everything. Specifically, there was you're fucking washed up. You're a fucking cunt. Which he called her as well. You're, again, the deadbeat dad shit. Yeah, I don't even remember what the fight was about, but it was pretty. The F word is my favorite word, and it was being thrown around to the point where I was uncomfortable. So.
And how did Mr. Depp respond to Ms. Heard's behavior?
Oh, he was mad. He was upset, especially after she tried to spit on him. At one point, Miss Heard and her sister left Penthouse 5. I imagine they went into Penthouse 4 or possibly over to Penthouse 3. I don't know. They were all adjoining. Mr. Depp went upstairs and rearranged her closet for her. Threw down probably every rack of clothing and shoes. Threw at least one down the stairs. Yeah, he was upset.
Where was Ms. Heard when Mr. Depp rearranged her closet, as you said?
Can't say for sure, but she was not in Penthouse 5. She was either in 4 or 3.
And you mentioned Ms. Heard's sister, Whitney. Do you recall when she arrived in the evening?
This is important for later, by the way.
So Whitney wasn't there when we first all walked into Penthouse 5. When Miss Lloyd and I stepped out to give them some space, she must have, excuse me, she must have come in at some point because she was in there when we walked back.
Did you see Ms. Heard again that evening after Mr. Depp was in her closet?
I did, yeah. She must have heard what was going on and not been too pleased. So she shortly after re-entered Penthouse 5 as I was trying to get Mr. Depp out of there.
And what happened at that point?
So her and her sister both came back in. We were on the middle level, so her office level of Penthouse 5 at that point. She was agitated. Mr. Depp was agitated. I felt it was time to get Mr. Depp out of the situation, so I stepped in between Miss Heard and Mr. Depp, telling Mr. Depp that we were leaving and that it wasn't up to him anymore. At that point, out of the corner of my eye, I saw a fist and an arm come across my right shoulder, and I heard and saw a closed fist contact Mr. Depp in the left side of his face.
And whose fist was that?
That was Miss Heard's fist, Amber Heard's fist.
And where was Whitney when this occurred?
Can't say for sure, but I'm guessing, or my best guess is behind Amber.
How did Mr. Depp respond when he was punched?
The initial look on his face kind of mirrored mine, kind of a look of shock, like what just happened, where'd that come from? At that point, I wasn't going to let Mr. Depp get hit anymore, so I moved him down the last flight of stairs to the lower level, and told him we're leaving. It wasn't up to him anymore, just for his safety. I didn't. Again, I had let him get hit by a Red Bull can. I let him get punched. My job is to ensure the safety and well-being of my clients, and I felt like I hadn't done that. So it was my time to do my job and get him out of there.
And so where did you go?
So Miss Heard and her sister left Penthouse 5. Again, I don't know where they went. I'm assuming they went through Penthouse 4. We're either in 4 or 3. Mr. Depp was not pleased with me, naturally. He went into the bathroom for a couple minutes. Miss Lloyd talked to him. And they came out and agreed that it was time to leave. So as we were leaving the front door, Mr. Depp got right in my face. He was wearing sunglasses. And maybe not sunglasses. He was wearing glasses. Pulled him down, pointed to the left side of his face, and told me, "That's your fault." And I agreed. And then we proceeded to the vehicle, and we left the loft.
What did you see on the left side of Mr. Depp's face?
There was already a nice little shiner. Definitely swollen and red. Wasn't black and blue yet, but it was definitely swollen and red.
At any point during this incident, did Mr. Depp throw anything at Miss Heard?
No.
At any point, did Mr. Depp throw anything at anyone?
No.
At any time during this incident, did Mr. Depp physically respond to Miss Heard?
No.
Do you recall Miss Heard's birthday party in April of 2016?
I do.
Mr. McGivern, during the incident we just discussed on March 23rd, what did Mr. Depp have on his right hand?
So he had the same bandage that he had when he arrived from Australia. So it was heavily wrapped. Yeah, a heavily wrapped bandage. I don't know what was underneath, but it was definitely wrapped.
Do you recall whether it was a hard or a soft cast?
I do not.
Okay. Now, moving forward to Miss Heard's birthday party in April 2016, were you present at that dinner party?
I was not. I started my shift again around 11 p.m. The party was going on in Penthouse 5. I don't typically take part in get-togethers, so I think I probably hung out in the CP. Shortly after I got there, the party kind of winded down. I believe Mr. Depp got there. He was late, so I think he got there shortly after I started my shift. He went into Penthouse 5. Again, the party wound down shortly thereafter, and then far as I know, Mr. Depp and Miss Heard went back to Penthouse 3 shortly thereafter.
Did you see Mr. Depp again that evening?
That morning I did, early that morning, yeah, or the following morning. Again, I got a text. My best guess is around the same time, 4. There were so many incidences. They're hard to keep straight, but probably around 4 or 5 that morning, requesting my presence in Penthouse 3.
And what did you do after you received that text message?
Went to Penthouse 3.
And what did you observe when you went to Penthouse 3?
Again, a verbal argument. I think it was made clear that some phones had been thrown out the window or something, down to Broadway. Mr. Depp was again ready to leave, to get out of the situation. He had his couple bags over his shoulders. Wanted to grab a few valuables that we always used to grab when this happened. Some framed letters from either Hunter S. Thompson or Marlon Brando. Yeah, and then I believe we left. I think I got him out of the situation again. We did look for the phone briefly, I think, on our way back to West Hollywood. But my main concern was getting him away from the situation, so I didn't find the phone. And then we proceeded back to his suites or properties.
What do you recall about Miss Heard's demeanor that evening when you saw her?
Nothing out of the ordinary. Nothing that. I mean, they were arguing like usual in those circumstances, but nothing pops out.
What, if any, injuries did you observe on Miss Heard that evening?
I didn't notice any injuries.
In your time working for Mr. Depp, have you ever seen Mr. Depp physically abuse Miss Heard?
I have not.
Now, you mentioned a couple occasions. How many times have you witnessed Miss Heard be physically abusive towards Mr. Depp?
Obviously, the March 23rd thing in Penthouse 5. Physically abusive. I don't know how to define that, but I have seen her physically try to prevent him from leaving before. So grabbing his arms, standing in front of him, pushing him. Yeah, again, I don't know if that's physically abusive, but that I've definitely seen her touch him on multiple occasions.
Have you ever observed Mr. Depp use any drugs?
I have.
And what drugs have you seen Mr. Depp use?
Are you talking non-prescription drugs?
Yes.
Marijuana and cocaine.
How many times have you seen Mr. Depp use marijuana?
Too many to count. I mean, daily.
And how many times have you seen Mr. Depp use cocaine?
A couple. 2.
How would you describe Mr. Depp's demeanor when he's using marijuana?
Chill, for lack of a better word. Mellow. Yeah, I don't know how to better describe it. Just super mellow.
And how would you describe Mr. Depp's demeanor when you've seen him use cocaine?
The same. So I've seen him use it, like seen him use it a few times. I've known of him using it other times, and I feel like it levels him out. Yeah, I haven't noticed any difference when he's used it.
Have you observed Mr. Depp consume alcohol?
Absolutely.
And how many times?
Like marijuana, too many to count, pretty regularly.
And on how many of those occasions did Mr. Depp appear to be drunk?
It would depend on what you mean by drunk, but not many. The only time I would say I've seen Mr. Depp drunk was when he would fall asleep on the couch, sitting up with his boots on. Other than that, Mr. Depp handles his liquor very well.
How would you describe Mr. Depp's demeanor when you've seen him consume alcohol?
No different than any other time. Again, super chill, super mellow. Yeah.
Have you ever witnessed Ms. Heard consume alcohol?
I have.
How many times would you estimate?
Again, too many to count. She drank fairly regularly. So I couldn't even give you a guesstimate.
On how many of those occasions did you observe Ms. Heard behaving drunk?
Can't say other than the incident on March 23rd, where I didn't see her drinking, but I assumed based on her behavior, she was drunk. Other than that, I can't say I've ever seen her obviously drunk in my eyes.
I have no further
All
questions.
right, cross-examination, Mr. Rottenborn. Yes, sir.
Watch you're hired by him, and that's going to be the same every time. You love him, don't you? You want to marry him.
Good morning, Mr. McGivern.
Good morning, sir.
So you said you've worked for Mr. Depp for about 9 years, right?
Correct.
And he hasn't been in town recently, so you have another job. Is that what you said?
Yes.
But you still consider yourself an employee of his even today, correct?
I do.
And when you do work for Mr. Depp, he pays your salary, right?
Not on salary. He pays my wage, yes.
He pays the money that you make for working for him.
Correct.
And you've referred to him a few times during your testimony this morning as your client. Is that right?
Yes.
So when you're working security for Mr. Depp, it's Mr. Depp and Mr. Depp alone that is your client, correct?
That is not correct.
Well, in the altercation that you testified about with Ms. Heard and Mr. Depp, you referred to only Mr. Depp as your client, and it was your job to keep your client safe. Do you remember that?
Objection compound.
I'll allow that. Go ahead.
I do.
So at least in that instance, he was your client, not Ms. Heard, correct?
Correct.
Now, the evening of March 23rd, 2015, you actually walked into the middle of the argument with Debbie Lloyd, correct?
Yes.
So you testified earlier that you were downstairs and Miss Heard was downstairs in the lobby and you had gotten Miss Lloyd, but that's actually not accurate, is it?
To the best of my recollection, that is accurate.
In fact, when you and Miss Lloyd entered Penthouse 5, Amber and Mr. Depp were already in there having a verbal argument, correct?
That is not correct.
May I approach, Your Honor?
All right, yes, sir.
All right, so we're getting into the "you're a liar, aren't you, son?" It's the same defense that you will see with everyone. The only problem with this defense of "you're close
Mr.
to
McGivern,
him,"
do you see a document on the screen in front of you entitled Witness Statement of Travis McGivern?
Amber looks mad.
I do.
And you, well, let me ask you this. Is that your address below?
The document's pretty small. Is there any way for me to, oh, there we go. Yes, it is.
And that's where you currently live?
Hang on one sec, I'm sorry. That is a P.O. box.
Okay. Is that yours?
It is.
Okay. Now, this is a witness statement that you prepared on behalf of Mr. Depp in the UK trial, correct?
Yeah, the statement went away. Oh, there it is.
You see it?
Yes, it is.
And who drafted this statement?
Myself, along with an attorney. I don't remember exactly who.
Was it Adam Waldman?
At that point, I don't believe it was. No.
They're boogeyman.
If you go to paragraph 5, please, on the second page, and you understood when you wrote this statement that this was going to be submitted to the court in the UK trial that Mr. Depp brought, and that this was your testimony on behalf of Mr. Depp, correct?
Yes.
And about 2/3 of the way through paragraph 5, there's a sentence that says, when Ms. Lloyd and I entered his residence, Miss Heard and Mr. Depp were having a verbal argument. Is that correct? Did I read that right?
That is, yes.
So that doesn't say anything about you meeting Miss Heard in the lobby of the Eastern Columbia building, does it?
No, it does not.
And when you entered the penthouse, you can't recall the specifics of what the argument was about, correct? You can take that.
No, like what they were fighting about? Absolutely. No, I don't.
And you don't know anything about what caused the argument in the first place, correct?
I do not.
But you do remember Mr. Depp being very angry, right?
I remember both of them being very angry, yes.
And you say that he gave as good as he got when it came to what they were saying to each other, right?
Yes.
You say they were both being verbally abusive to one another?
Yes.
And you testified that at some point Miss Heard was on the mezzanine level, right? The level of her office, so kind of the middle level of the penthouse.
That's correct.
And Mr. Depp was on the lower level, correct, when you entered the penthouse?
So when Miss Lloyd and I re-entered the penthouse, yes, that's where they were.
And you weren't preventing Mr. Depp from leaving at any time, correct?
preventing him from leaving. I was encouraging him to leave.
Right. And he could have, when he was on that lower level of the penthouse, he could have left at that point, correct? You wouldn't have prevented that.
No, I would not have.
But instead, at some point, he walked up to the mezzanine and, as you say, he rearranged Miss Heard's closet, right?
Well, that wasn't on the mezzanine level. That was on the top level. But yeah, he rearranged the closet.
So he traveled up 2 levels in the penthouse to throw down every rack of clothing that she had, right?
I don't know about every rack, but he definitely threw down some racks of clothes and shoes.
Okay, I believe you said every rack, so that's just why I was asking you to confirm that. You said he threw a rack down the stairs, correct?
Yes.
And then at that point, he went back downstairs?
To the mezzanine level, yes.
Now, that wasn't the only time you learned of Mr. Depp causing damage in Penthouse 5, correct?
Couldn't say for sure. Nothing's coming to mind.
He had, you said he had something on his hand from his injury that he sustained in Australia, right?
Yes, his hand was wrapped.
Now, you weren't in Australia with Mr. Depp and Miss Heard, correct?
I was not.
And what he had on his hand could have been a hard cast, correct?
Sure. I have no idea what was under the wrap.
And isn't it true that while he was on the mezzanine level and Miss Heard and her sister were there, that he was reaching for Amber's hair while he was trying to hit her with that cast, correct?
That is not correct.
And you say that you can't say for sure where Whitney was standing on the mezzanine level during this altercation, correct?
That is correct.
And it's possible that she was standing in between Mr. Depp and Miss Heard then, correct?
No.
Well, you say you can't say for sure where she was standing. So she could have been standing in between Mr. Depp and Miss Heard, right?
No, because I stepped in between Miss Heard and Mr. Depp. So she definitely wasn't standing in between them.
Well, in fact, you saw Mr. Depp push or shove Whitney Heard, correct?
Absolutely not.
And it was only after Mr. Depp pushed Whitney that Amber stepped forward and punched him in the face. Isn't that right?
That is not correct.
Now, moving on to April 2016, you weren't there for the party, you said, correct?
I started my shift while the party was going on.
But you weren't in with the partygoers, you said, right?
That's correct.
And you said at some point Mr. Depp and Miss Heard went back to Penthouse 3, but you have no idea what went on between them in Penthouse 3 while you weren't there, correct?
I do not.
And you said that you gave security services to Mr. Depp primarily in Los Angeles. Is that right?
Yes. A little bit of travel, but mostly in LA.
Okay, where did you travel to?
Vegas, up north, we did a road trip, kind of, they called it their honeymoon. So Napa, San Francisco, Big Sur, San Jose. Those are all with Miss Heard. I've taken Mr. Depp to China before.
Okay.
Yeah, and then a bunch of local stuff, Palm Springs, Santa Barbara, stuff like that.
Okay. You weren't on a plane flight from Boston to Los Angeles with Mr. Depp and Amber in May 2014, correct?
I was not.
And you weren't at the Hicksville Trailer Palace in May or June of 2013, correct? With them?
I was not.
You were never in the Bahamas with them, including in August 2014, correct?
I was not.
You were not in the Bahamas with them in December of 2015, correct?
I was not.
You were not in Tokyo with them in January of 2015, correct?
I was not.
You were not in the Eastern Columbia building with them on the evening of December 15th, 2015, correct?
I don't know.
To the best
If
of your
they were-
recollection.
Yeah, if they were at the lofts, I typically worked every night, but nothing about December 15th is popping into my head.
Okay. And you definitely were not in the Eastern Columbia building with them on the night of May 21st, 2016, were you?
I was not.
Okay. Nothing further. Thank you, Mr.
All
McGivern.
right, read your right.
No, Your Honor.
All right, is this
Thanks,
witness, all right, is this witness subject to recall?
That stuff, we'll talk about it at break. That stuff is
Yes,
actually
Your Honor.
All right, Mr.
important
McGivern,
to
you're
discuss.
subject to recall. So just to let you know, you're still subject to the rule on witnesses, so you cannot talk to anybody about your testimony or watch any of the proceedings of this case. Okay, sir?
Understood, ma'am.
All right, thank you. Have a good day.
There's a witness,
Thank you.
though, that saw her physically
Next witness.
attack Johnny
Mr.
Depp.
Depp calls Jack Wiggum, who should be waiting in the electronic lobby.
I've got him. All right, Mr. Wiggum, can you hear me, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Could you do me a favor and just count to 1 to 5 for me?
Sure. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
All right, thank you, sir. Can you raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth under penalty of law?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Good morning, Mr. Wiggum. Would you please state your full name for the record?
Sure. It's Jack Wiggum.
Where do you live, Mr. Wiggum?
I live in Los Angeles.
Where, if at all, did you earn your undergraduate degree?
I earned a degree in finance from the University of Florida.
In what year, if any, did you graduate from the University of Florida?
1998.
Do you have any graduate degrees, Mr. Wiggum?
I do. I have a law degree also from the University of Florida and graduated in 2002.
Mr. Wiggum, what do you currently do for a living?
I'm currently a manager representative for artists.
Would you please describe, Mr. Wiggum, for the jury what a manager representative does?
So we, represent writers, directors, actors, actresses, mostly in their pursuit of artistic endeavors. So I primarily focus on film and television, but, all artistic endeavors.
How does a manager representative get paid?
Typically via a commission.
What?
So industry standard is kind of 10% of whatever the deal is.
And Mr. Wiggum, what did you do professionally after you earned your JD at the University of Florida?
I was an attorney at a firm called Weil, Gottsville and Manges for approximately 3 years. And then I segued from there to a talent agency called CAA, Creative Artists Agency.
In what year did you start work at CAA?
I started there in April of 2004.
And Mr. Wiggum, in what capacity did you start working at CAA?
I started at the bottom in the mailroom, checking mail, and then became an assistant for one of the manager partners. And then in 2007, I believe I became an agent. And then right around 2014, I think, I began co-running the film and talent department there.
And when your job responsibility shifted to becoming an agent at CAA, would you please describe briefly for the jury what that entailed?
Sure. We were, also looking out for artistic endeavors on behalf of the clients, so writers, directors, actors, actresses, but we were also negotiating deals and, really pursuing film, television, producing deals on behalf of the clients.
Mr. Wiggum, did there come a time when you left CAA?
I did. I left in August of 2020.
What, if anything, did you do professionally after you left CAA in August of 2020?
So I co-founded a management production company called Range Media Partners in August of 2020 and have been working there ever since.
What type of company is Range Media Partners?
It's a management representation production company.
Do you know Johnny Depp?
I do.
Mr. Wiggum, when did you first meet Mr. Depp?
I actually met him very briefly on the set of Black Mass, which was probably, I don't know, 2014 or 15. And then I met him very briefly at one of his music shows. But more substantively, I sat with him, I believe in the fall of 2016.
Did there come a time, Mr. Wiggum, when you became Mr. Depp's agent?
Yes.
When was that?
Right around October, I believe, or fall of 2016.
Was that when you were still with CAA?
Yes.
When you first started with Mr. Depp as his agent, who, if anyone, assisted you?
I had two partners that I worked with Johnny. One was Brian Ward and the other was Christian Carino.
Since starting to work with Mr. Depp as his agent in October 2016, have you had opportunities to observe him interacting with yourself and others?
Yes.
How would you describe for the jury Mr. Depp's demeanor on those occasions?
Objection relevant.
All right, what's the relevance?
The relevance is how he conducts himself professionally, which relates to his reputation, which is at issue.
All right, I'll overrule the objection. Go ahead.
You may answer the question, Mr. Wiggum.
Sure. Johnny was always very nice, sweet, in fact, artistic, polite, and, very thoughtful, kind of uniquely thoughtful about how are you doing? How's your family? He was just a thoughtful person. He always has been.
Did he seem genuine?
Objection leading.
Oh, I'll sustain the objection.
To what extent, if any, did he seem genuine?
I'm going to object. How would he know?
I'm
Speculation.
not sure what objection that is, or
Speculation.
speculation.
Foundation.
I believe he can testify as to that.
I'll allow it. Go ahead.
Her Honor says you may answer that question.
Okay. I found Johnny to be authentic. It was a genuine kindness.
And Mr. Wiggum, prior to you first becoming Mr. Depp's agent in 2016, October of 2016, who was his agent prior to that?
I believe it was Tracy Jacobs at a company called UTA.
And before you took over from Tracy Jacobs as Mr. Depp's agent, what, if any, research or due diligence did you do with respect to him?
Objection relevance.
A fair amount.
All right, what's the
Again, Your
relevance?
Honor, it goes to reputation, which is the core of the issue.
We're going to get into
I'll
hearsay.
sustain the objection. Next question.
Thank you, Your Honor. Were you aware of Mr. Depp's professional reputation at the time you became his agent in October of 2016?
I would say objection leading, and I think it's going to call for hearsay.
I'll overrule at this point. Go ahead.
I believe I was.
What was your understanding, if any, of Mr. Depp's professional reputation at the time you began representing him as his agent in the fall of 2016?
Johnny's reputation, in my opinion, he was very well regarded and respected by peers in the artistic community.
Your Honor, I'm
I'm
going to object. First of all, he says in his opinion, which he's not an expert witness, and second, he's now going into hearsay.
No, I'll overrule the objection. Go ahead.
Mr. Wiggum, Her Honor, you may continue.
well regarded, respected, extremely talented, artistic.
Are you familiar, Mr. Wiggum, with the distinction between an independent film and a studio film?
I believe I am.
What, if any, difference is there between an independent film on one hand and a studio film on the other?
in layman's terms, I'd say that, you know, a studio film is a bigger budgeted film. It has a distributor, a studio in place. So when you think of Disney, Marvel, Universal, these are big companies. They're bigger budgeted and bigger fees. And then independents, like we call indies, typically are smaller budgeted, more artistically minded, smaller fees, and often don't have distribution when they're made.
Starting in October 2016, what types of opportunities have you pursued on Mr. Depp's behalf?
A wide variety, you know, primarily I would say focused on film, television, and producing.
What, if any, roles did Mr. Depp have in progress as of that time, fall of 2016, going into calendar year 2017?
All right, so we inherited some deals. It was there was 2 films, as I remember, that were going to go back to back. One was City of Lies, the Notorious B.I.G. film, and the other was Murder on the Orient Express. So those were filmed almost at the same time, and they had pre-existing deals that we serviced. And then he had Fantastic Beasts, Crimes of Grindelwald as well. And then we were in the process. We ended up finishing the 6th film negotiation on Pirates of the Caribbean.
Mr. Wiggum, you mentioned City of Lies. When was that film actually shot?
To the best of my memory, it was shot right, you know, at the very end, mostly the beginning of 2017.
What was Mr. Depp's compensation for City of Lies?
I believe it was $8 million.
And you mentioned Murder on the Orient Express. When was that shot?
So it was shot at almost the same time. I actually can't remember which one went first. They were both shot predominantly, call it January to April of 2017. I remember us having to work out dates, but it was the beginning of 2017.
What was Mr. Depp's compensation for Murder on the Orient Express?
If memory serves me, I think it was $10 million.
Was Murder a studio film or an independent, or what you call an indie film?
It was a studio film. It was Fox.
Mr. Wiggum, you also mentioned Fantastic Beasts 2: Crimes of Grindelwald. When was that film shot?
I believe that film was shot in the fall of 2017.
What was Mr. Depp's compensation for Crimes of Grindelwald?
Again, that deal predated us. I think it was $13.5 million, if I remember correctly.
Was Crimes of Grindelwald a studio film or an indie film?
It was studio. It was Warner Brothers.
And backing up a bit, Mr. Wiggum, what was the first business opportunity you were able to secure for Mr. Depp after he came to you and CAA in the fall of 2016?
So I believe it was 2017 was it was busy. We had a slot that summer, and he wanted to do a smaller film, and it was The Professor, I believe.
How much compensation, if any, did he receive for performing in that smaller film, The Professor?
That deal was $3.5 million.
Was The Professor an independent film or was it a studio film?
It was independent.
And Mr. Wiggum, how, if at all, was CAA compensated for closing the deal on The Professor?
So it would have been the normal 10% of the deal. So the deal was $3.5 million. The commission would be $350,000 to the agency.
Mr. Wiggum, was 2017 a typical year for Mr. Depp in terms of the workload for an actor of his caliber and track record?
Objection, leading.
Overruled, I'll allow it. Go ahead.
And yes,
What other roles, if any, were you able to secure for Mr. Depp during your tenure at CAA before you went to the new company?
a film called Waiting for the Barbarians, and a film called Minamata.
When was Waiting for the Barbarian shot?
So Waiting for the Barbarians was fall of 2018.
What, if any, plans did you and Mr. Depp have for 2018, calendar year 2018?
We had a very specific plan for that year because 2017 was busy, and he had done 3 studio films, and I remember him wanting to take time off to rest and be with his kids for first half of the year, and then he wanted to go on the music tour, which always just made him really happy, and so that was the summer of 2018, and then we had the slot for the fall of 2018, and that's where we spent a lot of time thinking about what that movie was going to be. And Waiting for the Barbarians was kind of a little gift because it was based on a J.M. Coetzee novel, and Johnny's, very well read and knew the literature, the underlying book, and Mark Rylance was in the film, and it was just like a dream actor that he always wanted to work with.
What was Mr. Depp paid for Waiting for the Barbarians?
$1 million.
And I apologize if you've already said this. So was Waiting for the Barbarians an independent film or a studio film?
It was an independent.
Mr. Wiggum, you also mentioned the film Minamata. When was that film shot?
That was the very beginning of 2019. So I think January start.
Was Minamata an indie film or a studio film?
It was independent.
How much was Mr. Depp ultimately paid for Minamata?
So his fee became, it was $3 million.
What, if any, role did Mr. Depp play in Pirates of the Caribbean 5?
He played Captain Jack Sparrow.
Was he paid an actor's fee for that film?
Technically, it was before my tenure, but yes, I would assume he was.
Mr. Wiggum, would you please explain for the jury what are residual or back-end rights?
I think the easiest way to explain a back end is it's an ownership stake on behalf of the artist in the success of the movie, and typically is only granted to stars of a certain stature.
And in addition to the fee, Mr. Depp, the upfront fee that Mr. Depp was paid for Fantastic Beasts 5, which I know preceded you, what if any understanding do you have of whether Mr. Depp had any back-end rights for Pirates 5?
Objection, Your Honor. Foundation, he said that deal was at the other agency, and he wasn't.
I'll allow it if he knows it. That's fine. Go ahead.
Her Honor says you may answer the question.
Yeah, so you initially said Fantastic Beasts. I think you meant Pirates 5.
I apologize.
Pirates.
I did mean
Yeah.
for Pirates 5, what, if any, back end did Mr. Depp have for Pirates 5?
I don't know what it was. I know that he had one.
To what extent, if any, did Mr. Depp ever have a deal to perform in Pirates 6?
So when we started representing him, I remember Brian Lord and myself finishing a deal that had started at the previous agency.
Objection, Your Honor.
we
May we
closed it.
approach?
Okay. Hold on a minute.
They do not want this coming up. And the reason for that is, number one, this is proof that he lost money. But number two, they also don't like his agent saying anything positive about him whatsoever because they're going to produce the witness, Tracy Jacobs. Tracy Jacobs was a former agent for Johnny Depp. She's very salty because Johnny Depp dropped her like a bad habit in around 2019, I suppose. She was making a really fat cut off of him. And I'm sorry, in 2016 rather, and she was very mad when that came up. This was when Johnny Depp dropped her when he found out that he had $650 million stolen from him. He dropped everyone, and she used to do things like she would tell him to buy her presents. $5,000, $10,000, $20,000 presents. She testified to that in her deposition. So she's really
For the
salty.
interruption, Mr. Wiggum,
that he left.
Her Honor says you may answer the question, which I believe is, to what extent, if any, did Mr. Depp ever have a deal to perform in Pirates 6?
So we finished the deal, and then we closed the deal at $22.5 million for that film, is my memory.
Which studio was involved in the Pirates series, including Pirates 6?
So that was Disney.
Was Disney the studio involved in all of the Pirates movies?
Yes.
What role was Mr. Depp to play in Pirates 6?
Objection calls for speculation
I'll allow it.
and hearsay.
I'll allow it.
Captain Jack Sparrow.
Was the
Speculation.
$22.5 million to be paid to Mr. Depp by Disney or by some other entity?
Disney.
And when was that $22.5 million to be paid to Mr. Depp?
It would be paid when he shoots it. We call it principal photography, so when the film shoots.
Who was the producer of the Pirates franchise?
Jerry Bruckheimer.
Does Mr. Bruckheimer work for Disney?
No.
In 2017, to what extent, if any, was Mr. Bruckheimer supportive of Mr. Depp remaining in the Pirates franchise?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for hearsay.
I'll sustain objection.
Thank you, Your Honor. Putting aside his role in the Pirates films, did Mr. Depp have any other affiliations with Disney in 2017?
Yes.
What were those affiliations?
He, if I remember, in the spring, he went down to Disneyland and put on the Captain Jack Sparrow outfit and wardrobe and went into the ride. Disney had worked out a fun little thing where he was going to take the place of the automated, Captain Jack Sparrow on the Pirates ride, and so he would kind of surprise people as they were going along there. And so I remember he did that. And then in May of 2017, he went to Disney Shanghai to help open the Pirates of the Caribbean ride there.
What, if anything, did those affiliations signify about the status of Mr. Depp's relationship with Disney as of that time?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll
hearsay.
sustain the objection. Next question.
Thank you, Your Honor. To what extent, if any, did Mr. Depp socialize with anyone at Disney in 2017, to the extent you know?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll allow it to the extent he knows.
Do you know whether Mr. Depp socialized with Disney during 2017, yes or no?
Objection, Your Honor. Foundation and hearsay.
I do.
If you could lay a foundation to how he knows.
How do you know that Mr. Depp socialized with Disney in calendar year 2017?
Because I was there.
Who, would you please describe for the jury what you mean when you said you were there when Mr. Depp socialized with Disney?
We had a dinner in spring of 2017 with myself, Jerry Bruckheimer, Johnny, and Sean Bailey, who was running the film, was president of Disney.
How did the dinner conclude?
Great. I mean, very, very nice. It was a great dinner.
As of early December 2018, so we're now in December of 2018, what, if anything, was your understanding of the status of whether Mr. Depp would actually appear in Pirate 6?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for hearsay.
All right, I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Mr. Wiggum, did there come a time when you saw an op-ed that purportedly written by Amber Heard that appeared in the Washington Post?
Yes.
Mr. Wiggum, I would like to show you, please, what was entered previously into evidence as Plaintiff's Exhibit 1. Mr. Gibson, would you please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 1? And, Your Honor, may we please publish this to the jury as it's been previously, oh, it is, thank you. Mr. Wiggum, have you ever seen this document before?
Yes.
What is it?
I believe it's the opinionated op-ed in the Washington Post that Ms. Heard wrote.
Mr. Wiggum, when did you first see Ms. Heard's op-ed in the Washington Post?
It would have been right contemporaneous to when it came out.
And Tom, if you would please move ahead to, I believe, the second page in Plaintiff's Exhibit 1. And drawing your attention specifically to the third paragraph of the op-ed, Ms. Heard writes, quote, 2 years ago, I became a public figure representing domestic abuse, and I felt the full force of our culture's wrath for women who speak out, unquote. What, if any, understanding do you have of that reference?
That it was regarding Johnny and their relationship.
Directing your attention, Tom, if we could just move back up to the first page of Exhibit 1. Directing your attention to the title of the article, quote, Amber Heard, colon, I spoke up against sexual violence, unquote. What, if any, understanding do you have of that reference?
Objection, Your Honor, it's irrelevant what his understanding is.
I'll allow it.
It very much is relevant to this entire case.
That was rather shocking, I remember, because it was the first time I'd heard an allegation of sexual abuse.
And against whom was the allegation of sexual abuse?
Objection, Your Honor, how would he know?
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Mr. Wiggum, directing your attention to the fifth paragraph of Plaintiff's Exhibit 1, Ms. Heard writes, quote, I had the rare vantage point of seeing in real time how institutions protect men accused of abuse, unquote. To what does that refer?
Objection, Your Honor, how would he know what it refers?
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Mr. Gibson, if you would please take down Plaintiff's Exhibit 1. Mr. Wiggum, how, if at all, was Ms. Heard's op-ed different from other articles about the couple's relationship?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for hearsay foundation.
All right.
Other articles?
Mr. Wiggum, had you seen other articles in the course of your duties as Mr. Depp's agent about Amber Heard and Johnny Depp?
Objection, Your Honor, still
Yes.
calls for hearsay foundation.
I'll allow it.
Thank you. How, if at all, was the op-ed different from other articles you had read about the Johnny Depp-Amber Heard relationship?
It was a first-person account coming from the victim. It's extremely impactful.
Impactful in a good or bad way?
With respect to Johnny, it was catastrophic because it was coming from a first-person account. It was not from a journalist. It was not from someone observing. It was from someone saying this happened to me.
Mr. Wiggum, between December 18, 2018, the date of the op-ed, and October 2020, did Mr. Depp perform in any studio films?
Sorry, could you just repeat the dates?
Between December 18, 2018, which is the date that Ms. Heard's op-ed appeared, and October 2020, To what extent, if any, did Mr. Depp perform in any studio films?
Zero. No studio films.
How, if at all, did Ms. Heard's op-ed impact Mr. Depp's ability to land roles in studio films between December 2018 and October 2020?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for hearsay, foundation, and expert.
I'll sustain that objection. Next. Are you near the end, Mr. Chu? I just want to make sure because it's
I
coming
am,
up on our
Your
morning break. Okay. all right.
I
Go.
have probably 5 minutes.
Okay, that's good. Go ahead.
What effect, if any, did the op-ed have on the release of Minamata, the indie film you mentioned
Objection,
earlier?
Your Honor, calls for hearsay, speculation.
He
and
worked on
you
the
want to approach for a
Sure,
moment?
yes, Your Honor.
They do not like this. We found out that there was actually a deal for the Pirates of the Caribbean, which they denied before. There was a $22.5 million deal. When you take that and you take the other movie that he lost, Houdini, there's your $50 million right there. And you have his agent and another agent now that have linked that to the op-ed. So that is devastating for her. They're linking it specifically to it. People were asking, too, about the $650 million. He had a business partner group that he worked with 17 years. They stole $650 million from
What happened, Mr. Wiggum, after the op-ed, but before October 2020, with respect to Minamata?
So the op-ed came out in December, and it was right as we were going on Christmas break, and Minamata was supposed to start in January, and I remember it was very, very difficult to keep Minamata together. The financing became shaky. The budget had to come down. Johnny's fee came down in order to save the movie.
Tom, if you would please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 584, and we're not asking to publish it because it does not come in. This is an email chain with the subject line, quote, Johnny Depp's Jack Sparrow won't
I
return.
object to him reading
All right.
even from that to the jury.
That's fine, Your Honor, we
Okay,
can.
move on.
Mr. Wiggum, do you recognize this email chain?
Yes, now that I'm looking at it.
What is the date of this email chain?
I think it's December 20th.
December 20th of what year, sir?
Sorry, December 20th of 2018.
Mr. Wiggum, directing your attention to the middle email message on Plaintiff's Exhibit 584, did you receive this message from Christian Carino in or about December 20th, 2018 at 3:26 p.m.?
Your Honor, I'm going to object because it's a hearsay document. He's asking questions from the hearsay document.
I'll
It's
allow that.
double.
I'll allow that question. We'll see where we go.
Her Honor said you may answer that question.
Yes, I see, I see what he's asking me.
Would you please explain to the jury what the message was about?
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay. Hearsay. He's asking him to essentially say
If we
what.
want to approach for a moment.
They're gaming again. What they're going to do is they're saying that message right there says Johnny Depp lost Pirates 6, and they do not want that going on record. They don't want that said. They are desperate to keep this stuff out because they know that op-ed murdered his career. They absolutely know. I mean, this is a game that they're playing, and this stuff right here is devastating. These people may not seem like exciting witnesses, but this is your case. You have 3 parts of your case. The first part, who was this thing about? Obviously, it's about Depp. Even her lawyers accidentally said that. Who did this
Tom,
damage?
if you could please take that down.
We'll continue in a minute. So he lost the objection there. That's trash. What a trash thing. 2 agents talking. Oh, can't have them talking about that.
Mr.
Even
Wiggum, did there come a time after Ms. Heard's publication of the op-ed on December 18, 2018, but before October 2020, that you learned more about Disney's plans about whether it would cast Mr. Depp in Pirate 6?
Objection, hearsay.
All right.
I'm just asking whether he
Okay, I'll allow that.
Yes,
when did that happen?
in 2019.
What hap, go ahead.
Your Honor.
Next question.
What happened in 2019 with respect to Disney, your learning about Disney's plans, whether to use Mr. Depp in Pirate 6?
Objection, hearsay.
What happened? Is that,
Yes.
I'll allow what happened. Go ahead.
It became clear they were going in a different direction.
When did you learn that Disney was going in a different direction and no longer planned to use Mr. Depp in Pirate 6?
Early 2019.
Who is Margot Robbie?
She's a fantastic actress. She's a client of CAA.
What, if anything, did you learn about the role Margot Robbie would be playing in Pirate 6?
I think that calls for hearsay. Again, Your Honor, I'm going to object.
I'll overrule the objection.
I learned that they were developing a Pirates project for her to star in.
After you learned that Disney was going in a different direction in early 2019 and no longer planned to use Mr. Depp, to what extent did you reach out to Jerry Bruckheimer or Sean Bailey?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for hearsay.
It does not, Your Honor.
Overruled. I'll allow it.
Thank you, Your Honor.
A lot.
Did you reach out to Mr. Bruckheimer and Mr. Bailey jointly or separately?
Separately.
What, if anything, was the result of your outreach to Mr. Bruckheimer and Mr. Bailey?
Objection still calls for hearsay, Your Honor.
Calls for hearsay. Yes, Chief.
I'm just asking what the result was.
It's still based on his communications with them.
All right, I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
So desperate.
After your outreach to Mr. Bailey or strike that, was your outreach to Mr. Bruckheimer and Mr. Bailey successful?
Objection leading.
I'll allow it.
No. I successfully made contact with them, but I was not successful in rescuing pirates for Johnny.
When was the last time you discussed Mr. Depp's role in Pirate 6 with Jerry Bruckheimer, Sean Bailey, or anyone else at Disney?
I'm going to object, Your Honor, on hearsay.
Overruled.
2019, I believe.
In addition to Pirate 6, did Mr. Depp lose other films between December 2018 and October 2020 because of Ms. Heard's op-ed?
Objection.
I'll sustain the objection.
In addition to Pirate 6, did Mr. Depp lose any other films between December 2018 and October 20?
Objection, Your Honor. First of all, I don't think he testified that he lost Pirate 6. Second of all, it's a
She's
leading-
now contradicting the witness's testimony,
no,
which is
no,
Just trying to ask the
inappropriate.
question
Both of you.
the other way.
Both of you. Overruled. Let's go. Next. Go ahead. Answer the question.
Yes. After the op-ed, it was impossible to get him a studio film, which is what we normally would have been focused on in that time period.
Mr. Wiggum, to what extent did COVID, or strike that, to what extent, if any, did COVID impact Mr. Depp's opportunities prior to October 2020?
I think it had an effect on Johnny, like other actors to some degree. But we were still doing business, especially on behalf of, bigger stars that greenlit films. And so what was happening was we would close deals or, put together a movie and then just set the start date for whenever people could get together and actually shoot the movie.
Mr. Wiggum, in your many interactions with Mr. Depp, have you ever seen him angry?
Objection, Your Honor, it's leading.
I'll sustain as to leading.
In your many interactions, thank you, Your Honor. In your many interactions with Mr. Depp, to what extent, if any, have you ever seen him lose his temper?
I never have, actually.
To what extent, if any, has Mr. Depp ever raised his voice in your presence?
No, he never has.
Mr. Wiggum, to what extent have you ever seen Mr. Depp engage in any violence?
Never.
Mr. Wiggum, other than Ms. Heard, are you aware of any other woman who has ever accused Mr. Depp of physical abuse?
Objection, leading, foundation, and here.
I'll sustain the objection to leading.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Mr. Wiggum.
All right.
I'll pass the witness.
All right, Mr. Wiggum, we'll do cross-examination in about 15 minutes. I'm going to take a 15-minute morning
They're going
recess.
to
Okay,
cross.
sir?
This stuff was
All
very
right, ladies and
important.
gentlemen, we'll go ahead and take our morning
talk
recess.
right now.
Do not discuss the case with anybody and don't do any outside research, okay?
Man, that was some big testimony right there.
Mr. Wiggum, what I'll do is put you in the lobby and then you won't see anything. In about 15 minutes, I'll bring you back, okay?
Okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Woo. Man, that witness fired him up. They were terrified of that witness. I mean, they were terrified. You could tell, oh, crazy cat lady, boy, she gets upset. And you can tell when a witness is substantial because of the way that they respond.
Okay? All right, thank you.
All right, so they got a 15-minute break right now. We're gonna break some of that down real quick. Man, you could tell though. I mean, look at the reaction there, and we already know that they were afraid of Disney. We've seen the documentation of what they wanted from Disney, and they wanted very specific information from Disney. Let me pull up something from Disney actually. So when Disney was asked questions, all that they wanted Disney to respond to, this is the way that they're going. This is Disney's own statement on what they wanted from them. So during the negotiations over the scope of the subpoena, it became clear that their strategy, this is talking about Heard's strategy, was to show that Disney did not have documents showing a linkage between her public statements, that's discussing the op-ed, and JD's career, so to minimize her damages. Again, their defense is he did this to his own career. She didn't do it to himself. They've tried to set that stage too by going in and pulling up essentially tabloid pieces, which you saw at the end of Johnny Depp's witness statements. At the very end, you saw Rottenborn. He brought up about a million documents. Actually, it was 10 pages worth of tabloid press. And I'm going to pull. I mean, you can see these in their submissions. Now, we didn't get a list of them from the courtroom itself, but Amber Heard's team actually supplied us a list. This is what they did. And they make this case, actually. They screw up big time in their own evidence, making a case for Johnny Depp. Because if you look at this, what they were doing before is they're presenting this is his career. This is his career dying, right? And what they give you are negative articles. Look at the Long Ranger. Look how it was taken. Look at Transcendence. Look at how that was taken. But the screw up that they made, and it's being, today we just saw that reinforced. They give 7 pages of negative articles. 7 entire pages of tabloid garbage and trash. But you don't notice any roles actually being lost until after the hit piece that she put out, after she decided to bury his career. Once that happens in their own stuff, then you have the discussions about, Disney's going to scrap the Pirates of the Caribbean Return. And actually, this was apparently known a year before. But what we didn't realize is that they already had the fundamentals to a deal in place. A deal that was worth $22.5 million on the front end. That doesn't count residuals at all. So their argument that the op-ed didn't do damage is garbage. So again, their arguments have become this it's not about Johnny Depp. Well, it definitely is. Even her team admitted to it being about him. Then their arguments were it didn't do the type of damage. He's the one that damaged his career. Well, we just heard, in 2016, all of the roles that he had. Let's see, I actually listed the amount of money he was making. So in 2016, let's see, he was paid for Murder on the Orient Express. He made $10 million. Fantastic Beasts 2, he made $14.6 million. The Professors, he made $3.5 million. He also, as that went forward, he had Waiting for the Barbarians, which was another $1 million. Minamata, he had $3 million. The op-ed hits, and as they said, from the op-ed all the way forward, he couldn't get any work anymore. We're talking about Johnny Depp, one of the biggest names out there. They asked, after Amber Heard's op-ed, did he have any mainstream films? Zero. He had nothing that was being presented to him. Again, that establishes. Now, the one thing that she's going to try to add here, this is the only out that they have. She's going to get on the stand. She is going to cry. She is going to plead. They're going to put on just an insane showcase. They're going to do a little dance. They're going to dance this way. Why? Because they have to make you think that there was abuse. Therefore, what she said, it falls into free speech because it's about public safety. So she has to do a really good dance to make it about public safety. Hey, Ace Lopez thinks of 5. Liar, liar. Your Honor, I object. Why? Because it's devastating to my case. Overruled. Exactly. That's exactly what was said. Michelle Wiggins thinks for the 2. Do you know if Turd will take the stand today? It is rumored that she's taking the stand. That's why I put it in the title. The mainstream press, they reported on it. I don't know. I have no idea. But the mainstream press reported it. Many other people have reported on it. There are still people that need to testify on behalf of Johnny Depp. I don't know how many of those will go forward. I thought she would pop up Wednesday, but again, the mainstream press is reporting that she's going to be on the stand today. So again, that's why I listed today. But I don't know. They don't have like a witness list that they prepare for us. What you have to have is his team they have to rest first of all, and then from there you have to have her take over. They have saved all of their big gun accusations. They're going to walk you through 14 incidents with her that she's going to allege. And remember, in 2016, those incidents, they only involved claims of physical violence with verbal abuse. By 2022, now you have claims of, well, she used the word rape. I mean, she used it because one of the things that she wanted to do when she used that, she thought she could stop the film coverage of it. She didn't want this to be televised. He fought for this to be televised. She did not want it to be televised at all. She wanted to keep it out. And she used something, there's a caveat to coverage where you can potentially get this coverage to go away if you do that. But it didn't work for her. But still, they even added in more salacious details when they said that she was violated with a glass bottle in their opening. They've also claimed, stuff that we've never heard in these claims before. She's adding in now. Again, they got to step it up. It went from 3 accusations to 14 accusations to 14 accusations with qualifiers. And whoa, when she takes the stand, there are going to be a lot of, again, entitled white woman tears. And, that rich Hollywood actress, it'll be interesting to see how that impacts because they have nothing else going for them. She's done, though. She's done. She fired her PR team. She's threatening her lawyers behind the scenes. I know that from very good sourcing. She wants them gone. She's peeved at the way this stuff is going. She's laying down, like I said. It's not just everyone's been reporting on the. I didn't report on the PR team yesterday because I was still finding out more details about what was going on with the firing of the PR team, and it wasn't just them. She also brought in a PR team that her other PR team, like I was saying before today, her other PR team, they did everything short of illegal. They leaked documents that, well, it's very questionable that they were put into public. They leaked them anyway. They were giving the media ready-made articles on what to list. Just crazy stuff. Skin, thanks for the 5. Thanks for keeping the receipts hotter than hot Cheetos. Well, that's one thing. I've been keeping up with this case. Again, if you want this from a law perspective, I'm not a lawyer. So there are plenty of good lawyers out there if that's what you want. If you want, though, I know this case pretty well. I've been watching this for 2 years develop. So I feel like I know it pretty well. Thanks for the 5. Do you think that Rocky will take the stand? I'll have to look through the witness list. I can't remember if she was listed or not. I'd love to hear more about Amber hitting her while their friendship ended. Well, she did make a witness statement for this, so that would be fascinating. Brown Eyed Girl, thanks for the 5. Is it possible Johnny's team is going to call AH as a witness? Not that I'm aware of. I figure she's going to be called by her own team, and they'll want to. They don't want to lead with questions from the way I was looking at their strategy. Again, I've not talked to their team or anything to verify that. You know, I do have very good sourcing on it, but I've tried to stay away. Again, you can't talk to witnesses right now. I want to make that very clear. I'm not talking to any witnesses, so there are no witnesses in that. And I've not talked to directly to any lawyers that are tied to their team. Like, well, that are in the courtroom. I'll make it that way. I've not talked to any lawyers that are in that courtroom. That would be a problem. So more of that Minecraft. Thanks for the super chat. Amica Cream now sold mega pint size in wicker. Exactly. That wicker, man. Wicker is strong stuff. You never understood that. You know, her whole case, really, when you look at it, it boils down to 7 pictures. When you get down to his rampage, for example, they need more. You know, when I say rampage, I say that in quotations. Yeah, somebody asked, let's see, thanks for the 2 there. Can we get an objection with the auto tune? Oh, you may. That old crazy cat lady, that's all she does. Objection, Your Honor, denied. That's the last one. Here's the other one. Objection, Your Honor. No, the honor hates you. I love it. I love it. Hey, Jackhead, thanks for the 5 there. No statement, but plenty of statement backing. Thank you. Star Teller, thanks for the 5. Why did the court make them pinky swear under penalty of law, but don't do it? It's weird. Do you not find, like, everything that they've been pulling, don't you find it hilarious? Like I said, how desperate they are to keep certain people from testifying, considering their entire case. The idea is that they didn't do anything wrong. I mean, it's funny that they want to hide everything behind the scenes. They didn't do anything wrong, though. Now, what's going to be really fun, I'm going to scroll down this document. I don't want to blind you on it. What's going to be really fun, they're going to bring in statements from people. This is what my gut says, okay? And again, I don't have any proof that this is the way that it's going to go, but just trying to fill out the way that their team responds. I think that they're going to throw in anything that talks about her having her stress, you know, her career damage, what she's been going through. And that's when you're going to have, all of this stuff come about Aquaman. But more than that, you're going to have things that come in, again, that have burned her in Hollywood. Remember, she burned down her career with Disney, going after it. That document I showed you, the part I didn't show you was she didn't get what she wanted from them. So she threatened Disney with sanctions. She said, you either give me what I want or we're going to sue you, essentially. So, I mean, she lost her cool with Disney. Then Warner absolutely threw her under the bus because she brought their movie into it that she wasn't supposed to. And then she's brought in again, as I've put in videos before. You have her bringing up texts. You notice these are plural between James Wan. So James Wan, the director of Aquaman, he's going to have multiple texts in here. That burns that relationship for sure. You have text, plural, with Zack Snyder. That burns that relationship. And you have text, singular. Again, that could be a typo or anything. Don't want to put too much on there, but still at the same time, at least something from Jason Momoa, which also that burns that relationship down too, which is, like I said, it's absolutely astounding how desperate they were. ZL, thanks for the 2. Ben Shue made Cat Lady exercise for the first time. Oh, she was something there. Pins, caps, and Band-Aids, thanks for the 2. Cat Lady getting her squats in, excellent witness. Yeah, it's been fun to watch this morning. Erica, thanks for the 2. How long can JD's attorney cross AH? They have so much time that they're allowed. And, they have 6 weeks, so they basically divide the time. So however much time is left, they can keep her on cross. I figure it depends on how impactful they think that her statements are. They'll have trouble dismissing certain claims. See, certain claims will be easy to take apart. For example, she's going to claim in, let me pull this up if we have time to look at this. So, she's going to claim that a day before she goes on the James Corden show, that video is on YouTube, by the way. You can look up Amber Heard, James Corden show. The day before she goes on that show, I can't play it live here. They'll try to copyright strike me for it. They did before. They've been doing that to everyone. But the day before she went on there, she said that she had her nose broken, that she had her both of her eyes blackened. She had all of these horrible things happen. And yet, when you look at still shots from there, and you can check out the entire footage, it's easily found there. But when you look at it, you can tell that she's had a nose job. Her nose has definitely not been broken, even though she claims it. Also, she says this is all makeup and Amica cream. Well, look at her face there. I can tell you fully that it doesn't cover up swelling. It doesn't cover up her plastic nose, because the bridge of her plastic nose here, if there was any deviation to it, she'd have to go somewhere. The same thing with her she says her lip here is busted. I mean, if you look through it, there's also no range of motion. There's no bruising on her arms or back. She says in that incident, she said that JD got on her back with his knee, held her down with it, and was pummeling her so much that it broke the bed that they were on. It broke the frame of it. And we're talking about a solid wood, like feet thick as far as the base, but it supposedly broke it. And if somebody did that, you're going to tell me that they don't have any marks around them anywhere. They don't have any marks on their wrists or arms. And even more than that, if you go forward with the date, there were also tabloid pictures. And funny enough, she's not trying to conceal herself in the tabloid. Look who is, though. JD is trying to conceal himself. Who's acting more like the victim here, I wonder. It's fascinating when you look at that. No more, let's see. Is that no more pot for you? Yeah, muffins for everyone. Thank you, Doug. No more pot for you, indeed. Whew. He had a lot of pot. He did. That's one thing I could say I learned from you. He's a substance abuser. Was anybody else surprised by that? Because I certainly wasn't. Oh, my God. A Hollywood star that uses drugs? Color me shocked. Like I said, through that whole first week, I kept expecting them to enter. Your Honor, he knew Pablo Escobar. I mean, here we have actual footage. I object, Your Honor. They're showing footage. They're showing footage from the movie Blow. I expected that. Carmen S., thanks for the vibe. Came in late when people started calling Amber Heard's lawyer Cat Lady. Why is that? I'm on Team JD's side. It's just she's crazy. And there's some footage that's speculated to be her, where she's standing in the crowd. There's a lady that looks just like her in the crowd that's asking for a signature from Johnny Depp in some older footage. And there's been jokes about how, she was asking him to sign her cat, Captain Jack Sparrow and stuff. So everybody's just been calling her the crazy cat lady, because she seems like she would not have anyone around her. She's probably burnt out every life connection. Oh, they're back. Let me get my footage back over here. So they haven't shown anything yet. And again, tell people that we're live. There's a lot to talk about in this case too, as it comes up. I mean, there's an ocean of documentation that can and needs to be discussed. I will catch every super chat that comes up in this too. If I did not catch you, I will catch you. J. Real McCoy, thanks for the 10. Someone make a counter of how many times Rottenborn and Grandma asked the same question. Exactly. They're going to ask the same stuff. Their impeachment, how it's going to go this time. Eric JM, thanks for the super chat there. No statement, but plenty of statement backing. Thank you. Can I show that video? I'll pull it up while we're while we're live. I'll see if I can find it real quick. It's a funny one. I'm thinking 18. Thanks for the 5. The estate manager. That would be Kevin Murphy. Would know if the bed was broken. He takes care of that. He said it wasn't. So would the accountant. They would have bought a new bed. Yeah, he said that. But truth getting in the way of her fiction. Huh. Shabaka Woogie. Thanks for 279. And MetaPoint. Man. Have we started turd side? No. And again, the mainstream and everyone else,
All right.
they're the
Mr. Whitman,
ones.
can you
that,
hear me okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
All right, now we're gonna have cross.
He'll come up then?
Yeah,
Okay.
cross-examination.
Oh my gosh,
Thank you.
Cat Lady's going to do it too.
Mr. Wiggum, you testified that you closed a deal for Mr. Depp for Pirate 6 with him acting as Jack Sparrow. Do you recall that testimony?
Yes.
Mr. Wiggum, could you do me a favor and just count from 1 to 5 for me so I can get you on my big screens here?
Sure. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
I'm not getting on this. There he
There
is.
we go.
Okay, thank you, sir. I appreciate it. I'm sorry.
But in fact, Mr. Wiggum, it's not true that Mr. Depp ever had a contract with Disney for Pirate 6. Isn't that correct?
Can you explain that question or that position?
Have you ever seen a contract that provides for Mr. Depp to play Pirate 6?
To the best of my knowledge, my memory, myself and my partner closed an optional picture deal for the amount of money of what that picture would be for Johnny.
And you would make sure to have that in writing, wouldn't you?
That would normally go through legal counsel in terms of the codification of it.
Do you have any explanation for why there exists nothing, no piece of paper, nothing suggesting that Mr. Depp ever had a deal with Disney for Pirate 6?
Objection, lack of foundation, compound.
Oh,
This
I'll
is
allow
so
it.
desperate.
So I often close, when I was an agent, we would work on many deals where I actually wouldn't see contracts. They were verbal in nature. And then, especially on optional pictures, just so there was an understanding of what the money would be.
So do you have an explanation why there is not even a piece of paper, not an email, not a text, not a document, nothing that suggests that Mr. Depp is going to be in Pirate 6 as Jack Sparrow?
Objection, asked and answered.
Ask and answer.
I don't believe it was.
Overruled, I'll allow it.
No, it was. What the hell was?
If you're asking me my opinion, it wouldn't necessarily be alarming because that would be a conversation usually to understand. Disney's going to want to know, are we on the same page about what the money's going to be? And most of that conversation, if I remember correctly, was also with one of Johnny's lawyers at the time.
Okay, and so you had, so Johnny's lawyer was discussing this, but there's no document. Do you have an explanation for that?
You may know better than me if there is a document, but that was Jake Bloom, at the time, I believe, if memory serves me correct.
All right. But would it be fair to say that you have never seen a document that provides that Mr. Depp was going to be in Pirate 6?
It would be fair to say that it was consistent with a lot of the conversations that I would have on behalf of big stars, where it was verbal and there was an understanding of what the deal was going to be.
Mr. Wiggum, if you could please answer my question.
Objection, harassment, he did answer the question.
I'll allow you want to ask your question. Go ahead.
Thank you.
Sure.
Judy,
Can you repeat the question? Sorry.
Judy, can you read that back? Thank you.
Disney wasn't going to have Captain Jack Sparrow. I mean, do you realize how dumb that idea sounds?
So would it be fair to say that you have never seen a document that provides that Mr. Depp was going to be in Pirates 6?
It would be fair to say that I have not seen a document on Pirates. Now, just so you know.
Mr. Wiggum, I don't need you to give me extra. I just want you to answer mine. I just want to know, have you ever seen a document that says Mr. Depp is going to be in Pirates 6?
I only, to fully answer the question though, I think there's some context.
That's an easy yes or no. Have you seen a document?
Technically, I perhaps have, because it connects to all the other Pirates films. It's just a modification of a new document. So I have not seen 22.5 million written on a page. You're correct about that.
Okay. Now, you in fact had discussions back in 2016 and 2017 with Mr. Bailey, Sean Bailey. You talked about him a little bit ago, right?
Yeah.
And you also had discussions with Jerry Bruckheimer in 2016 and 2017, correct?
Yes.
About Mr. Depp potentially being in Pirates 6, correct? And then you had discussions in 2018 with Mr. Bailey, and he was quite non-committal about whether Mr. Depp would be in Pirates 6, correct?
Objection, hearsay.
That's fine.
All right.
Okay, given that he was able to,
I'll sustain as to hearsay. It is hearsay.
Okay.
All right.
so you determined, Mr. Wiggum, that by the fall of 2018, it was very likely that Mr. Depp was not going to be in Pirates 6. Is that correct?
It's a two-pronged answer from my perspective, because there was really two individuals involved in that decision. I would say Jerry Bruckheimer and Sean Bailey. Jerry Bruckheimer in the fall of 2018 really wanted Johnny in that next film, and Sean was non-committal, as you said.
And Mr. Bruckheimer made it clear to you that Mr. Bailey was the one who gets to decide because he's Disney, right?
Ultimately, and he also wanted to be the tip of the spear to really try to convince Sean.
Okay, now, do you recall?
Go back to the microphone, cat lady. Come on.
Do you recall having your deposition taken on January 20, 2021? Okay,
Yes, ma'am, with you.
okay, can you pull that up, Michelle, please? Thank you. I'm going to ask you to turn to page 44, and Mr. Wiggum, you were under oath at the time of this deposition, correct? Correct?
Yes. Yes, ma'am.
Line 10. This is page 44, line 10. The question, do you recall approximately when in 2018 you inferred from your discussion with Mr. Bailey that the likelihood of Mr. Depp being in Pirates 6 was not high or was going away? And your answer at that time was, if memory serves me, the latter part of 2018 maybe. Question, when you say latter, is that any time from August to December, or what are you thinking? Answer, I would say fall, maybe, October, November, December, in that area. Do you recall giving that testimony under oath at that time?
I do, now that I see it, yes.
Okay. And in fact, there were quite a few things going on earlier in 2018 that might have had a bit of an impact on Mr. Depp's reputation. Would you agree?
It might help if you
Refresh your recollection? Sure. But, and before I go there, though, I think you said that the reason it was so catastrophic for Mr. Depp for the op-ed was because it was a first-person account of Johnny, right? Do you remember saying that?
Yes.
Okay. Wasn't it a first-person account when Ms. Heard filed for the TRO in 2016?
He didn't lose any jobs then, though. Oops.
So that would have predated any relationship I had to Johnny, so I had no knowledge of that.
Okay, so you don't know whether it was catastrophic then?
If you're asking me my opinion on something I don't know, I can form an opinion right now. It's a court document and probably a little different than an op-ed in the Washington Post. But I would agree it's not now that I'm forming an opinion, that it's not a great headline for sure.
When you read the op-ed, did you read it online or did you read it in the actual Post paper?
I don't remember.
Well, let's pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 2.
Oh, semantics. They're going to be like, well, this one, it's a little different.
Does this refresh your recollection?
Very hard for me to see. Is that just the paper?
We're going to try to scroll in a little bit more.
Again, just if you can help me. Is that the paper? Is
Yes.
that the article?
Yes, that's the Washington Post.
So, what's the question? Sorry.
Does this help refresh your recollection of whether you saw it in print or whether you saw it online?
It does not, but I'll tell you that I did not typically pick up the Washington Post,
Okay, and so while we're sitting, if you can, just for a second, you're saying that then 2 years ago I became, oops, I better not do that. Let's clear that one. Then 2 years ago, I became a public figure representing domestic abuse. That's this first person from Ms. Heard that's catastrophic for Mr. Depp. Is that your testimony?
My testimony is that it reads like a victim statement from someone involved and the recipient, and it became a bit of a death nail, catastrophic thing for Mr. Depp in the Hollywood community.
All right, well, let's pull up Defendant's Exhibit 99.
This guy just testified that Depp had half a dozen movies until
Now,
then.
there was, in fact, an article published in the Sun newspaper by Dan Wooten, the editor-in-chief, on April 27, 2018. Do you recall that?
Now that I'm looking at it.
Does that refreshes your recollection? And in fact,
Yes.
this article calls Mr. Depp a wife beater, does it not?
Objection, hearsay.
I'll allow it for them.
You know what? I can't see the print even with these glasses, but
All right. Well,
I'll take your word for it.
Well, the title here is How Can J.K. Rowling Be Genuinely Happy Casting Wife-Beater Johnny Depp in the new Fantastic Beasts film?
Objection,
Do you see
hearsay,
that?
Your Honor.
I'll allow that.
Yeah.
Okay. Your Honor, I'd like to move the admission of this exhibit. I think at this point, it's not offered to prove the truth of the matter asserted, but it's going to offer, he's testified to comparisons of other articles. He's testifying to the impact of the op-ed. I think it's, in fairness, we should be able to put this in and be able to make the comparisons.
It's clearly hearsay, Your Honor.
I'll sustain the
It's
objection.
not offered to prove the truth of the matter asserted, Your
I'll
Honor.
sustain the objection.
Okay.
You already got shut
Well,
down,
let's
cat
go
lady.
to the third page. Now, let's go to the fourth page. So it has A5, I think is what I'm trying to get to. So it says paragraph 7. So do you recall that it says in here
Objection, hearsay, Your Honor.
Your Honor,
She's just trying to backdoor your ruling.
Yep, that's exactly it. Your Honor, she is. She's trying to work around it. What they're doing, though, is hilarious because they're throwing Dan Wooten under the bus, and Dan Wooten is a huge, huge Heard simp. He's been online. Oh, I love her so much. Well, they're throwing him back in there. You know, he got sued in the UK. He didn't get sued in the US. He wants to get sued in the US. That could open that can of worms again, baby. You know, and here's the thing. If they look at this and people don't find that he abused her, but they find that this article isn't the one that did him in, ooh, man, that would be a problem because that would open you up for some other issues yet again. They have thrown everyone under the bus. I mean, they will throw anybody under the bus. They'll throw her friends under it. They'll throw supporters under it. I mean, she recorded, like most people don't know this, she recorded one of her
Wiggum.
friends. I'll tell you about this later.
the article also had pictures, did it not?
I don't recall.
Do you recall whether it had a picture of Ms. Heard?
Objection, hearsay, Your Honor.
I'll allow that.
I don't recall.
Can we go to the 8th page?
He didn't lose
Showing
Fantastic
you the
Beasts.
picture right
too.
now, does that refresh your recollection?
Your Honor, hearsay, lack of foundation.
I'll allow it.
It doesn't speak to my impression of when I read it or how I read it, but I see the photo. Yes, ma'am.
All right, and in fact, it shows bruises on it, doesn't it? On Ms. Heard's face?
Objection, lack of foundation.
Overruled.
You're going to have him
That would be
testify.
what I see, yes.
Okay.
Testify
Now,
to bruises.
Mr. Depp filed a lawsuit against the Sun newspaper and against Dan Wooten for this article, correct?
She's testifying. Object to that.
I
Object.
believe so.
June 13, 2018.
Object.
Let's pull up 1599, defendants
Jesus.
1599.
Useless, man. You object to that. That is what
Does
you
this
object.
refresh your recollection?
Objection, hearsay, Your Honor.
Just for refreshing recollection, I'll allow.
I'm just so I understand the question, you're asking, does it refresh a memory that Johnny filed suit against the Sun?
Yes, and Dan Wooten. On June 13, 2018.
Sure.
Okay,
Now that I'm looking at it, yes.
all right. And he did so in the UK, in the High Court of Justice, correct?
I believe so.
Oh.
You would know better than I.
Okay, and if we can just turn to page 9, and do you recall that Mr. Depp alleged that that article had caused him serious harm to his personal and professional reputation?
Objection, hearsay, calls for speculation.
I'll allow the question.
Thank you.
No, I don't recall.
I'm going to ask you to take a look at paragraph 11. And let me see if I
I
can
need
get.
new glasses.
Okay.
Sorry. Thank you.
I'm gonna-
Your Honor, is there a way to even make that screen bigger on mine? I wish I had better glasses and more technologically savvy.
They can make it a little bigger, but I think that's about as far as it can go.
I'm going to try to highlight it here so that that might help you a little bit. Let me switch the color. So do you recall that Mr. Depp alleged that the article in the Sun newspaper by Dan Wooten had caused serious harm to the claimant's personal and professional reputation?
If you're asking me, I don't recall it. I was not involved in that case at all. I'm able to read what's in front of me.
But you don't recall it, and you don't recall if that had any impact on Disney in 2018?
Objection, asked and answered.
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
All right. Do you recall that Mr. Depp also alleged that he was caused significant distress and embarrassment by the publication of that article.
That was also asked and answered already?
No, that, I
Object.
don't recall that.
Okay.
I say that because I just was not involved in that case.
All right.
My memory of that was, it was a tabloid, so, and the lawyers were in.
All right. Michelle, you can take that down. Thank you.
That's a good point. That
Now,
was a
there was a
tabloid.
trial in the UK, was there not, on Mr. Depp's claims of libel against Dan Wooten and the Sun?
I believe so.
And it was in July of 2020, was it not?
I don't remember the date, actually.
All right, and it lasted 3 weeks? Do you recall that?
I don't, but I'll take your word for it.
Do you recall there being an enormous amount of publicity surrounding that trial?
Objection calls for speculation, lack of foundation.
He said he did. Thank you. I'm sorry, Mr. Wiggum, you said you did recall that?
Asked and answered.
I'll allow it.
I remember there being press around it, yes, ma'am.
Okay, and in fact, do you recall that Mr. Depp gave testimony for 4 days?
Not specifically, I don't.
Do you recall that Ms. Heard gave testimony for 4 days?
I don't recall any specific memory of who testified for how long or any details within the case.
Do you recall there being many, many witnesses testifying at that case, on that case?
I think I'd revert to my answer just now.
Okay. And the press that surrounded that case, do you recall it being focusing on things like Mr. Depp's drug and alcohol use?
Same answer.
Do you recall there being the video, the kitchen video being shown repeatedly?
So she's
Objection. Your Honor, may
testifying.
we approach? Sure.
She's testifying, and she's not supposed to be able to bring in the trial in the UK, and she's essentially testifying about it, and the judge is allowing this. I mean, that some of the stuff this judge allows is mind blowing. I actually heard from a couple of lawyers that, well, let's just say they have experience with this judge, that the judge is very easy to get to lean to your side. You have to be very aggressive in pushing and pushing. And Depp's team, they need to be aggressive about this because that's trash. They're bringing in another judgment that this judge themselves said was not a fair
My last
judgment.
question was, do you recall there being
And
a
they
lot of
let them.
publicity surrounding Mr. Depp's alcohol and drug use?
I think I answered that.
Oh,
one.
that right, that's right, I was on the
don't
video,
recall.
the kitchen video. Do you recall there being, the kitchen video being played pretty repeatedly in the press?
No, I don't.
Do you recall a lot of pictures of Ms. Heard reflecting bruises, cuts, injuries?
I think, just to be clear, I don't recall anything that was going on within the case. I was always consumed with next film and TV opportunities, and that was being handled by the lawyers.
Do
That's
you?
my memory.
Do you recall, I just have a couple more to ask you on this. Do you recall there being allegations of at least 14 incidents of domestic violence against Ms. Heard in that trial?
I do not, with specificity. Same answer.
Now, could we bring up exhibit number 1 again, plaintiffs?
So the judge said, you can't bring in that trial, but we're going to testify about everything that happened in the trial the judge themselves said was unfair.
Now,
Amazing.
Mr. Wiggum, do you know who wrote Amber Heard, I spoke up against sexual violence and faced our culture's wrath, this has to change?
You're talking about the title?
Yes.
I wouldn't say that to me, I would have assumed it was Ms. Heard.
You assumed, but you don't know, do you?
I do not.
Okay. And were you aware that there were also 3 pleaded incidents of sexual violence in the UK trial against Ms. Heard by Mr. Depp?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Now, your testimony is, you can take that down now, thank you. Your testimony is that since some point in 2020, Mr. Depp has not had any more movie opportunities, is that correct?
Sorry, repeat the date.
When is the last time Mr. Depp had a movie opportunity?
The last film that he shot was Minamata, to the best of my memory.
All right. And in fact, do you know whether the article that was in the UK, the ensuing lawsuit that was brought by Mr. Depp, and the ensuing trial and all the publicity, do you know whether that had any impact on Mr. Depp's career?
Objection compound.
All right, I'll sustain the objection.
Do you know whether the collection of all of those items I just listed had an impact on Mr. Depp's career?
Remind me of the dates that you're asking about.
So the answer, I take it, is no, you don't know, correct?
I'm just trying to make sure I give you a correct answer so I understand the question. You
She answered
referenced
for him.
After 2020,
Okay,
is that what you're saying?
the article was April of 2018. The lawsuit was June of 2018. The trial was July of 2020. What opportunities has Mr. Depp had since July 2020?
Since July 2020, he has not done a film.
Thank you, I have no further questions.
All right, redirect.
Ben Chu, you better get in there and fix that. You let them make a mess, boy.
Good afternoon again, Mr. Wiggum. Do you recall Ms. Bredehoft asked you questions about whether you ever actually saw a document containing the $22.5 million deal for Mr. Depp for Pirate 6? Do you recall that?
I do.
And do you recall when you were trying to answer her question, you said you needed a little more context? Do you recall that?
Yes.
And would you please now provide the jury that context so they can have a fuller understanding of what your testimony is?
So often on a franchise movie, when you're dealing with big stars and you're talking about future optional pictures, you engage at the high level, meaning the president or the top of the studio, to get an understanding of what that deal is going to be. They then get papered, typically, when I say papered, amended, because it's based on the same contract, usually, that's been in existence. And it would get, sometimes we don't see paperwork or get paperwork until the film is happening.
And Mr. Wiggum, on a similar line, Ms. Bredehoft asked you some questions about whether after this deal was done, it was starting to trend badly with respect to Disney and not so, and still well with respect to Mr. Bruckheimer in the fall of 2018. Do you remember that testimony?
I do.
When was it that Disney made the final decision as to whether Mr. Depp would be in Pirate 6?
I'll sustain the objection. I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Oh, they finally
Mr.
allow
Wiggum,
us.
it may have been trending badly as of that time, but Disney had not gone in the other direction, correct?
No.
So the
Overruled,
email
I'll
you
allow
showed
it.
me earlier.
You may
The
continue.
email you showed me earlier was 2 days after the op-ed, and I was saying that Disney had never said that Johnny would not be in the film as of that date.
Overruled.
And my my testimony is the exact same as the deposition, which is it was trending badly in the late fall on behalf of Disney, but Jerry Bruckheimer and I were lobbying to make it happen, and so we had hope, and it became clear to me in early 2019 that it was over.
Thank you very much, Mr. Wiggum. No further questions.
2 days
All right,
after
thank
the
you. Is this witness
op-ed.
subject to recall?
That's what they said. 2 days. So it was
Honor.
2018.
All right, Mr. Wiggum, since you're subject to recall, you're still subject to the rule on witnesses, so you cannot discuss your testimony with anybody and you cannot watch any of the trial, okay, sir?
Okay.
All right, but you're free for today. Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, your next witness?
Your Honor, before we call the next witness, may we approach briefly for a
Okay,
moment?
sure.
All right, so right there, the guy was saying that, look, he lost that in 2018. That's the entire point. She keeps bringing up 2020. This is when it was done. No, that's when the tabloids picked that up. There's a big difference in the tabloids reporting something and what happened. See, the tabloids, like I said, they didn't know any of this stuff at all. It's amazing. They are desperate. I cannot believe that judge allowed her to testify, though, on what happened in the trial. That's absolute garbage. And part of that is actually the lawyer. He needs to hit every single thing that comes up. You have to be aggressive about it. You know, the judge can like you, sure, but you know what? At the end of the day, who cares if the judge likes you? You're there to win. You know? Cat lady ain't worried about them liking her. And, you know, you got to walk a fine line with the jury in the way that they see you. But they weren't supposed to be bringing in the son verdict. They're not supposed to be. And yet she testified about it. So.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm to testify truthfully in this case and penalty of the law?
All right, let's see.
Good, how are you doing, sir? Good afternoon. You can sit down, sir. That's fine.
Good afternoon, Mr. Marks.
Good afternoon.
Would you please state your full name for the record?
Richard Edward Marks.
And Mr. Marks, where do you live?
I live in Hollywood.
Would you tell us a little bit about your educational background, sir?
I'm a product of the public school system in Los Angeles, and I went to UCLA undergraduate, and I'm a graduate of the UCLA School of Law.
When did you graduate from UCLA School of Law?
I graduated in 1973, and I've been an officer of the courts since then, almost 50 years.
Where do you work?
I work at my own law firm, Richard Marks and Associates.
What is Richard Marks and Associates?
It is a transactional entertainment law firm, and we represent individuals, writers, directors, actors, books, but authors. But mainly we represent producers who are developing a product, if you will, to be produced and then exploited on television, features, streaming, things like that.
When you say a transactional law firm, what do you mean by that?
What I do is make deals. They're transactions. I'm a deal guy. So my whole practice, all these decades, has been about getting to yes. How do you make a deal? And then how do you get it documented so people sign it and then are able, it's clear enough that it can be administered and people can know what to do after you've made the deal.
Specifically, what types of clients do you work with?
Well, as I said, I work with all kinds of clients, but my bigger clients and the bulk of my practice is representing producers who produce, they develop and they produce content for exploitation.
Are there any particular clients that you can identify?
Yeah, I've been working for a long time with ITV, which is a huge British company with worldwide reach in entertainment. They produce The Voice, Love Island, and right now I've done all the development legal work on a miniseries that's about to shoot in France and England, starring Michael Douglas as Benjamin Franklin. It's based on a novel that we optioned, I helped them option years ago. Then scripts were written for the 8 hours. Then Michael Douglas was engaged, the director was engaged, and I do all those contracts, and that's ITV. Another one of my big clients is Village Roadshow. They're an Australian company. They partner with Warner Brothers and they produce movies like Matrix, Aquaman, Scooby-Doo. Right now, I am working on a television series for them, doing the legal production, and before that it was development, but the production legal work on a reboot of the old College Bowl show, where two colleges come together with teams and answer questions, and here they're going to win scholarships. And the hosts are Peyton Manning and Eli Manning. So that's currently what I'm working on for Village Roadshow.
Any other clients?
And I would say my third big client is a company called Media Rights, MRC, and they produce movies and TV shows. Recently, I've done a lot of work for them. They are finishing up a mini-series that I'm doing the legal work on for Apple, starring Billy Crudup. We just finished a mini-series for them called Terminal List with Chris Pratt. That's for Amazon. And we recently finished a mini-series doing the legal deal-making for MRC on a show called The Shrink Next Door, which is aired. It starred Will Ferrell and Paul Rudd. And then I can't leave out my longest client, which is the producers of Bosch for Amazon. It's got to be 9-10 years ago when we went into Amazon. They had never produced a series, and we negotiated a deal for Michael Conley's book series, and we cast Titus Welliver as Bosch. They wouldn't order a series, they would only order a pilot. And now, in the next few days, what I call the 8th season, but which is the first season of the spinoff, will be available on IMDb TV instead of on Amazon, but Amazon owns IMDb TV. And we're right now writing the 9th season. So I've had this long run with this one particular series.
Can you tell the jury a little bit about the types of deals that you work on for these clients?
Well, when you think of a series or a motion picture, and you see the credits, there's hundreds of credits there. And every one of those people, you have to make a deal with them, and you have to paper it so that they sign it. And you know what to pay them, and what is there a guild involved, a union? What are their services? And what I do is all of that, soup to nuts, many times. Sometimes I work with in-house counsel or other attorneys, and we split up the work. But basically, you want to produce a movie or a show. You might option a book. I do that deal. You might hire a writer. Then you might get a director, then a line producer, a UPM, first AD, Then you start hiring your cast. Then you start making location deals. Then you start renting equipment and props and getting releases for photos you might show or for people who might end up on camera. And then when you're done shooting, you're making deals for merchandising and deals with distributors. And in the old days, it might have been for a DVD or for merchandising, a doll. And so it's really, what I do is make deals. And all deals, I've been doing it for almost 50 years, but they're all the same. They have elements of time, money, credit, rights, and perks. And I have approached deals that way so that I've made myself relevant. When I started out, there were 3 networks and big studios. And an attorney said, well, I'm a TV lawyer or I'm a feature lawyer. I just said, I'm a transactional lawyer. And so I've been able to adapt and make deals with Netflix, Quibi, YouTube, you name it, I've made deals. I mean, I recently made a deal with Hellman's Mayonnaise for an actress who is going to be an influencer for them on the web. And it was it was a good payday for this actress, but that's the way I look at deals. I'm a deal maker, and that's my practice.
Mr. Marks, you testified that you have been working in the entertainment industry almost 50 years. How did you get started in the entertainment industry?
I got started in the entertainment industry by being born in Hollywood, and it's our town industry, if you will. And I've always been interested in it. And when I went to UCLA, I took all the film classes there were. And when I went to UCLA Law School, it was by design because, number one, I couldn't afford the big law school, so UCLA was a public school. It was virtually free. I went to UCLA Law School because if you want to practice entertainment law in Hollywood, you go to UCLA or USC. Those are the schools where you kind of create your contacts and your network. And at UCLA, they had some of the best professors who taught entertainment law-related subjects. So I took copyright, trademark, entertainment contracts, if you will. I took everything entertainment-related. And that's how I kind of built the foundation for then my after-law school career.
What did you do after you graduated from law school?
Well, I wanted to do entertainment and transaction law, but I realized I could earn a little bit more money if I went into entertainment litigation, suing over copyrights and trademarks. And so I took the highest paying job that I could get out of law school, and was in 1973. And I did IP litigation, disputes over copyrights, trademarks, disputes over rights, things like that. And I was a low-level litigator, doing depositions or motions, certainly not sitting at the, examining witnesses, except it might be in a deposition. And I did that for about, it was my first year out of law school.
What did you do after that?
Well, after that, I kind of made a decision that being a litigator wasn't for me, that I wanted to make deals, that I wanted my career to be about getting to yes. And that involved a lot of, conflict sometimes, but the goal was to get to yes so that both parties could work together. Because the goal was working together and creating the TV show, not making the deal. The deal makers had to step away so that you closed the deal and then people could live with that deal. And so I went to a transactional law firm, and I was there a couple of years, and I made deals.
What kind of projects did you work on when you transitioned into that deal-making role?
Well, this is, mid-1970s, and this law firm was hot, if you will. And some of my classmates were there. That's how I got the job. I had to take a cut in pay to go there. I'll never forget, I'm the second chair attorney in a big conference room at Fox, and we're trying to close a deal for our young client, George Lucas, to make a film called Star Wars, a Western space movie. And Fox would not give us the budget or the salary he wanted. And this is the God's honest truth. We said, okay, give us the merchandising. And famously, they gave us the merchandising because they didn't think there was value there. And that's how much our business has changed. While I was at my first transactional firm, we also worked for a client. His name is Sylvester Stallone. His claim to fame is that he was a character actor, but he had written a script that all the major stars wanted to play. They wanted to play the role Rocky. And he said, I will not sell this script unless I play Rocky. And no one was happy about that. And the deal we made was he got to play the role, but it was a very low budget, and he hardly had a dressing room. He hardly had any perks. He wasn't happy about it, but we were able to make up for that in the deals for Rocky 2, 3. And that's the type of deals. It was, at that entertainment transactional firm, we weren't representing major companies, if you will. We were representing artists, writers, directors, talent, like individuals. We weren't representing the companies I do now, like ITV or Village Roadshow.
How long were you at that law firm?
I was at that firm for a couple of years.
What did you do after that?
After that, I made a decision that I wanted to go in-house where the full-time business was making product, and it was very tied to production, and I wanted to move away from law firms at that moment. And my first in-house job was for the Ziegler Discount Agency, which was one of the premier literary agencies in town. We represented writers and books and estates of books. And at that time, in late 70s, early 80s, if you wanted to hire a writer or a book, or option a book, there were three places you went. You went to Swifty, which he's kind of famous, Swifty Lazar's Oscar parties, or you went to Swanee, H.L. Swanson, or you went to Ziggy, and I worked for Ziggy.
Did you work for any other companies in an in-house capacity as a deal maker?
Oh yeah. With Ziggy, we made deals for the book The Princess Bride. We did a lot of. We worked for William Goldman, who that was his book and his screenplay, and it was a fabulous experience. But that firm was bought by ICM, a much bigger agency, and then I moved to Paramount. That's where I next went, and at Paramount, I was the attorney on the series Cheers and the series Family Ties, which was the break for the young son, Michael J. Fox. And then I did something, because I have never said I'm just a TV lawyer. I'm a deal maker. I get to yes. And it's sort of unheard of, but I moved from network television doing the deals for Cheers and Family Ties. I moved to features at Paramount because you could earn a little more money in features. And I was married, and I had a child. And in features, I was assigned to do the development and production work for a producer, who's in this case Jerry Bruckheimer, and I also served. They had an overall deal with Eddie Murphy, so I did the legal work on his films like Beverly Hills Cop, Coming to America, things like that. And I was at Paramount about 4 years.
Where'd you go after Paramount?
After Paramount, I got this opportunity to head up business and legal affairs in the feature division for Jerry Weintraub's studio. Jerry was famous at the time for Karate Kid and Ocean's 11, and he represented, Elvis and Frank Sinatra in music, and John Denver. But this was his motion picture company, and I was in features, and we made a film called Troop Beverly Hills, which was starring Shelley Long. We made another film, The Big Blue. We acquired a film library. He was positioning himself to be a major company until he went bankrupt. And that was one of his only failures.
Where'd you go after that?
After Jerry Weintraub, I went to Disney, and I filled in for a year for the head of legal in features, who was on maternity leave and taking a family leave. And so I headed up legal on films like Dick Tracy, Madonna was in that, Rocketeer, another live action film. But what I really remember about my time at Disney is they were revamping the animation department, and they wanted to make a different kind of Disney animated film. And part of it, in the old days, Disney animated films, the voices weren't advertised. They weren't the stars of the movie. Disney was the star, or Dumbo was the star, but the voices were hardly known. And we broke that mold, and it was the first deal where we paid real money to someone to do a voice. Was a deal I made with Robin Williams to voice Aladdin. And it changed the whole history of Disney and feature animation. I worked on Beauty and the Beast, and it was a tremendous experience to be involved with them.
After you worked at Disney, did you continue to fill in-house deal-making roles?
Yeah, I continued my in-house road, even in the world that I could see was consolidating, and it was going to be more and more difficult to stay in-house. After Disney, I went to a company called Media Home Entertainment, and they put up money for films, and for their investment, they got the VHS cassette rights. So Media Home Entertainment was one of the producers, investors in the Nightmare on Elm Street series and Blue Velvet. And what they got was the right to sell video cassettes. They also manufactured and sold the Jane Fonda videos or the NFL videos. And it was a great business, except the studios realized, are we crazy? Why are we letting another company sell video? We should keep that in-house. And so I was not only head of legal, but I was on the board of directors, and we sold the company to Fox so that they could take in the assets and eliminate a competitor.
Where'd you go after that?
After Media Home Entertainment, I went to a company called Kushner Lock. It was at a time in the business there were hundreds of independent producing companies because the networks couldn't produce for themselves. There were laws preventing it. And Kushner Lock, we produced Pinocchio with Jonathan Taylor Thomas. We produced a small movie called Freeway. It was Reese Witherspoon's one of her first roles. And it was Now, I was there for 8 years. It was a good long run until they, as all those independent companies ultimately did, not all, most, they went bankrupt after 8 years.
What did you do after that?
Now, you can see I'm still chasing the in-house world. I went to a company, Nelvana. They were a Canadian animation company, but they had this big office in LA. I headed up business and legal. We manufactured, made, produced animated television series like Care Bears and merchandising also. Babar, Big Bear, Little Bear, all sorts of animated subjects and merchandising deals and cartoons, if you will. And then that Canadian company closed the LA office and moved back to Canada. I didn't want to move back to Canada. And so my last in-house situation, I went to Universal Network Television, and I did business and legal affairs on Just Shoot Me, television series, a series starring Josh Brolin called Mr. Sterling. It was kind of patterned on Mr. Smith Goes to Washington. And at the same time I was at Universal Network Television, I consulted with Nickelodeon Features, and I helped them sort of build out their feature products. They were on the Paramount lot. I had been at Paramount for a long time, and we worked on films such as SpongeBob, the animated film. And then when that consulting ended and NBC came in and bought Universal, that ended my job at Universal, and I made the decision I would go back and be a lawyer at a law firm.
What types of work were you doing when you went back to the law firms?
When I went back to the law firm, I did a lot of, I worked on their clients, and I helped a financier, Robert Sillerman, in effect buy the American Idol brand. I worked with Barry Gordy's company, trying to turn some of his world into theatrical plays. I worked with the Nat King Cole estate, trying to do things. So it was a lot of reality. I remember I worked with J. Walter Thompson, and they were in effect creating advertising opportunity branding. And then the one that sticks in my mind is I helped George Foreman market things so that he made a deal to be the face of a thing called the George Foreman Grill, and it was a good practice.
Mr. Marks, you testified that you now are at a law firm called Richard Marks and Associates. When did you start that firm?
Well, after the firm I just told you about was called Greenberg Traurig. It's a large international firm. I moved to a firm called The Point Media in 2006, and I was there for 14 years, doing much the same work that I do now. And then in 2020, right at the start of the pandemic, I went out on my own and formed Richard Marks and Associates.
Over the course of your career, what, if any, changes have you observed in the deal-making space in the entertainment industry?
Well, before I got involved in the business, most deals for writers were how much money per week and how many weeks. When I got into the business, it was already more complicated. But through my decades, all that's happened has gotten more and more complicated. Still the essential elements of time, money, credit, perks, money, whatever. But it's gotten more complicated. You had to deal with merchandising. You had to deal with sequels. You had to deal with all sorts of derivative works, video games. you name it, publicity, promotion, it all expanded so that making a deal that might have been, simple 30 years before now was a major production. And, lawyers became integral. You couldn't do a deal without someone who was going to dive into the boilerplate and make sure that it was right.
Your Honor, I'm about to switch gears a little bit. I don't know if you would like to break now for lunch.
That's fine. If you could approach us for a moment, just a minute.
All right, so they're building all of his credentials there. Now that might actually let's see how they're gonna break that. Actually, what would have been a smart way to break, to be honest, to build him up. That's a lot of credential reading. One of the things you have to be careful of is boring the crap out of the jury, and that was a lot of credentials. So if they save it for the other half, that actually might be a smart move. We'll see how it goes.
Your Honor, before we take lunch, plaintiff would move in Mr. Marks as an expert in the entertainment industry.
All right, any objection?
They're making him
All
an
right,
expert.
so moved. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll go ahead and take our hour lunch
There
then.
you go.
Please do not talk to anybody and don't do any outside research. We'll see you back in an hour, okay?
Expert designation.
Mr. Marks, if you
That's
could just
what
stay
it
there
was.
for a second, sir. Stay there for a second. Just stay right there.
Thank you.
No problem, sir. All right. Sir, since you're in the middle of your testimony, you cannot talk to anybody about your testimony at this time, including any lawyers or Mr. Depp, okay, sir? All right, and we'll be back. Then we'll be back at, let's make it 2 o'clock, okay? All right, thank you.
Cat lady doesn't care yet, but you watch. If he says anything that's worth a crap, they're like, "Oh my God!" All right, let me switch that off real quick. I noticed like a bunch of people tuned out while he was speaking, but you know what? It's astounding when you watch the case. I realize people, they look for the overt fireworks that come up. The problem is some of the biggest things that happen in these cases are not the "oh my God, she pooped on my bed." It's Christian Carino, for example. That was not exciting testimony, but it was the most valuable testimony that you see. Some of the police, they weren't the most exciting testimony that you saw, but it was the valuable testimony that you saw. Let me show you something. Now, you guys were asking about Cat Lady and her appearances. Her being a fan. So I'm going to play you a video here. This is hilarious. All right. If you've not seen this is good stuff. Oh my God. It's one of my favorites, actually. So give me 1 second. I'm going to make sure it blows up correctly. So watch this. Let me make sure the volume's off because I don't want it playing copyrighted music. This platform goes nuts over copyrighted music. But give me 1 second. Almost got it. But yeah. Okay, so there was a video that came out with somebody claiming that, hey, have you seen the cat lady is actually a former Johnny Depp fan. Now watch this, okay? All right, there's just music on there. But okay, look, like when he's walking, okay, look right there in the audience. Now, that I'll show you in just a minute. That is not someone that is superimposed a face. That's actually the lady's face in the background. And look, compare the images here. Like, look at her, okay? I mean, look at her face here. Look at that profile. And that profile. She's a disgruntled Johnny Depp fan. She was like, "Sign my kitty." His name is Mr. Captain Jack. And he didn't hear her. And she's like, I'll get him. It's the origin of a villain story. No. This gets better. You say definitely fake. Oh, let me take this another level for you, okay? Before you get to it's got to be fakes. Okay, so with deep fakes, like when you go through that, you add a a layering mask, right? You gotta lay in the face. All right. Well, let me show you the pictures of the. Okay, so when you do that, it leaves like an image trace for it, right? Okay, so here is the check for the deep fake image trace, right? Here's the regular picture. You can see her right there. Here's the image trace. Look. She said it's not a fake face. It's not been added in there as a layering composite or anything. Oh my God. That face is there. It's part of the background. It's part of the video. Oh my God. So they, oh, yep, they don't have any image artifact in there. It's a Depp fake. Instead of a deep fake. Oh, she's like, oh, she's freaking out there just because she's like, Mr. Depp, sign my kitty cat, please. And he's like, no. Oh my God. And now she's tuned in to be a villain ever since. Oh my God, I about died when I saw that the first time. That's funny. That is funny. Oh my gosh. Yeah, let's look at that video after that. So yeah, could it be a fake? Sure, it could be a fake. But at the same time, if it's a fake, it's a really good one. You know. I love seeing the random stuff that pops up with these trials. This trial has been amazing for stuff like this. Again, see that walkthrough one more time. I know. You can see it like right there in the corner. Look, even what's funny is even then she can't smile. Look, she comes this close. Look, even then she looks like she's in pain. She's like, I'd smile, but I can't. She has never smiled in this thing. Well, oh, God, that hurts me. Anyway, I thought that was worth showing to you. So what happened in the, are you talking about, somebody asked what happened in the last testimony? The person that we just saw, they were establishing their credentials as an expert witness. So they're going to bring them in as an expert in the entertainment industry. We heard quite a bit to establish that credentialing, but that credentialing is important because when they go in and they testify on, what should be there, what shouldn't be there, what happens with your career and on, again, that's going to make an impact. I think that they can lay down a pretty good foundation of the op-ed killed his career. I actually thought the guy before that. I was a little irritated hearing the way that Ben Chu and team, they did not fight hard enough, keeping her from basically bringing in testimony about the son, which again they're not supposed to. But I still thought he did really well in establishing the fact that destroyed career, because again that's really what you're going to have to get down to. Again, abuse supposedly took place. There are a lot of pictures too out there. There's an entire website dedicated to collecting documents, articles, and whatnot. It's called the ifod.net/truth, and they have a lot of documents that pertain to this. My I'd say most fascinating document is when all of this stuff starts up. Here you go. Let me put it on the screen here for you. So the first document that really kicks all of this off, like I said, the blackmail document that starts everything up. This is the first time that you hear anyone relate the idea of abuse, the very first time that it starts. This is in 2016. You have 3 incidents of violence that were alleged. And those incidents, again, they have ballooned all the way from 3 alleged incidents all the way up to 14 alleged incidents. And on top of that, they have also alleged sexual violence. So it's amazing to see what you have to understand is they're going to present one heck of a sideshow trying to say that he did all of these terrible things throughout the years, and they're all going to lead back to this. But they're all, when they spawn from it, again, it's fascinating because she admits during this time, she actually admits that this is kind of made up. Aaron thinks for the two. You should make a cat lady villain origin shirt. That would be funny. Maybe I will do that. Yeah, if you haven't checked out our shirts, by the way, all profits, not proceeds. I can't say proceeds because I don't control the other side, but all profits we are taking to charity. And the t-shirts are pretty funny. We have a mega pint shirt. We have a muffin shirt. You know, we've been keeping up with it. Maybe I'll do a villain cat lady shirt. But she actually does admit to the fact that this stuff it's an abuse hoax, essentially. They came up with the words because she didn't know what to do at the time. She didn't know what to allege at the time. And she put it into text that he could, here, let me pull those up for you, actually. This is beautiful because we own these texts. You know, they are public documentation that have been supplied to us. So here you go. So in the beginning, you know, you'll see words missing because I've redacted them. This platform does not like specific words like DV. It doesn't like that listed out in front of you. They will throttle and demonetize videos that have that wording there in association, especially with Amber Heard. Or they do not like Amber Heard negative things, so you have to go out of your way to make sure that it looks a specific way. Yeah, so anyway, even if it's her doing the damage to herself. So you can see here, though, she says about that letter that I just showed you, just confirm that the letter here is completely private. It has nothing to do with any public record, and only included with the DV TRO stuff because I called the lawyer when the cops were here, and I didn't know what to do. Or why that happened, and was scared. So again, she's saying these claims, they came up. I didn't really know what to do in the moment. I was scared in the moment, so I made up claims. I made up claims about abuse. But that letter where I allege that stuff, it's private unless you file as well. So she wanted him to give her, like, what you find out as you move forward is it wasn't $7 million she was asking for, like she has said repeatedly. She actually wanted $14.2 million. She wanted that free and clear, and she wanted all their community liabilities paid off. So the community liabilities, that means debt that was accrued during the relationship, or the marriage rather. They were married 15 months. They had a whopping debt of $13.5 million during that time. So if you added all of that together, I mean, she was really asking for close to $30 million because she wanted her debt reset. She wanted $14 million tax-free. Again, the tax liabilities on that are astronomical. She wanted $500,000 to pay off any of her lawyer debts too. And she was like, unless you file as well, if you file, those claims are going to go forward. All right, Beck, thanks for the 5. If Granny Cat's pushed her luck, she'll get destroyed by this guy. Ever seen a high-strung cat try to be clever? Might as well speed run as a precaution. Yeah, that's gonna be something that, whew. Now, it's gonna be interesting to watch to see how that plays out. Now, with the filing as well, you'll notice something else here. These trials, she's saying, unless you file as well, She goes through, which I guess opens us up to the press. So, if you file as well, we're going to take it to the press. But if you file privately, if you sign off, all of this can be revoked at any time. It will never go forward. She also, as part of it, she says this part that really it's really a mess. Look, we can take as long or as quick as we want, and we can do this or undo this as we see fit. You and I have the control and love each other. I thought you filed. You said you were going to and said goodbye. Remember, she was saying, I planned on filing all along. I was actually going to be the one that kicked all of this off. Well, what you're seeing from her own text where I thought you had already filed for divorce. When he said, again, when he was on the stand, he wanted to take time, he wanted to do it, but he wanted to do it quietly. He wanted to make sure it didn't embarrass her or cause any harm. Well, right when he was ready to walk out the door, she was on that. And not only that, but again, her own messages say, now she throws her lawyers under the bus, saying they're the ones that came up with this abuse hoax. But right from go, she says that everything was the fault of her lawyers. It wasn't the fault of her. She never called him an abuser, which is astounding when you get down to it. Always someone else's fault. Always someone else's screw up. Always someone else to blame. And I mean, when you look at what really happens there, what's astounding too is that, like I was going over the other day, when you talk about another thing that she absolutely did violate was their non-disclosure agreement. They had agreed on during their marriage, and we actually have a copy of what the non-disclosure agreement looks like, it's listed in. So there was I did a video entitled Heard's lawyer betrays her, I think it was, and there was a lawyer called Eric George. He's the reason that we know about the ACLU. We know all of the things that were happening behind the scenes, but we also, because of him, you and I know about how the NDA lays out. And the NDA it's fascinating to look at because it's very descriptive in confidentiality. Here's the confidentiality. This is their non-disclosure agreement. I always found the non-disclosure agreement to be fascinating. Hey, Ash, thanks for the 2 there. Hopefully the purgatory to expert witness pays off. Yeah. Well, what they're gonna do is when they talk about damages, they're gonna be able to bring him in. They're gonna say, yes, this is actual damage. I understand how contracts work. You know, they were playing a semantic game with the last guy. They were saying, well, you didn't really have a contract, did you? And the guy was saying, yeah, we did. This was a verbal contract, but it exists as an extension of the already existing Pirates 5 contract. So yes, we already had a contract. They just kept playing semantic games with it. But here's the this is their NDA. This is exactly how it reads in the subject, confidentiality. So except for documents previously filed with the court, neither petitioner nor respondent shall discuss, publish, or post, or cause to be discussed, published, or posted, directly or indirectly, any information pertaining to the parties' premarital relation, marriage, or dissolution action on the internet. That includes, but not limited to, social media applications, witnesses, or websites rather, blogs, witnesses, news periodicals, etc., or in the media in any matter. Petitioner and respondent shall also instruct their respective agents, friends, family members, and representatives not to communicate and or act in any way contrary to this provision. All right, so when you read that there, that's pretty ironclad, right? What she was doing behind the scenes was in direct violation. Here's where the rub comes in, though. Depp could have easily won this case. all he had to do was go for a non-disclosure agreement violation because, again, that's open and shut. She went out, she put together an op-ed, she plotted behind the scenes with a co-conspirator organization, the ACLU. It is matter of fact. The documentation exists. It proves it. There are letters in it. This guy right here, this lawyer, Eric George, he spills the tea on all of it too. I mean, he absolutely destroys any provision where they can hide that. He does a very good job of taking her apart on the stand. It was fascinating because it was so bad. This guy, you had Amber Heard lifts the attorney-client privilege so he can talk about things. And she was expecting him to discuss, a few things here and there. And he just dropped bombshell after bombshell after bombshell. This document is a beast of something. And that's how we know so much about it. She freaked out the next time. His lawyers, they found so many good things in this that they wanted to come back to it again. And she freaked out about it. She wouldn't let him come back to it again. But it's astounding stuff. It's astounding. But he could have won, like I said, with a non-disclosure agreement violation. But here's your problem. If he went to court for that, how would people have perceived this case? You and I, if we would have looked at this case with what existed in 2017, what would it have looked like? It would have looked like a move to silence someone, because he would never have been able to discuss what was out there. The way that he had to move forward is he had to bring a case in which, number one, he could win the court of public opinion, because it doesn't matter if you become marketable again. It doesn't matter if you get that win in the courtroom if the public doesn't believe you. And the public in 2017 thought he was an absolute monster. In 2018, when your op-ed comes out, 2019, when all of this stuff starts dropping. And you got, what was fascinating is that they brought up the Sun article. She was behind a lot of the Sun article too. She was leaking items to him. She was leaking pictures and all kinds of other just stuff to try to prove that there was abuse that went on. And she absolutely did violate that, Let's see. Ren, thanks for the super chat. Hi, I missed most of the entire testimony before Richard Marks. What happened during that testimony? Lots of love from Sweden. So Richard, okay, so you missed the other guy that was talking about. So he was an agent. The other guy was talking about, he actually made some huge statements in there, because he was talking about lost career opportunities. And one of the opportunities that he discussed was the loss of Pirates of the Caribbean 6. So that's a big one, actually. He went through, let me pull this up for you. I take notes of sort, when I'm going through, if you're on Twitter and you ever fall behind on it. Did you miss the other guy? Did you miss the bodyguard too? There was a bodyguard as well that spoke and talked about Johnny Depp having Red Bull cans thrown at him. Talked about Amber Heard spitting on him and grabbing him and doing all types of physical stuff toward him. And the problem with that is Amber Heard has gone on the record as saying that there was only one time in the entire relationship that she ever put hands on Johnny Depp. And that time was on the staircase incident. That's why they spent so much time. So let me bring that up before we hit that one guy. So the bodyguard that spoke before, who had the very impressive beard, I'll have to say. He had one heck of a beard there. He was talking about what we're going to call the staircase incident. And we're going to hear more about that from Amber Heard. Okay, when he was discussing the staircase incident, right here, when he was saying, out of the corner of my eye, I saw a fist come over my shoulder. It contacted with JD's face. That was her fist. When he was talking about all of that, again, that's from an incident where you have her sister join in and say that she saw the violence for the first time. Out of every time she's ever witnessed it, that was the time where she could prove that there was volatile relationship, that it all came from JD, and it was all because of him. And, the reason that she says that, by the way, is because there is a witness toward the violence. You actually have a witness go on record. Most of the time, you don't have anyone that witnesses anything. She just makes up whatever narrative that she wants. As a very good source said one time, imagine her, she dances between the raindrops. The raindrops are evidence. They keep falling and falling. She has to spin a narrative around it. Typically, she doesn't have a human being that's going to contradict her, though. In this instance, she actually did. She had a human being that stepped up and said, yeah, I was there. I saw what happened, and what happened is not what you said. Bam, He had a lot more to say, too. Let me pull up a little bit more of that. Now, they like I said, they brought up this, they call it the staircase incident. And the fascinating thing about the staircase incident is the fact that Whitney Hurd, again, she went on record to say the reason that she left was because of that incident. She witnessed violence, that it scared her. But there have been two people that have actually gone on record contradicting her. There was one of the biggest one, Jennifer Howell. We've not heard from her. I kind of expect her to testify, but at the same time, I kept hearing how they're going to close, and she hasn't testified yet. I kind of have an expectation of hearing her. I would like to hear what she has to say too. But Jennifer Howell was one of the more fascinating people because she gave us all of the description about Elon Musk and about those fertilized eggs, but she also, let's see, I've got to find it real fast. Here it is. All right. So this is what she had to say about what happened with Whitney Hurd. Again, Whitney Hurd, this was after Whitney Hurd had gone on the record because they thought that nobody would contradict them. This is actually the deposition of Jennifer Howell. Red, thanks for the 5-2. Remove Amber Heard from Aquaman 2. Reaches 4.5 million signatures. Hasn't gotten there yet. It hasn't gotten to 4.5. Yeah, but it brought up the thing for it. Yeah, it went over 3 million. I saw that. I thought that was amazing. Linda James, thanks for the 5. Are jurors professionals? I thought in America it's a job. Don't know where turn it. They're not. They come from all walks of life. They could be anybody. You're supposed to be judged by the jury of your peers, but typically people that are, like myself, if you tried to pull me into court, I'd find a way to get out of it. I'm not going to be in court. I wouldn't do that. Now, all of the jurors that are in this case, funny thing, they all knew who Johnny Depp was. They're all very familiar with him. So they know the screen presence. They know all of that stuff. They had no idea who Amber Heard was. Like, a couple of them knew. One of them actually pulled out his cell phone. This is funny, I thought. He pulled out his cell phone and he said, well, my wife texted me to tell me that Amber Heard, I can't remember what he said, like she's a POS or she's a creep or just whatever. I can't remember the exact term he used. But he said, but I can make an informed decision. I can make up my own mind. I thought that was hilarious, actually. But the jurors, they could come from any walk of life. But anyway, the statement here, this is what she said about the staircase incident. So when Whitney arrived at her home, and she stays with this lady, she lives at her home for a while. She left to Eastern Columbia. She was a mess. Whitney told me that she tried to stop her sister Amber from hitting and attacking Johnny on the stairs. Now, this is going to differ from her statement, but it actually does line up with the Bodyguard, with what you're hearing. She said that she tried to intervene to stop her from going after Johnny, which the guy said no, she didn't directly get in the middle like she was trying to say. Remember, too, while all of this is going on, remember that Johnny Depp has a cast on one hand. His finger has been chopped off, so he has a cast on. So they're saying that he's trying to grab hair with his good hand and he's swinging his cast around, which that's not a fun way to go after Bill. As a kid, when I lived in Germany. My dad was in the army, and I broke my arm twice, and I would try to use my cast as a weapon sometimes because the little German kids, man, they hated little Americans at the time. But that wasn't fun. They didn't feel good. They didn't feel good at all. So I didn't want to do that after a little while. So I tell you, like, that's not the best excuse I've ever heard. But she goes on again. So she says this. I'm pulling up another statement while we're on this too, because there's another statement that actually backs her up as well. So she told me she had to endure. Well, Amber nearly pushed Whitney down the stairs, she said. She told me she was worried that Amber was going to kill Johnny. She told me she had endured that kind of abuse her entire life, first with her father, then from Amber, who was extremely violent. She lived with me because she didn't want to go back to the Eastern Columbia building. My father reminded me this morning. I told him Whitney had moved in because she was terrified of her sister. All right. She also made other statements that I thought were fascinating. So listen to this. I thought, again, these were interesting. I knew Paige Heard, Amber and Whitney's mother. Paige shared with me that while I was visiting Whitney, that Elon Musk had gifted a Tesla or multiple Teslas. Not sure. Thank you. I'm not sure if it was one or more, but Amber found out that they were quote-unquote bugged. Paige told me that Amber said that Elon was controlling and abusive, that she was in a legal battle with him over the rights to embryos they had created together. He wanted to destroy them, and Amber wanted to try to keep them to have a baby. Like I said, I thought that was fascinating part. Again, just to the Elon aspect. There are people that just hate to hear anything negative about Elon Musk. I mean, they simp for him hard, and it's astounding because Elon, there's a lot of documents out there that say that Elon paid. Okay, we heard in this trial alone, we heard that there were $6 million. He paid $5 million in one lump sum. He paid $1 million again to the ACLU. He paid a donor past $500,000 for her in her name. He paid $300,000 in her name. He's the one that is paying for this entire case for her. And that doesn't just mean for her. That means for all of her witnesses and stuff too. So it's fascinating. And thanks for the additional super chat. It was the agent I missed, the one with the glasses. Keep up the great work. Okay, so the agent testified that Johnny Depp, in 2016, he had multiple career opportunities. And he also testified that there was a working agreement, rather, with Disney to bring Johnny Depp back to Pirates 6. He said, Johnny Depp in 2016, he had movies like Murder on the Orient Express. He made $10 million. He had Fantastic Beasts 2, which is 14.6. He had The Professor, 3.5, and then going forward, he had movies like Waiting for the Barbarians, Minamata, and then all of a sudden everything was gone, and that there was, like I said, a $22.5 million deal for Pirates of the Caribbean 6. There was no discussion of residuals with that, but there was a working contract for all of that money. Give me 1 second. I had that pulled up. Okay, so the thing in front of you here too, this is the testimony. This is something that I myself have. It's out there because I put it out there. I got this from a quote-unquote source. This impeaches Whitney Heard's testimony about the staircase as well. This guy, by the way, let's just say this guy, just to give some background on him. He worked with James Franco. I think he would have been someone that was used to impeach James Franco's testimony if James Franco would have come out there and had started talking about relationships. James Franco, I very much believe that James Franco was going to testify in this case. I very much believed that was going to happen early on. But James Franco got a little spooked because, I mean, if Franco got involved, he was going to have people like this again testify against him, and he wanted his career back. Hey, Cheryl B, thanks for the 2. Rottenborn and Elaine, a real life Dolores Umbridge. They're a mess. They are a mess indeed. But you have, okay, so this guy, Vince Jolivet, he, in 2016, he moves into the same building, like shared office space, where that Jennifer Howell, the lady that was testifying, was. And Whitney Hurd at the time was working there. He and Whitney, they become fast friends, and they start dating in the summer of 2017. When they do, he says during a conversation, you know, we had back in 2016, again, they were close enough friends that they dated. I asked Whitney why she had moved in with Jennifer Howell. She relayed to me a story about having to stop her sister Amber from abusing Johnny Depp, and in the process, how Amber almost knocked her down a flight of stairs. Again, it contradicts the statements they gave. So you have multiple people that have gone on record giving a different version of what transpired than they say. And like I said, I think that's fascinating, considering Amber Heard and her sister have apparently had a very tumultuous relationship for quite a few years. You know, they what I think happened. Give me 1 second, just a second. I got to sneeze. One second. All right. So what I think happened, sorry about that. What I think happened is that they had a tumultuous relationship for the longest time. But the catalyst that brought them back together and got her back on the side of her sister was her sister kind of bringing up the death of their mom. Their mom died. When their mom died, you know, that became the catalyst to reunite the two of them. And I think that was utilized, and probably pretty expertly, by Amber Heard. So I think that's what brought the two back together, and I think they got her testifying on the behalf of Amber Heard, which, again, that's a powerful thing to have on your side. I think it's fascinating too. Again, I'm surprised if Amber, you know, things are going pretty bad for Amber Heard right now. When at one time they could control the blowback that they were getting. The blowback was to the degree where they could focus on. I missed out on an auto-tune sneeze. That'd be horrible. At one time, though, you got to think about how bad things have gone in this trial. If you really want to get down to how bad things are going in this trial, remember, she fired her PR people, and she's been threatening, from what I understand behind the scenes, she's been threatening her lawyers, saying, you know, I want to get rid of you all too. You know, you are worthless. You're dropping the ball here. That's why I hear Rottenborn has been having so many problems out there and being such a bitter little shrew. Hey, Grand Wazoo 42, thanks for the 5 there, and it's super sticker. That's cute. Patty Forrest, thanks for the 2 there. This is like a binge-worthy Netflix series. I know, it's amazing stuff, isn't it? What did these PR people do? They go out and plant stories for her. They go all the way to edge of illegal too. Again, her PR people were doing some vast PR for her. But think about this. So before the trial went live, like, I love how places like Court TV and other places, now they're on Depp's side because the clicks are there. They realize the public is there. But before, they were pro Amber Heard, all of them, to the point that you could tell none of these places were on the side of truth. They weren't talking about what Depp had to say, because Amber Heard was taking aim at YouTubers and just random people on Twitter. She tried to dox 200 people on Twitter that were just random users because they were talking, because the media wasn't saying anything. And as far as going after people. This is one of her documents here. Look what's named. You have that Brian fellow, which is incredibly average. He hadn't made a video in a while, and they named me. They named me 4 documents trying to silence it because the PR, they felt it was going really well for them. But the PR, it suddenly stopped working anymore. And, they, like I said, they've gone to any length possible to make their point. If you look at their PR documentation that they brought out, here's a piece of a PR letter that was being sent out during. Now I put this in a video, but let's actually look at it. This is a PR letter that was being sent out during the Sun trial and on, but it's talking about leaking stuff that's attached to this case. That's where these documents come from. Hey, what's up, Backnote? Thanks for the 2. Thanks for the super sticker on that, too. Thumbs up. Well, finger up, number 1. There's another finger that goes up like that, But if you look at this, you'll notice there's again, this is the team. We want to give you a heads up on a major development in the JD and GN case overnight. I will forward judgment once we receive it from the U.S. and per usual. Anything that you need, well, feel free to contact our PR team. One second. So as a crucial witness, Melanie I did not want to give any evidence in the UK because she was afraid for her Hollywood career. So they give you this narrative. It's an Amber Heard narrative. And what they're doing is they're writing mainstream publications. They're feeding them a ready-made story. Because they're telling you, this is what they're going to do. Here's your quotes right here. In the motion to quash the order compelling her to testify, to provide testimony in forwarding proceedings, if GMGN is a request is granted, she's forced to testify, it'll hurt her career. So they go through her evidence, though, and they tell them, this is what the evidence actually has to say. They're ready making articles. What's this about? They're telling the media, they're giving them quid pro quo. If you want documentation that's going on behind the scenes, if you want documents that are firmly attached to this case, we'll give them to you. But here's our ready-made article. Again, like we've attached Melanie I's original witness declaration in the separate U.S. proceedings in Fairfax, Virginia. You notice that, again, that's about this case here. They're leaking documentation. That has to come from Amber Heard. They're leaking it to the media, and they're telling them, one passage from the statement reads, so they're telling them, this is what you need to quote. When I saw Amber, I immediately noticed, I redacted a bunch of that, but you got to remember, when this is popping up too, they don't want you to think about, they don't want you to think about the time frame there, because again, when that witness statement, you don't get to make up your mind at all. Like I said, they fed a narrative, and the PR companies, again, they were picking it up, or the PR for Amber Heard, they were picking it up to the point they were silencing any opposition in the media too. To the degree, again, the only people that they felt were making enough noise about it that were a threat were people on YouTube. Again, they were they named me multiple times in the legal documents in this, trying to silence us. They tried to. Anytime I would get burned out on this case, they'd end up striking my channel, and I may have stopped covering it for a while if they would, because I got, 2 years, you get kind of, oh man, I'm tired of hearing about these scummy people. But then they'd strike a channel. They struck this channel 9 times during that process. 9 freaking strikes. Had to appeal, fight them. Had to bring in an MCN, which is a multi-channel network, so I could get past the peons, the people who just respond to something and get to somebody who would actually review the strikes. that, by the way, costs you 10% of everything you earn to bring somebody else in like that, which is the only way I could keep my channel running. I'd pay them 10% of everything that I make to make sure that my channel can run, because you can't get a hold of anyone at YouTube. And the copyright, they would stride, they were hitting everything. It was so ridiculous at that time. But that tells you, like I said, their PR was very effective. The thing that they wouldn't tell the media, this was the problem for Amber Heard, and this is what's coming out now, is the fact that for Amber Heard, the truth of those moments is the fact that Melanie I's statements, she's saying that makeup covered up what's supposed to be a black eyes, 2 of them. It's supposed to be a broken nose, a busted lip, damage on the back, around the wrist, range of motion issues. They're trying to say that was enough to cover it up. And that's crazy. Thanks for the 5, just checking in. Are they putting Turd on the stand today? We don't know. Again, the mainstream media reported that's what's going to happen today. That's why I put it on that's why I put it on everything, because I put my question mark on there. But still, that's what they were reporting. So again, I don't specifically know if that's true or not. But it was in dozens of articles reporting that. And again, could they be wrong? Yes, of course. But that's what they were reporting. I still think there's more people that need to testify on Depp's behalf, to the point that if they rest already, I'm wondering, I figured they had another 3 days of testimony. But again, I don't know that for a fact. Grandma Zoo 42, thanks for the, Grandma Zoo 42, welcome and thank you. Thank you for the membership, too. Welcome to Tugs Thugs. Appreciate it. So the other part of, thank you for that. So the other part, though, of the statements that were being put out there, let me pull this up here as well. So the other part of it was giving you statements directly from, they're giving lawyer access as well. Like if you look, Amber Heard's team was giving commentary through it. So again, these are ready-made articles that the PR teams were bringing up, but they're not working anymore. Like it used to work in the past, doesn't work anymore. So what they need is something more salacious. The people that they brought on have gone after Depp before, but they put out absolute trash. I mean, stuff that's not true. It's absolutely not true. But that doesn't matter to Amber Heard. If you look at the articles discussing this, even the New York Post admits to what kind of people these are, and the New York Post was some of the places that were picking up their exclusive articles. So one of them that they listed, let me bring this up for you. So one of the articles that they listed was an absolute hit piece, one that they by the way, they picked up as an exclusive for them. This is the article that ties to. They're the ones that were like, oh, the PR team, it's getting fired, because of torrent of bad headlines. And they talk about the PR team that's getting picked up here, the switch of it. And they know they've worked with Depp, or worked against Depp before. This is where they worked against Depp. Okay, well, this narrative is not real. This is just a hit piece narrative that had nothing to do with anything. It was about JD supposedly having his lines fed to him. Well, we heard from that guy, Keenan Wyatt. He's the guy that testified about JD's relationships within Hollywood. Well, what he testified was that JD, when he worked with Marlon Brando, would have lines fed in, and he would also listen to music through a headpiece. So this was a garbage hit piece, and that's what she wants. She wants somebody that won't tell the truth, because the truth doesn't work for her. Not at all. She needs something more. Hey, Red, thanks for the 5. Yes, you're right. It's up to 3,072,409 who has signed. Let's get it to 4.5 million. And that's another problem for her. So one of the things that I think horrifies Amber Heard in her representation is people are talking again about things like the petition, the change.org. to get her removed from Aquaman. That stuff is coming back into conversation. Like, if you look at that, give me 1 second, I'll pull it up. If you look at it, the numbers on it, they've jumped exponentially. And the media, they're talking about the trial. They're not talking about spin. And this is what happens with it. Again, the numbers on the remove her from Aquaman 2, they've jumped up to over 3 million signatures just on this one petition alone. And there are multiple petitions out there. To put that into perspective, if this were to suddenly become a city in the United States, if you were to take all of that and say, the top 10 most populated cities, this would become the number 3 most populated city. So, this is definitely attracting a lot of attention, and they do not like that at all. And thanks for the 10. I think the judge is letting things slide because if she holds them accountable for it, cause a mistrial. I believe she's on JD's team at this point. I've heard that actually. I've heard that she is somebody you have to kind of push to get her to make a decision that you kind of want. Like you have to truly push with objections, because otherwise she'll side with whoever's the loudest. And Cat Lady is definitely loud. And I think that a lot of the stuff she allowed in then about the Sun trial, that's absolute garbage. Like, she should not have been letting some of that stuff in. Her own decisions on this. She said that the Sun trial was not admissible. They weren't allowed to bring it up. They even got shut down in opening arguments because they brought it up. But then she allowed Cat Lady to testify to it and to talk about what was in that trial, which is just, like I said, it's a contradiction of her own decisions, which is just mind-boggling. Thanks for the super chat. I don't understand if she fired her PR team because of bad headlines. They're not supposed to see anything from the outside. So how do they know? Very good question, isn't that? Yep, that is a very good question. Biased judge? I don't know. Bias is one thing. I think, again, judge-wise, we'll have to watch the judge play out. The last judge was indeed biased. The last judge in the UK, you want to talk about problems, so the judge in the UK, like, no joke, if you sit down and you look at that, all of the stuff about him, all right, that judge, number one, the lawsuit included NGN, News Group Newsletter, and the guy Dan Wooten. Dan Wooten, you can see, okay, Dan Wooten, let me pull that up. Dan Wooten pinned this article here. And this was a call to cancel Johnny Depp. Make no mistake. How can J.K. Rowling be genuinely happy to cast wife-beater Johnny Depp in a film? He also, he got braggy about it. Blah, 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 blah. J.K. Rowling is a Hollywood hypocrite for standing by Fantastic Beasts star Johnny Depp. Okay, so in that decision, you definitely had bias showcase because first of all, I said his son worked with Dan Wooten. That's number one. I mean, that's a big problem. You don't have, if one of your relations that is working with someone that's their fellow coworker, that could lead to problems, right? I mean, you would think, yeah, maybe that would be a reason to recuse yourself. If that were the only thing, too, I mean, we could sit here and argue about whether or not that biases it, but that was probably the easiest thing to let slide. What really bothered me was, the lawyer that was working with Amber Heard, Jen Robertson, the place that she worked with. Oh, by the way, you want to see something ridiculous? So Johnny Depp with his casts on during that time, when he had his finger injury, he had stuff like this on, right? So imagine this guy right here running around with that cast right there, supposedly trying to knock someone out and grab their hair with the other. I mean, it's an absurd idea when you look at it and you really think, yeah, it's hard to imagine, right? But so the judge, his partner at the time, before the trial, or before he became a judge, rather, was the owner, or the guy that was the main partner in that law firm. I was looking to see if I could find, there's a breakdown on it, but I don't see it right off the top. He was the managing partner in that firm. Not only was he the managing partner in that firm, but here it is. Okay, I got a breakdown. Let's look at this. All right, I'll show you the conflicts of interest for that one, so you don't have to take my word on it. You can actually see it like scripted out. All right, so number one, Judge Nickel, he writes a book with Jeffrey Robertson and was employed by the firm when he was appointed a lawyer. So that's part of your problem there. They were partnered on a book, They were partnered together again. And he was employed with the firm, with Jeffrey Robertson, who, again, that's Amber Heard's counsel, mentor, and employer. So again, this right here, your judge writes a stinking book with the guy who employs the counsel for Amber Heard. He was a co-writer, and he worked for the guy at one time. Jen Robertson brought Amber Heard to a private dinner during trial. Now, the attendees there's a few attendees that were namely, like you have this Baroness, that's Helena Kennedy. You have Kathy Lett. Now, Kennedy was also with Kathy Lett is Jeffrey's ex-wife. Okay, that would be this guy here, his ex-wife. He was personal friends with different many people, including a mutual that they have, Nickel's wife. So all of these people are in a friend group here. The wife of this guy is also, like I say, friends with the wife of the judge, and they do support work for places like the UN, and one of the people that they worked with doing all of that was Amber Heard. So they had like a dozen different ways that you had conflicts of interest through that. But hey, none of those things are a problem, right? Now, that's not where it stops either. I mean, there's more. There are actually more conflicts of interest that come up. Give me a minute. Like I think I have all of these. So here you go. The son's, by the way, name is Robert Palmer. All right, Robert Palmer again. And let me show you this here. So Robert Palmer, that's the son of the judge for the UK trial. You can see him talking about it. You can see him discussing, his dad being a QC. He's talking about his workplace, his talk radio, like where he works place, right? If you look at talk radio, who's that the home of? Oh, it's the home of Dan Wooten. You see a conflict of interest there. Like I said, there are conflicts of interest that are all over this. Somebody actually mapped a lot of the conflicts of interest, from the different places, the different connections, and it's kind of some of them are much larger, Like you have to say, well, that's kind of odd, but like again, all of these things we're talking about, like connections through jobs that were former jobs. You have family connections with Amber Heard, or you have family connections with Dan Wooten. Again, it's enough there that you have to think, wow, that seems a little weird, right? It makes you wonder whether or not somebody could actually be truly non-biased when they present. Now, of course, if you bring that up to majority of people, they're just like, oh, that's so conspiratorial. But I mean, it's there. You know, at what point do you consider that a problem? You know, because when I look at that, I think, wow, that's actually kind of insane. The decision too is actually pretty crazy. One of the things, though, like there were a lot of pictures in that trial that really stood out to me. One of the pictures that hijacked, so there was actually an incident during the trial that the judge would not let them take to task. This picture and two other pictures, they ended up getting produced. When you look at this picture, by the way, Amber Heard says, I've got a busted lip in this picture. Can you find the busted lip? Because I'm still looking for it. But this picture and two other pictures are actually produced during the trial that kind of blow up the narrative that both of these people have. You know, with the you have the sister, and you have Amber Heard. So you have Whitney and Amber Heard. They both have colluded on a timeline. That timeline, it's wrong. Pieces of evidence come up during the trial that gets introduced, and again, it blows their whole timeline up. So they both course correct their timeline. They both do it almost at the same time. They both switch to the same timeline, meaning they're coordinating with one another. Because, of course, you don't come up with the same story. You don't have a problem with your story and then course correct. They're back. All right. Good deal. You don't course correct unless... All right, they're bringing it up. We still got a minute. I'm getting there. I gotta unmute first. Almost there. All right, bam. Look at that. That umbrella guy is right on time. He was
Mr.
super
Marks,
fast.
what work were you asked to do in this case?
I was asked to bring my years of experience in the entertainment industry and look at the damage that the op-ed
Sorry,
of
took me a second. I had to get it playing right.
2018 created in Johnny Depp's career and his life and his reputation.
What work did you do to determine whether Mr. Depp's reputation had been damaged by the op-ed?
Well, again, I view the op-ed and the fallout through almost 50 years in the business. And what I did was I read the pleadings in the case, the deposition transcripts, the articles, the pleadings, all of the paperwork in this case, which is voluminous.
Based on the analysis you've done and your expertise in the entertainment industry, have you formed any opinions in this case?
Yes.
Generally speaking, what is your opinion?
My general opinion is that the op-ed damaged Mr. Depp, created a cancel situation, if you will, harmed his reputation and his ability to get work in Hollywood industry.
Yeah, hold on, sir. Yes.
I thought, could we approach?
Sure.
All right, now they have objections. They didn't have an objection for 30 minutes when he was building his expert foundation. But now they're going to have them, of course, because he's going to come in and he's going to say, hey, what's my expert opinion? My expert opinion is that destroyed career opportunities. My expert opinion. Have yourself things for the 20. Check out Google Trends. Look up Johnny Depp, Amber Heard on the years between 2016, January 2020. You can see as a relationship with coverage and see what your thoughts are on that. I'll check it out. Thank you.
Mr. Marks, do you have experience working with companies looking to engage actors to market or advertise their products?
Yes.
And what's that experience?
Well, virtually every company I work for, they are engaging actors to advertise their products. Most of the time, those products are TV shows or streaming series or feature films that all involve product spin-offs and derivatives, and sometimes they are just products and spokespeople getting together. But yes, I have experience in hiring a star to be the face of your product.
What types of things do companies consider when they're looking at using actors in their marketing or advertising?
Well, as you can imagine, they consider reputation. This is a capitalist society, and they're looking to make money. They want to add value to their investment. They want actors who have reputations that will bring eyeballs to the screen, bodies in the seats. They're looking for added value, not negativity.
Do you have experience negotiating agreements for actors to play a certain role in a film?
Oh, yes. As I explained, I negotiate deals with actors to play roles in films. And
what's the significance of the actor in the starring role in the context of a feature film?
The actor in the starring role becomes the face of the film, the product, the series. That actor is synonymous with the product. And again, in hiring that actor or actress, you want a reputation that supports the value that you've spent on creating the product. You might say that Pirates of the Caribbean is Johnny Depp and vice versa. That's the importance of hiring a star.
What aspects of an actor's reputation might impact their ability to get hired by brands or studios?
Well, again, on the other side of the coin, you wouldn't want to hire an actor who has negativity following them. You wouldn't want to pay to actually bring your brand down, your movie. And so that's very important, and especially in the last 5 years with the MeToo movement, you wouldn't want negativity hiring an actor who, quote unquote, had been canceled.
Is there anything in particular that might prevent an actor from getting hired by a brand or a studio?
Well, I mean, we're talking about illegal activity, a criminal record, but right now, the pinnacle of negativity in Hollywood is being accused of domestic abuse, sexual abuse, violence, and what we've seen is almost immediately terminations and cancellations for the investors, to the people who create that product, to move away from that negativity.
I think you mentioned the MeToo movement. What's your understanding of what the MeToo movement is?
My understanding of the MeToo movement is that finally society is listening to the victim, giving the victim of domestic abuse, sexual abuse, the benefit of the doubt. And there has been a shift in our society from not doing that to now the victim gets the benefit of the doubt until there's too much doubt. And to me, that's the MeToo movement. One person can come forward and accuse Harvey Weinstein, and another person can come forward, and another. That's the MeToo part of it. But they get the benefit of the doubt, whereas in the past, the victim didn't have that benefit.
What impact has the Me Too movement had on how Hollywood conducts business?
It, in my many decades in the business, Hollywood has changed and morphed, but never as quickly as to respond to the Me Too movement that started in 2017. When I started in the business, every contract for an actor or someone involved in a movie had a morals clause that you did certain things and you could be fired for it. They wanted to protect their brand. Before the Me Too movement, that morals clause was fading out. People with leverage, people said, wait a second, you just can't get rid of us because you think this or that. With the Me Too movement, Harvey Weinstein, Bill Cosby, if you will, the morals clause has come back, and it is a demanded feature in every entertainment employment agreement, because the studios want that verbiage. They want those rights so that they can act quickly and decisively when there is a claim.
Mr. Marks, do you have any experience working on a project where an actor was accused of domestic abuse or sexual violence?
Yes.
What was that experience?
I did some of the production legal work on a film called All the Money in the World. It was about the life of the Gettys, J. Paul Getty. And J. Paul Getty was played by Kevin Spacey. He acted in the part, he finished his role, he was paid, and then these Me Too accusations came out. And immediately, my client, in conjunction with Sony, they made a decision to take him out of the movie, and Christopher Plummer was hired. They reshot all his scenes and seamlessly cut them in to the movie. And if you see All the Money in the World, you won't know that Kevin Spacey was ever in it. So I had that personal experience. And then coincidentally, when that happened, I was also doing work for MRC, which produces House of Cards, and a very successful series. And he was the star of it. And he was immediately cut out, and everything was redone to get rid of the notion that Hollywood would support an abuser after the Me Too movement. And then because I was in the mix of all of it, I also know that Kevin Spacey had completed another movie for Netflix, and unlike All the Money in the World, they couldn't reshoot it. And it sits on the shelf, a movie about Gore Vidal that was finished but has never seen the light of day.
What's your understanding of why these companies wanted Kevin Spacey removed from those projects?
Can you repeat the question?
What's your understanding of why these companies wanted Kevin Spacey removed from those projects?
These companies, as I've said, they wanted Kevin Spacey removed because they didn't want the negativity. They want anyone removed so that they can get a return on their investment in our society, so that they are not seen as being in the old generation where women were not given the benefit of the doubt, where victims were not given the benefit of the doubt. And a switch has been turned, and certainly by 2017.
Are there certain types of companies that are particularly sensitive to these kinds of allegations made by women in light of the Me Too movement?
Well, I would say the bigger the company, the bigger the budgets, they're all sensitive. But at the pinnacle of sensitivity are the family-friendly companies like Disney. They're particularly sensitive, not in a general way, but in a very specific way.
Mr. Marks, are you familiar with the op-ed Ms. Heard published in the Washington Post on December 18th, 2018?
Yes.
What's your understanding of how that op-ed was received in Hollywood?
My understanding of how that op-ed was received in Hollywood.
Oh, is there objection? I'm sorry, sir. Yes?
Is this his personal understanding, his expert understanding? It seems like if it's his personal understanding, it's not relevant.
I'm asking Mr. Marks based on his nearly 50 years in the
I'll
entertainment
overrule the
industry.
objection.
Thank you, Your Honor.
As I've said before, I am a member of the Hollywood community. That op-ed, for the first time, is in a mainstream publication called the Washington Post. This is a flagship journal, if you will, of American news. We're not talking about a trade paper. We're not talking about a rag. We're talking about the Washington Post. And it is geared to Hollywood. It says 2 years ago, when I was getting my divorce, Amber Heard is saying, I was the abuser, and you didn't, Hollywood, you stood up for my abuser, not for
Objection,
me,
Your
the
Honor.
victim.
Objection. Now he's mischaracterizing the document.
I think he's expressing his understanding of how that was perceived.
I'll overrule the objection. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor.
What I'm saying is Hollywood got the subject matter of the op-ed loud and clear. Amber Heard was calling out Hollywood for supporting, since 2016, supporting her abuser, and she felt the wrath of Hollywood. She was calling them out to do something. In the Washington Post, and on the eve of her biggest film, a big film for Hollywood, the publicity machine was in high gear. There was lots of publicity and news out there. This was the height of her fame, and she used it at that moment to call Hollywood out. They, in my opinion, as a member of Hollywood, they heard that plea loud and clear, and it also got her publicity for her movie. I don't think that in my perception, and people in Hollywood didn't see that as a coincidence, that date. So yeah, in Hollywood, I think the message was received that she was sending.
Mr. Marks, do you have an understanding of Mr. Depp's reputation in Hollywood with respect to whether or not he's on time to his film sets?
Yes.
What's your understanding?
Hollywood has a history of putting up with major artists and major stars' idiosyncratic behaviors. We've always had divas like Marilyn Monroe who would stay in her trailer for half a day. Johnny Depp has a reputation of being Johnny Depp, and when you hire Johnny Depp, you get all of Johnny Depp, and that includes being late. And fortunately, in Hollywood, because of the budgets and the box office, you can budget for lateness. You can have second unit. You can have other shots. You have padding in budgets. You have insurance for accidents, but Hollywood knows Mr. Depp's reputation, and I heard someone say Hollywood puts up with diva and drugs. They only do that when money's involved and big stars are involved and artistry is involved.
Mr. Marks, did you have an understanding of Mr. Depp's overall reputation in Hollywood prior to the publication of the December 2018 op-ed?
I would say that Johnny Depp was one of the few major actors in Hollywood who managed to keep most of his personal life personal, kept himself shrouded, if you will, a bit. And his reputation, preceded him as a major artist in Hollywood. But what also marked him in this business is that he was congruent. He was likable. He was one of the guys, and I never heard any complaints, if you will.
Do you have an opinion about the impact of the publication of the op-ed on Mr. Depp's reputation in Hollywood?
It's devastating. It's the type of claim, the MeToo claim of sexual violence, domestic abuse, that has canceled a list of actors. Chris Noth recently. I just read something about Frank Langella. We know newscasters, Les Moonves, head of CBS. Now Johnny Depp is in their ranks. It's devastating.
Thank you, Your Honor. No further questions.
All right, cross-examination, Mr. Nadelhoff.
Good afternoon. Your rate in this case is $975 per hour, is that right?
That's correct.
And you've never charged that higher rate in any other case, isn't that right?
I've charged near that amount, but
never that high, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. How much have you received for this case?
I'd have to look at my billing. During my deposition, the attorney who deposed me asked me the same question. I said I would look it up. I did during lunch, and then she never got back to it again. I don't remember how much it was then, and I don't have the figures now.
And you don't know how many hours you worked on this case?
I would guess, again, I'd be guessing, and I don't know if you want me to guess. I have a full-time transactional practice. This is a very small part of my practice.
Okay. Now, you said you worked for Disney for less than a year, right?
I worked for Disney about a year.
Yeah, and that was in 1990, right?
Yes.
So that was 32 years ago?
Yeah.
Okay. And you worked at Greenberg Trauring from 2004 to 2006, is that right?
That's correct.
Your leaving was a mutual decision, was it not?
Yes.
Okay. Now, Mr. Depp still has an endorsement deal with Dior, correct?
I understand that, yes.
Okay. And he's had that endorsement deal since 2015, isn't that right?
I believe he's had the endorsement deal for a while, and I think he still has it.
Right. And Dior hasn't dropped Mr. Depp, correct?
As far as I know, Dior has not dropped him.
All right. And Mr. Depp did not have a contract for Pirate 6, isn't that right?
As far as I know, there is no contract for Pirate 6.
Right. And all the documents you've looked at, you looked at all the documents in this case, and you've not seen a contract for Pirate 6, right?
That's my memory of the documents. There was no contract for Pirate 6.
And in all the documents you looked at, you didn't see a text saying Mr. Depp got the contract for Pirate 6 for $22.5 million, right?
Objection asked and answered.
Overruled.
I didn't see paperwork on an agreement for Pirates of the Caribbean 6.
So not an email, not a text, not any written document about Pirate 6, correct?
Objection asked and answered.
I'll sustain that objection. Next question.
And you don't know one way or the other whether Mr. Depp will be in Pirates of Caribbean 6. You don't have a crystal ball, is that right?
Objection, speculation.
He's an expert.
Allow it. No, go ahead. Overruled. Go ahead. You can answer, sir.
Well, as an expert, of course, I don't have a crystal ball, but as an expert, I think Disney will do everything possible to try to put him back in Pirates, but not under this cloud.
Okay. You would agree that there was negative publicity about Mr. Depp before the op-ed, correct?
Yes.
You know that Ms. Heard made her accusations public starting in May of 2016, right?
Yes.
And Hollywood knew about that, right?
Yes,
Okay. And Mr. Depp still had movies after May of 2016, right?
yes.
Okay. Now, you would agree that there was negative publicity about Mr. Depp being publicly drunk before the op-ed, correct?
There was, I agree with the proposition that there was negative publicity before the op-ed. The op-ed was something different.
And you agree, in 2014, there was an article in The Guardian that said apparently drunk Johnny Depp cut off at Hollywood Film Award ceremony. Would you agree with that?
Again, I don't remember reading the Guardian, and I don't remember that particular incident, but I'll take you at your word.
And you remember in looking through all the documents that you saw an article that Johnny Depp allegedly showed up drunk to movie premiere, reports say, right? That was in 2017.
I think I've testified that there is certainly Johnny Depp behavior and negativity out there. Yes.
That's a tabloid.
And that a family production studio like Disney wouldn't want to be associated with, correct?
Again, you're talking about a very specific, series of 5 films that earn billions of dollars, and there is a line in Hollywood, as I've said, they'll put up with divas and drugs to make money, but now we've drawn a line in Hollywood at the domestic and sexual abuse.
And in looking through the documents, you saw articles in June of 2018 that said vodka for breakfast, 72-hour drug binges, and spending sprees that beggar belief. You saw that?
Again, I know these articles exist. I know they're not in the Washington Post. I don't know what article you're referring to, who wrote it, what publication it was in, but I know that those articles exist.
And you'd agree that before the op-ed, Mr. Depp had a run of movie flops, wouldn't you agree?
Every actor has, ups and downs. Mr. Depp, his career's been decades long.
You would agree that in January of 2015, there was an article that said Johnny Depp is on his way to becoming the most overpaid actor in Hollywood.
Again, you'd have to show me the article, but I don't doubt that some commentator trying to trade on being a smarty pants wrote that.
And you'd agree that there was another article in 2015 that says, quote, has Johnny Depp become Hollywood's biggest joke?
I don't know, Netflix has a whole festival going now. Netflix is a joke.
And you'd agree that there is an article in Business Insider from 2015 that says Johnny Depp has his 5th box office bomb in a row.
If that's what it said, it said. Are you just going to keep reading this?
Well, I mean, this is Mr. Depp's reputation. That's what you're talking about in terms of Hollywood, correct? And in 2016, December of 2016, there's an article that says, quote, Johnny Depp is Hollywood's most overpaid actor for the 2nd year in a row. Did you recall reading that?
I don't know, was that written by the second underpaid actor? Or
and you would agree that before the op-ed, there was negative publicity for Mr. Depp about assassinating President Trump. Would you agree?
No, I missed that one.
You didn't see an article in the New York Times that said Johnny Depp flirts with idea of Trump assassination, then apologizes?
Again, Johnny Depp talks with irony and panache, and I don't particularly remember that. I have a lot of stuff in front of me.
Disney wouldn't want to be involved with somebody who's calling for the assassination of the president, would it?
I'm sure after those articles, Johnny Depp was involved in major studio projects.
Do you know one way or the other whether Mr. Depp was involved in major studio projects after June 23rd, 2017?
I think, again, I haven't quoted his IMDb page to memory, but he was in an animated film called Sherlock Gnomes. I think it was released, Paramount is one of the producers. I think it was released in 2017.
Would you agree that before the op-ed there was negative publicity for Mr. Depp about punching a crew member on a film set?
I heard about that.
Okay. So that's people who work in Hollywood that Mr. Depp had an accusation of assault, correct?
I heard about it, yes.
And would you agree that there were stories about Mr. Depp drinking heavily on the set of Pirates 5?
There were lots of stories that came out, and I'm sure that was one of them.
And those stories came out in 2016 and 2017, before the op-ed, right?
Again, you'd have to show me a timeline, but I'll take your word that there were articles written in various rags or trade public.
Is the New York Times a rag? Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm not saying the New York Times is a rag. What I'm saying is, at the height of the Me Too movement, we have this op-ed directed at Hollywood, and in the Hollywood I know, the rest of the stuff is background noise.
Now, and Pirates 5 did not make as much money in the box office as the prior Pirates movies did. Isn't that true?
That's true. It only made about $800 million.
It made less, though, than the first 4, correct?
Yeah, and any
Okay.
company would want to have a box office hit that made $800 million.
Now, can you put up Defendant's Exhibit 99, please? And if you could blow it up. Now, you said the Me Too movement started in 2017. Is that what you're saying?
It actually started long before that, but it picked up steam to the
Here
what
comes the
we
game.
now call the Me Too movement in 2017.
Okay, and do you recognize this article from Dan Wooten that says, how can J.K. Rowling be genuinely happy casting wife-beater Johnny Depp in the new Fantastic Beasts film?
Yes, this article is in the UK Sun, which came to prominence by publishing topless women on page 3.
And the article came out on April 27th, 2018, correct?
I haven't skimmed through this, but I'll take your word for it.
And I think what you're trying to say was that the Sun was a rag, so no one would pay any attention to it. Is that what you're trying to say?
I'm saying the Sun is the Sun, and it's in the UK. And what this article is repeating stuff from 2016, repeating all the stuff that you might say should be all past history after the divorce. It's one Wooten's opinion in a newspaper that's claimed to fame as page 3 women topless, and yeah.
And
it's
Mr.
in
Depp
and it's in
sued, Mr.
UK.
Depp
You know,
sued the Sun over this, right?
What's that?
Mr. Depp sued the Sun in the UK about this article, right?
As far as I know, he wanted to clear his name. That's right.
And Mr. Depp, that lawsuit occurred in 2020, correct? It was tried in 2020.
I believe so, yeah.
And there were accusations of abuse that came out based on that lawsuit, correct?
As far as I know, the accusations were all old news and predated much. Yeah, I mean, this is a 2018 article, and in 2020, they probably were rehashing it.
And the old news that was coming out in 2018, that would also affect Mr. Depp's reputation, correct?
Again, I've tried to draw a line, the line that Hollywood draws between the Me Too movement and starting in 2017 and the gossip and the claims back and forth. I mean, there was also press about Amber Heard being an abuser in those years. There was also the other side of the coin.
But the op-ed that didn't mention Mr. Depp at all and didn't mention any accusations that what happened to her, that's what caused Mr. Depp all his reputational harm? That's what you're saying?
Well, I don't agree that this article was not about
Did it
Mr.
mention
Depp.
Mr. Depp? That's what I asked you.
Well, does she have another husband who abused her
But
in
did it talk about
2016?
did it talk at all about Mr. Depp's abuse?
Objection, Your Honor. He's tried to answer the first question, which was not exactly what the second question was that he re-asked. I'd asked that he be permitted to
Just
finish.
ask your question. We'll go from there.
The op-ed article didn't mention any specific abuse by Mr. Depp towards Amber Heard, correct?
The only name is this is Amber Heard telling her story that started in 2016 when she was domestically abused and ignored.
Now, there were headlines about the UK trial, correct?
I'm sure there were, yes.
Like, let's burn Amber text allegedly sent by Johnny Depp about X read in court.
I didn't hear you.
Let's burn Amber text allegedly sent by Johnny Depp about X read in court.
Yeah.
And there's a headline from July 19th, 2020 that said, quote, Hollywood nervously awaits fallout from explosive Johnny Depp trial. So Hollywood was following the case, correct?
Yeah. When was that headline?
In 2020.
2020. Yeah, look, Johnny Depp is a decades-long fixture in Hollywood, and people were following something across the pond. You know, we thought we kind of got rid of the UK in 1776, but they were still following it, absolutely.
I mean, Mr. Depp thought of enough about this article to have a 3-week trial in the UK, correct?
Objection, calls for speculation about what Mr. Depp thought.
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
There was a 3-week trial in the UK based on this article by Dan Wooten, correct?
I think I've said Mr. Depp finally had enough, and he sued to clear his name.
Okay, could I approach, Your Honor?
All right. Yep.
There. Yeah, I love the slamming on the Sun. By the way, it came to prominence with page 3 nude women. That's funny. I like their whole strategy now. Is the op-ed didn't use his name. It doesn't list any specific claims. Dan Wooten, he caused all of this. So she actually admits, though. What's strange is, in a lot of ways, they're admitting that they did this damage. They're admitting that Amber Heard destroyed his career, just not with this specific article. So, like I say, I don't understand. Did she not want a career after this? Because they keep digging the hole deeper and deeper. They want to win this battle, but they seem convinced to lose the war. And the war is, you'll become a pariah. They're going to blame it on, oh my God, Hollywood, they turned on me. No, this is all Amber Heard's fault. She can blame anyone. She can blame institutions. She can blame whatever. But at the end of the day, she's the one that buried her career. She's the one that caused all of that. And she's done a very effective job in doing it too. It's been astounding to watch this play out. I'm trying to see where they're. I'm watching the defense because I'm trying to see where exactly they're trying to go with this kind of stuff. You know what's really strange, by the way? So YouTube has not been clocking 1,000 viewers. That's very weird. There's 10,000 of you. By the way, if you would, just tell people that we're live. Make sure to share that and like this thing. And again, we're here every day, 8:30 PCT. That's Central Time. So the testimony, though, it's fascinating because every time, they even claimed that. God, that was loud. That was a horrible sound.
Mr.
That
Mark,
actually scared the bejesus out of me.
that in the UK case, Mr. Depp was looking to clear his name, correct?
That's my assumption, yes.
And yes or no, did Mr. Depp clear his name through that lawsuit?
I wasn't in the UK, and I'm not going to opine on that. That's not what I've been engaged to talk about.
You don't know one way or the other whether Mr. Depp cleared his name through that lawsuit?
Objection, Your Honor. Asked and answered.
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
You understand, can you please put up Defendant's Exhibit 115? In looking through the documents, did you see headlines from October 25th, 2018, almost 2 months before the op-ed, that Mr. Depp would not be in Pirate 6?
I saw that there was speculation in different publications,
Tabloids.
none quoting a Disney executive, if you will, none being definitive.
And
And by the way, I can't see where's this article from? I just see the headline.
TheDailyMail.com.
So the Daily Mail is a UK publication?
It's also a
All right,
tabloid.
let's move. I mean, do you know or not?
Do I know what?
Do you know if it's a UK publication or not?
I think that the Daily Mail is, but I'm not sure.
Okay. Now, did you review the deposition testimony in this case of the Walt Disney corporate designee?
Yes.
Okay. And do you recall that the corporate designee testified that Disney produced all documents related to its business relationship with Mr. Depp, including considering Mr. Depp for any work with Disney or future Pirates films, and she did not recall seeing the op-ed or any documents referring to the op-ed in that production of documents?
I read the deposition. I don't recall seeing the op-ed and what Disney produced. What I do recall is that the person giving that deposition for Disney really had no contact with Jerry Bruckheimer or Sean Bailey. Just was someone that Disney put up who didn't know anything, is what I took
And you
from the
understand,
deposition.
you're a lawyer, right? You understand that a corporate designee is supposed to be in the shoes of the corporation talking for Disney, correct?
Objection, Your Honor. I think that's outside the scope of his expertise in this case.
Overruled. Okay.
I understand that that's what the corporate designee is supposed to be, but when I read that they are not in
That's what-
touch with,
you want- that
when
was the
they're not in
question.
touch with the president of the company, it gives me pause.
So Disney itself represented through this witness that it did not have the op-ed in any of its files, correct?
I don't remember that passage in the deposition, but I can't remember. She certainly did not quote the op-ed or produce the op-ed or talk about the op-ed.
Now,
But in Hollywood, actions sometimes speak much louder than words.
and did you recall that that same corporate designee said that Pirate 6 is still possibly in development?
Until Disney says it's not in development, it's in development.
Okay. And can we put up Defendants Exhibit 134?
Did they just quote a designee that we did
And you
not
see
get
this
to
is
see?
from November 5th, 2020.
And where's this from? Some rogue website? Where's this from?
InsideTheMagic.com.
Okay.
Okay. And it says Disney reportedly scraps plans for Depp's Pirates of the Caribbean 6 return, and that was on November 5th, 2020, correct?
Assuming that this is a correct copy of this random website, that's what it says. They're not quoting the head of production. It's not a statement by Disney, but that's what this woman, Rebecca Barton, says.
Well, 2 years after the op-ed, it was still a question as to whether Mr. Depp was going to be in Pirate 6.
There was no contract for Mr. Depp to be in Pirates 6, but he was Pirates, and there would always be that question until Pirates is produced or until Disney says otherwise.
And November 2020 was at the same time as all the publicity surrounding the UK case, correct?
I think the UK judgment came out in November 2020.
And this article came out 3 days after the judgment, correct?
If the judgment came out on the 2nd, this is 3 days later in, what's this again, moviemagic.com?
Correct.
By Rebecca.
No, Inside the Magic.
Barton.
Could I approach, Your Honor?
All right.
They're a garbage. Okay, look, Inside the Magic is so bad that I won't even I won't even look at their headlines because I don't trust them because they're carbon copies of other garbage websites. I mean, these are garbage websites. Like I won't even look at them when I'm making videos because they're so wrong. That's their timeline that they've built for when things are going to. Holy crap, somebody needs to burn that down. 'Cause, I mean, that is a joke.
Now, isn't it true that you don't recall when you first read the op-ed?
As I sit here today, I don't recall when I first read it.
I mean, it wasn't a big deal to you. You didn't read it in 2018, correct?
I have a wife, 2 kids, a full-time job. I don't remember.
Okay. And you have no idea when you first read it? I just want to make sure I understand that.
Objection, asked and answered, Your Honor.
Sustain the
Look,
objection.
I wasn't
I'll
at this.
sustain the objection. Next question.
Okay.
I sustain the objection.
Okay.
Next question.
Now, you, as an expert in the entertainment field, do you know any actresses whose careers have gotten better after making accusations of a domestic abuse against an actor in Hollywood?
I think, you know, that the taint sticks and to both sides. And I can't think of any actresses who have prevailed and who've been canceled.
Do you know of any actresses whose careers have gotten better after making accusations of domestic abuse against a man in Hollywood?
I haven't been asked to opine on that, but I certainly will look into it. I don't think that this is something.
The answer is no, right? You don't know.
Again, I assume that.
So yes or no? Do you know or not?
Thought her career would get better by bringing this out. I don't know.
You don't know.
All right, thank you. I have nothing further.
All right.
You don't know is yes? Is that what they're going with? She thought it was.
Mr. Marks, you were asked a series of questions about a number of publications and publicity related to Mr. Depp by Mr. Nadelhoff. Do you recall those questions?
He asked a lot of questions about a lot of articles.
And sir, based on your experience in the entertainment industry, do you have an understanding of what types of publications carry the most weight in Hollywood?
The publications that carry the most weight in Hollywood, in my opinion, after all these decades, are Variety, Hollywood Reporter, Washington Post, Wall Street Journal, New York Times. Those are the publications.
And Mr. Nadelhoff asked you a number of questions about certain headlines related to Mr. Depp and various news coverage related to Mr. Depp. Do you have an opinion about the impact of those articles that you looked at with Mr. Nadelhoff on cross-examination on Mr. Depp's reputation in Hollywood?
Again, I don't remember all the articles, but what I do know is that Johnny Depp had always had articles about him, and that didn't change the baseline. If you had a big project and it had a role for Johnny Depp, that didn't change the baseline.
Is your opinion about the op-ed misheard author different than that?
My opinion about the op-ed in the Washington Post was different. That was had a different quality of headline and article.
Thank you, Your Honor. No further
All
questions.
right. Is this witness subject to recall?
He is, Your Honor.
All right, sir, since you're subject to recall, the rule of witness does apply for you, so you cannot discuss your testimony and did not watch any of the case, okay, sir? But you're free to go today, sir, okay? Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, watch your step there. All right, your next witness.
Plaintiff calls Douglas Banya, Your Honor.
Okay, can you spell that last name for me?
B-A-N-I-A.
Thank you.
P-A-N-I-A. I'm not sure who that is. Right off the bat. Maybe it's. There's going to be like expert witnesses. I don't recognize their names.
Your Honor, may I approach for just a moment?
Okay, sure. Mr. Nadelhoff?
I just thought it was hilarious. They named Inside the Magic. Can you imagine being the owner for Inside the Magic when like everybody like unanimously was making fun of your outlet? Whoa, what a trash place.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm to testify truthfully in this case for penalty of law?
That was kind of magical, I have to say.
Good afternoon, sir. Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon, Mr. Banya. Will you please state your full name for the record?
Yes, Douglas Banya.
And Mr. Banya, what do you do for work?
I am an intellectual property damages and valuation expert.
Do you have any particular specialty in your line of work?
Yes, my specialty is using internet and social media analysis when I'm quantifying value, or I'm calculating damages, or if I'm analyzing the impact of social media or internet events.
Where do you work?
I work at Nevium, which is located in San Diego, California.
How long have you worked there?
10 years.
What's your position?
I'm a founding principal and an analyst.
I'd like to talk a little bit about your educational background for a moment. Where did you attend college?
I received my bachelor's degree in cinema from San Diego State University. I graduated in 1997.
And after you graduated in 1997, did you pursue another degree?
Yes, I went directly to San Diego State University. I got a master's degree in television, film, new media production.
Was there any particular reason you chose to go to San Diego State for that?
The new media production side of that program I really liked. I graduated from there in 2000, so this is even before YouTube was found. So the whole idea of putting film on the internet and kind of analyzing the internet and using analytic tools to see how things are doing on the internet is that's what attracted me, and that's what I learned there as well.
What did you do after you got your master's degree?
After the master's degree, I moved to Los Angeles, and I was an independent filmmaker for a while. Then I got introduced to intellectual property, and I started working for a small boutique IP firm back in San Diego.
What was the boutique firm you went to?
What was the name of the firm?
Yes.
The name of the firm was Consor.
And what did Consor do?
Consor values intellectual property for various business reasons. They do litigation support services as well.
And when you say intellectual property, what do you mean?
When I talk about intellectual property, I'm mostly talking about copyrights, patents, and trademarks. I might include related intangible assets such as domain names, websites, internet accounts. But IP for me is mostly brands, publicity rights, copyrights, trademarks.
What type of work did you do while you were at Consor?
I have various positions there, but I was a research analyst, as a financial analyst. I was a director of business development. My last position there was a principal.
And what kinds of things did you work on?
We worked on, valuation. Our clients, they needed a valuation of their IP portfolio for maybe tax or estate reasons. A lot of litigation support like I'm doing now. Somebody infringes on a trademark or publicity rights. That's actually the place I got my first expert witness job. I was a named expert on a right of publicity case representing the retired players of the NFL against the NFL. They're using their name and likeness without permission. So services such as that.
How long did you work at Consor?
I was at Consor for 10 years.
And after Consor, where did you work?
Then at Nevium, where I am now.
And did you found Nevium?
Yes.
What kind of work does Nevium do?
McGivern does several things, provides several services, but we value intellectual property for various reasons: tax, estate, M&A, business transactions. We not only provide the value of a business, but we can break that value. What percent of the value is this trademark portfolio or this patent portfolio? We do litigation support. So like I'm here, I testify in cases, maybe a false endorsement case. Somebody uses a celebrity's name and likeness without permission. Maybe there's a trademark infringement case. You used a brand without permission. A defamation case such as this. What's the impact of something that was posted online? So the third kind of bucket of services we offer is brand monetization strategies. So I think the best way to explain that is companies have business plans, they have marketing plans, they don't have IP plans. So we come in and work with customers, with our clients, understand their business and their marketing plans, and help them build an IP plan that fits in with those two, so they can essentially make more money off their branded products and services. And I think what's important with all that is, what differentiates us with competitors is we use internet and website analytic tools and everything we do. Everything is online now, and understanding those tools when calculating value or calculating damages is important.
Do you have any professional certifications?
I am a certified licensing professional. That is a designation given by the Licensing Executive Society. LES. LES is a not-for-profit organization that supports professionals like me who deal with a lot of licensing. I'm a Google Analytics individual. I have a Google Analytics individual qualification. That is a test given by Google for those that understand and pass a test related to internet analytics.
Can you explain a little bit about what Google Analytics is?
Yeah, so Google Analytics is a web service provided by Google, and it's used by business owners and website owners to understand the traffic that comes to their websites. So essentially, once you sign up for your Google Analytics account, you're given a bit of code, and you embed that code into various your web pages. Then you can log in and you can see who's coming to my website, what are they doing. And really, it's essentially a tool for search engine optimization. The goal of the web is to show up #1 in Google Organic. So then you'll tweak your website a bit. You'll look at your analytics, see if you're showing up on the first page of Google. If not, you can use those analytics to keep playing around and try to end up on the first page of Google.
Are you a member of any professional organizations?
I'm a member of the International Trademark Association. That is an organization. They're actually having their annual conference here in DC, so I'm popping back and forth to that. I'm on their right of publicity panel. I just gave a presentation on Monday. I'm a non-attorney member of the American Bar Association. I'm on their copyright and social media committee.
Your Honor, at this point, plaintiff would offer Mr. Banya as an expert in internet and social media analytics.
All right, any objection? All right, so moved. Thank you.
Mr. Banya, what were you asked to do in this case?
I was asked to analyze the impact of the allegations of domestic abuse made by Ms. Heard as it relates to her 2016 restraining order, and then asked to also analyze the republication of that alleged abuse in her 2018 Washington Post op-ed.
What work have you done in connection with forming your opinions relative to that?
So I identified the best tools to use in this case, which are Q-scores, Google Trends, and historic Google search results.
You used a few terms in there. I just want to break them down a little bit. What's a Q-score?
A Q-score is, there's a Q-score company that's been around for about 50 years, and what they do is they measure how well a brand or a celebrity or sports character is known and how much they're liked. And they also measure how much they're disliked.
Who else besides you uses Q-scores?
Q-scores are used by, any company that, organizations that license in a celebrity or a brand to endorse their product or service. The PGA Golf Tour is actually using Q-scores right now. They're using Q-scores in Google search results. They have a pool of $40 million that they're doling out to their players. So depending on their Google search results and their Q-scores and other metrics, I'm sure, they're using those to, divide up that pool of money.
And I think you also mentioned Google Trends. What's that?
Yeah, Google Trends is another service offered by Google. As we know, everything starts with a Google search these days. There's 5 billion daily searches on Google. And Google Trends allows a user like me or you to go into Google Trends and analyze search traffic for various key terms, anything you really want. Maybe there's a new football player and you want to see how that football player is trending compared to the team over time, or maybe something related to Ukraine, or maybe a celebrity. So Google Trends just shows you what kind of search volume is happening during various points of time.
What are historical Google search results?
So historical Google search results are using Google. There's actually an area where you can go back in time and see what was showing up in Google during that time. And it's really the best indication of what websites would have appeared back in time. Oftentimes, working with my monetization clients, we want to know, hey, how were you ranking years ago for your branded service or your branded company? It will go back in time and look, and then in litigation, we're always going back in time, so we want to figure out what was most likely happening, what websites were served back then. And when you know what websites were served back then, you typically know what people were reading and thinking about.
Why did you choose these particular tools for your analysis in this case?
Well, the Q-scores, I really thought it was the best idea to understand Mr. Depp's Q-scores right before 2016, before the abuse allegations, just to see where he was at. Then I wanted to see his Q-scores right after the 2016 alleged abuse allegations. And then I wanted to see his Q-scores after the 2018 Washington Post op-ed, just to see if there was any changes during that period of time.
And what about your decision to use Google Trends and historical Google search results?
Yeah, I felt that those two tools together were perfect, because what I wanted to do is understand, as I mentioned, everyone's going to Google to figure things out. What were people, when people Googled Johnny Depp prior to these alleged abuse allegations, what websites were coming up and what was the public consuming about him? Then I wanted to know that after, and then after the op-ed. So I used Google Trends just to identify the dates in time, in which then I went into the historic Google search results. I searched for Mr. Depp, and then I changed those dates to go back in time, and then I analyzed the top 3 websites of each search.
Based on the analysis you did in this case, have you formed any opinions?
Yeah, my analysis shows that prior to 2016 and the allegations, the abuse allegations, Mr. Depp was not portrayed in a negative connotation. That's the first thing that I identified.
Did you form any other conclusions?
I realized that those websites that were coming up were mostly about his career, his characters, Johnny Depp as the individual, his interests. Then after the 2016 mark, the majority of those results turned into negative things about the abuse allegations. And then even more so after the op-ed, there seemed to be kind of a theme or a flavor of not only the abuse allegations, but his drinking and drug use. Did that answer your question?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Mr. Banya, have you prepared a demonstrative that depicts how you used Google Trends in this case?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, we'd like permission to approach. I have hard copies.
All right. So you're actually talking about using facts. The op-ed, I thought that was interesting because after the op-ed, the negativity increases, and it's not necessarily negativity about abuse. It's negativity, period. So you have drinking allegations, you have other allegations, all of the negativity, it increases, period, is what they're telling you. So prior to 2016, this shows, I mean, Amber Heard, and they're admitting it. Amber Heard, yeah, she destroyed his career. She destroyed the man's life. She's just saying right now, the fabric of their case is, I destroyed his life in 2016. I didn't destroy his life with the op-ed. Again, they think that that's somehow winning the war. And that's losing it. They will win a battle, perhaps. A best case scenario, they win in the courtroom because that's the question. Did the op-ed destroy you? But how do you survive this? You don't. That's the answer. No wonder she's firing everybody. No wonder she's got to torture her own team and everything else. Because I've been watching too. I think I've seen
Banya
something.
demonstrative A.
Oh,
and just for the record, we've marked these as plaintiffs 1236 for identification.
1236 for identification. Do you want to publish it to the jury?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Yeah, publish that to us. All right.
And Mr. Banya, can you explain for the jury what is depicted in this demonstrative that you prepared?
Yes. So this is the Google Trends data. You're going to see that it runs from 2004 into 2020, and you're going to notice the different spikes. Those spikes represent when people were searching for Mr. Depp. You're going to also notice here, I've got the red line just showing the date when Ms. Heard filed the restraining order. Oh, can I write on this?
You can touch the screen, yes.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor. Yeah, so here I'm talking about, in this line here, is just the date and time in which Ms. Heard alleged the abuse and filed the restraining order. And then this line here is the December 18th, 2018 op-ed. And what I wanted to do is identify the peaks of interest in Mr. Depp. And you're going to notice here, I found 17 spikes of interest that I analyzed. And then the 51 key web pages we're going to get into later, I've analyzed the top 3 search results for each spike. And then here I analyzed the 7 spikes after the 2016 allegations of abuse, and then again after the December 18th, 2018 op-ed.
Once you determined these spikes, the periods of significant interest in searches for Johnny Depp on Google, what did you do with that information?
So again, the purpose of using Google Trends was just to understand when there's the most interest in Johnny Depp, because for some reason something was going on in the news, in the media, people are turning to Google to search for Mr. Depp. So then I went to my web browser and then I searched for Johnny Depp in Google. But before I did so, I have a separate web browser. I call it my workbench browser. I don't log into anything. It's important to be logged out of Google because Google keeps a profile on you, and your search results could be biased based on that profile. Then also when you go into a web browser, you have to clear your cache, you have to clear your history, clear all your data, and make sure you can get the most unbiased search results as possible. So I went into Google, I typed in Johnny Depp, and then I searched and set the time periods for the various points here that you see labeled with letters.
Do you have a demonstrative that shows an example of one of those points that you examined?
Yes.
Okay. Tom, could we go to the second Banya demonstrative, please?
Yeah, so this is an example of, I believe it was spike or 0.0 in the Google Trends. So what I did is I went into Google, I cleared everything as I told you, made sure I was logged out of Google. And here you can see I typed in Johnny Depp, I hit the search. And then what I did is went to this tool area, which pulls a drop-down area for the date. And I set the date to match the Google Trends spike of November of 2004. Then we had these top 3 websites that came up. I downloaded those websites and then I analyzed them.
So did you undertake this analysis for each of the 17 points on the prior slide that we looked at?
Yes, correct.
And what did you do once you had your web page results, such as on this demonstrative?
You mean when I reviewed each web page?
Yes.
Yeah, so what I was looking for is, were these web pages or articles, did they have anything to do with the alleged abuse? Did they have anything to do with his alcohol, drug use? Did they have anything to do with his work ethic? So I basically, tried to understand, the content and of each website or article.
Did you look at all of the results that turned up when you ran these historical searches?
I only reviewed the top 3.
Why did you choose the top 3?
So I reviewed the top 3 because research shows that about 50 to 75% of the people only click on the top 3. So I wanted to get the majority of the searches.
Tom, I think we can take that down for now. Thank you. What did you determine about the results that you found for the period prior to Ms. Heard's first allegations of abuse?
So I determined that, Mr. Depp was not portrayed in any negative connotation. The web results were about his life and his career, his acting, his, pictures of him, relationships he was in, just pretty normal stuff.
And what did you determine about the top results after Ms. Heard's initial allegations in 2016 and then the republication in the op-ed in 2018?
Okay.
So I was just thinking, man, you know what? I should have opened a company because this is the kind of stuff I do for for videos. We a lot of us do this for videos, and this guy gets paid for expert testimony for doing Google Trend results. He's right, though. I mean, if you look at that, if you go before and after, obviously, what are people going to search? I mean, it's just, you're having someone come in to testify to it, but yeah, what do you think?
Mr. Banya, what did you find about the results of the top web pages that you determined after Ms. Heard's initial allegations and then again after the publication of the op-ed?
Yeah, so after the initial allegations in 2016, I found that the majority of them had to do with the alleged abuse. And then after I realized that the web pages that were dealing with the alleged abuse then started talking about is drinking and drinking and doing drugs. So it appeared to me that they became negative after 2016, but then after 2018, they even included, the alleged abuse, but also included the drinking and drug use.
Did you form any opinions about the results that didn't refer to the allegations of abuse?
That didn't, I formed an opinion that, I'm not following your question, I'm sorry.
That's all right, we can move on. Did any of the results that you analyzed refer to Mr. Depp's work ethic?
No.
Did you form any overall opinions about the results in the web pages that you looked at following Ms. Heard's accusations of abuse?
Yes, as I stated, prior to 2016, the web pages were just about his daily life and career. After the 2016 marker point, they tended to include, the majority of them included, the allegations of abuse. And then after the 2018 op-ed, the ones that included the allegations of abuse were also talking about drinking and drug use.
What was your overall view of the connotation of those results then?
Yeah, so Mr. Depp was portrayed in a negative connotation after the 2016 allegations of abuse, and even more so after the 2018.
You mentioned you also looked at Q scores as part of your analysis. How are Q scores calculated?
Yeah, so Q scores, it's a survey of 1,800 people that happens twice a year. What they do is it's internet-based, and they measure how well a celebrity or a brand is known, how much they're liked, and how much they're disliked. Q scores, include sports figures, celebrities, even cartoon characters, brands. So that's how the scoring system works.
Do you have a demonstrative that reflects the Q score analysis that you prepared?
Yes.
Okay. Tom, could we have demonstrative C, please? And Mr. Banya, what does this tell us about the Q score analysis that you completed?
Yeah, so what this is saying, again, these spikes are the Google trends that you've already seen, but what I've overlaid are his Q scores shown in the red, green, and purple area. And as you recall, I wanted to find out his Q score prior to the allegations of abuse in 2016, where he had a positive Q score of 11 and a negative Q score, a positive Q score of 35 and a negative Q score of 11. And then I looked at the Q scores after, and then after the op-ed.
And what did you determine about those Q scores?
Yeah, so what you can see here, his positive Q score, which is represented in red, was a 35, and that was prior to the alleged abuse and the restraining order. Then after that, his Q score, positive Q score, dropped to a 31. And what that's saying is less people liked him after the date of the 2016 alleged abuse. And then his negative Q score went up from an 11 to a 16, which is telling you that more people disliked him during that time frame.
And what did you find about the final Q scores that you looked at for Mr. Depp?
Yeah, then you can see the Q score C that I have there in purple. His positive Q score went from a 31 to a 29. His negative Q score went from a 16 to a 15. So now his positive Q score dropped again from a 31 to a 29, meaning less people had a positive impression of Mr. Depp. And then his negative Q score did go from a 16 to a 15, so not as many people disliked Johnny during that time frame.
What are your overall opinions about the Q scores that you analyzed?
So my overall opinions are, as I mentioned earlier, I wanted to analyze the Q scores during this snapshot of time. I wanted to understand what they were before, during, and after the op-ed. And what this tells me is his positive Q score went from a 35 to a 29, and then his negative went from an 11 to a 15. So what the Q scores is telling me is the public perception of Mr. Depp has been damaged. They like him less and they dislike him more.
Based on all of the analyses that you completed in this case, what are your final opinions about Mr. Depp's reputation over this period of time?
Yeah, so my opinions are that, Mr. Depp was not portrayed in a negative connotation prior to the 2016 allegations of abuse. And then Mr. Depp's image, he was portrayed in a negative connotation after the 2016 allegations of abuse, and then more so after the 2018 Washington Post op-ed. And then the Q scores represent that, the public thinks he's damaged. They think less likely of him. His positive Q score has gone down, and they don't like him even more because his negative Q score went from the 11 to the 15.
I have no further questions of this witness, Your Honor.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and take our afternoon recess of 15 minutes. Do not discuss the case and do not do any outside research. Just stay right
I want to
there
know
for a
what
second, sir.
I want to know what Amber Heard's Q score is now. I'd like to know what her Q scoring is. We can actually look at those. I took snapshots of everything, so let's look at all the data that he's presenting. Man, we do stuff like this for YouTube. It's interesting. I never thought about this actually being a company. So give me 1 second. I'll pull that up for you. I'm going to mute the... It is interesting, though, because what they're doing, they're proving that Amber Heard did damage to his career. That's what it is. And they're doing it via research that Google provides, which is interesting, like I say. So here's your Google trend results for Johnny Depp, and with peak searches telling you, what exactly is going on, what exactly are people looking at during that time, and their Google trend results. They're looking at, number one, what were people looking at before the accusations that Amber Heard brought? Then what happens during 2016? And then afterward, what happens after the op-ed? So what they're finding is that in 2016, you have, so here's their Q-score ratings as well. So what they're seeing is that in 2004, people were looking at Johnny Depp and they were looking up normal items. They were wondering about his they were wondering about movies that he would be in, about his life, the typical things that you would see focused on by tabloids as they try to intrude in your life. I mean, if you look at, I think tabloids will tell you the same thing. They may talk about who he's dating, but they're talking about his everyday life, his roles, etc., etc. After 2016, or right into 2016, when you have the TRO established, then people start looking at Johnny Depp differently. And of course, that's the whole point of what Amber Heard did. She knew what this would do. She knew that people would look at him as a spousal abuser. They would say, man, that guy is a monster. That guy's absolutely a monster. And she would make his name synonymous with domestic abuse, which is exactly what she did. It was weaponized. That was the entirety of the plan, and it worked. After the op-ed comes out, even more is added on because people start adding on drug use, which is the entirety of their case that they build. He's a drug user. He's a drinker. He's the monster. Now, what they're going to do is they're going to say all of that came from Dan Wooten. You watch. They're going to say that was actually Dan Wooten's fault in the UK. Sheila Aliens, hey, what's up? Thanks for the two. Not to pry. What years were you in Germany? My fam too. I'll talk to you about that. I'll hit you up, and we can discuss that there. It was way, way back. It's in the way back machine. Yeah. This company is top over the line. Well, they also talked about, the different spikes that you see on there. I mean, you have interest in movies. You have items that you would typically research, like say Pirates is coming up and people are excited about Pirates. They're searching Pirates. That's something you typically find in that, or maybe even there's relationship news, something like that. But again, it's typical. It would be tabloid fodder, but it's not the kind of, tabloids have changed too. The MeToo movement in Hollywood has become whose life is going to get destroyed today. It's absolutely the truth. You look at that, it is an absolute mess. Scott Wick, thanks for the 10. This is the day you will remember as the day you almost caught Captain Jack Sparrow. Indeed. Man, finding out that Pirates of the Caribbean 6, like you think about the damage control machine Disney rolled out. They not only did damage control, they made an agreement with Johnny Depp for $22.5 million. That, again, does not include residuals. They had a relationship that was good enough that they had Johnny Depp appear in one of their theme parks and take the place of one of their animatronics, basically to goof on guests, to have fun with that. Then the stuff comes out and they separate. And here's a very good point in that too. They don't believe the charges. They're just doing damage control, because if they believed the charges, if they thought that that was bad enough, number one, they would tell Johnny Depp, if they truly believe this, they would tell Johnny Depp never to dress up like that character again. Don't go to the hospitals. Don't go to the children's hospitals. Don't talk to those sick and dying kids. But you know what? They don't do that because they know that that's positive PR for Disney. It's positive PR for the thing that they own. It will sell movies. It will put people's butts in chairs on rides and on. They just want to separate from the ugliness that they perceive. Again, it's funny how they walk this line. There's also the other side, which he brought up. If they truly believed he was a wife beater, they never stopped selling action figures, I mean, if people actually thought that that was true, they'd be like, oh, look, it's Captain Jack Sparrow now with backhand action, and they would make fun of it and they'd get them pulled. But nobody believed that he was a wife beater. Nobody believed those toys were representative of a wife beater, or they throw a fit. Shabaka Wookie, thanks for the 7. My life is incomplete. I missed the whole day. Where are my cat lady pearls of stupid today? You missed some. You missed some for sure. What did I miss? Got my Amicus shirt today. It's awesome, awesome there. Oh, that's great. I'm glad people are getting their shirts, by the way. You missed some good witnesses. You found out a lot about pirates. I keep a running log of things. If you go on Twitter and you start the beginning of the day, you can just look at some snapshots, and we'll review all of it at the end of this. We'll go over a little bit. We'll review it, so we can do a little bit of catch up too. Okay, thanks for the 5 there and the super sticker. Appreciate that. That's cool. But yeah, I mean, there's been a lot of actual good testimony from people who bring solid evidence with them. Again, you've had are 2 agents that have testified in the last week now saying that his career was decimated. And again, they brought numbers today. The numbers are what really impact. Like when I hear them talking about, well, he lost movies. Okay, fair enough. But when they start mentioning this is what he had before and he has no traction afterwards, that speaks to me. Again, you had, let's see. Give me 1 second. I'll find those numbers again because I found the numbers. Murder on the Orient Express, $10 million. Fantastic Beasts. And again, there was more money to this, but about $14.6 million. I didn't write his number because I remembered the number on my head. It was 14.6. And, The Professor, $3.5 million. And then, later on, you still have Waiting for the Barbarians. You have Minamata. And then you have an entire career destroyed. And nothing. I'll mess up your name. Thanks for the 2 there. Won't they use testimony from 2016 to cause downfall? What do you mean? Are you saying that they'll try to use 2016 to knock out the case? Absolutely. I mean, what they'll try to do is they'll try to use they're trying to use 2016 again. They're no longer arguing that she didn't destroy his career. They're saying this op-ed didn't do it. I destroyed it in another date because that's part of the requisite for it. But it's amazing to hear them. They're pretty much admitting that they did indeed destroy Johnny Depp's career. She did it, but she did it when they divorced. Because again, she could kind of get away with it. And that's absolutely not true. Because in 2016, going forward, he still had career opportunities. Even after the Sun article came out, the Sun article was a direct point at J.K. Rowling. And even with that, it didn't take out his career. Because if you look at it, remember, this was a direct article aimed at J.K. Rowling saying, you need to fire Johnny Depp. Not just you, J.K. Rowling, but the entirety of Hollywood. You need to scrub Johnny Depp. He needs to be gone. Now, what happened there was that, now I know this from talking to sources. I know this from some of the stuff that's been mentioned publicly, a little bit of everything in there. But what happened is they informed J.K. Rowling of everything that was added to the case. Adam Waldman, for sure, sat down with J.K. Rowling. I'm assuming that Johnny Depp did. I don't know that for a fact, but the way that it's been worded in other things, I know for a fact about set downs. I know for a fact that J.K. Rowling was approached, that there was discussion about, again, all of the factors and the facts in this case. When they pulled those up, they talked about it to her. She had to elevate that higher. So you had everything presented to them. They knew it, and they decided to keep him on for Fantastic Beasts, too. That's what really, that says more than anything. The Dan Wooten article did not take him out of Fantastic Beasts 2, but he lost Fantastic Beasts 3. Now, what they would try to say is that it was the lawsuit or the litigation against Dan Wooten that lost it. But, I mean, really, was that? Or was it the op-ed where she points the finger and she says, this guy abused me, and Hollywood, you supported him for years. See, that's the finger that weaponized. Now, she did both of those articles. She was responsible for both, not just one. She was actually directly responsible for both. But the litigation, it's not over both. It's over one. But she was directly responsible for both articles. She wrote one, but her team leaked all of the information to Dan Wooten. They gave him all of the weapons. They gave him all of the damaging spears and arrows. That's how he had pictures. Like, if you look at that op-ed, that's how he has access to certain things. That, again, some of that actually ends up turning on him. He quotes part of MeToo, for example. He quotes God, I can't think of her name, DeCabinet. One of the louder voices in MeToo at that time. And she actually threw a fit about that because she said, coming back to it, she didn't feel that Amber Heard was clean. She didn't want to be part of it because she didn't feel Amber Heard was clean. She thought that she herself was an abuser too. And I agree. I think that Amber Heard is an abuser. I absolutely think that. I think that there's been enough evidence that has been presented that it's not canceling her. And again, we wouldn't be talking about Amber Heard and we wouldn't be talking about her guilt or innocence if it weren't for her bringing this in the first place. I usually try to be very careful about what I say about somebody, in something like this. But Amber Heard is the one that brought it all forward. Again, it wasn't Johnny Depp that said she's an abuser, she's a monster. He, in fact, he tried to keep it clean behind the scenes. I think that says a lot about her too. I mean, when you look at somebody and they decide that they're going to burn your life down, I mean, what do you think? What do you think about that? I mean, would you think about that too? What do you think about letting someone in? Like he did her. He let her in everything. He told her everything. And you know what he got for it? He got his life burned down. And I'm going to show you a couple of things real fast, too. Before they come back, they're going to come back in a minute. I want to show you something that we made, okay? For just a second. We made some shirts we've been goofing off with, and I want to show it to you while we got a break for a second. So, I'm not sure if you've seen these, but we have our line of shirts. I will put one link. Look at these, like the muffin thing, where she brought in the witnesses. It was the doctor talking about muffins. We made a shirt like that. We made two on this. Actually, there's two of them, but I only pull up one. We have our Amica cream shirt. I even made fun of it. I left text there because they can't decide what the heck to do. We made a mega pint. We also have a coffee cup with it. any proceeds that come from this stuff too, I just think they're funny. So any profit that we make from our shirts, we actually are putting into. So if you find they're funny, I think they're funny. I think they're a lot of fun. But our store, there's our store. There's our megabyte. You could just go to the store and find out everything. They should be listed in the description. But I don't know, man. Like some of this stuff, you gotta approach some of this insanity with a little bit of laugh because my God, like if you try to process what these people do and what they did and what they get away with, I mean, it's crushing in a lot of ways because if you can crush a person like a Johnny Depp, man, how does a regular person survive? And they don't. I had this guy I knew. He worked, I live in a small town. He worked out here. He started going through a contentious divorce. His wife, she was, let's just say, unfaithful, very much so. She would talk smack about this guy all the time. He was a nice dude, like the kind of person that, the kind of person that can interact men, women, kids, and not in a ever, you don't look at him and think, man, he's creepy. They're just a nice person, they were genuinely nice around people. Well, when he got into his contentious divorce, she alleged that I'm going to say, was inappropriate with his little daughter at the time. And the mother coached the daughter to make accusations. He went to jail for it because of those. And up they're back. They're bringing the jury back in. And after he went to jail, they didn't examine the kids before that. Give me one second.
All right. Go ahead and get the
They're bringing in the jury. But they didn't examine the kids right after that, or the kid, rather, right after that. And they did. They examined the kid in the aftermath. Like, I forget how many months and months had passed. But they found out, well, it couldn't have happened the way she said because the kid, let's just say they didn't show any signs of that happening. And nothing happened to the mom at all. But that's all it took was accusations. It destroyed dude's life. You've seen it, you see it all the time. That's the problem with false accusations. And it hurts survivors of domestic abuse. It's a double-edged thing. People tend not to believe survivors because of people like this. Stardust, thanks for the 5 and the super sticker. Appreciate that there. Appreciate all of you tuning in. Again, if you would, share the broadcast. Tell people we're live over here. This has been a big day for us, and I do appreciate all of you that turned in. We'll go tomorrow. Again, the media advertised that Heard was supposed to be on the stand today. They look it up. Like, you have article after article. You had people talking about it. That's why I put it on the thing with a question mark. Because, but I do not see how Amber Heard can obviously testify. I still think that there's more to it,
All right, please be seated. All right, cross-examination.
Good afternoon, Mr. Banya.
Good afternoon.
Mr. Banya, you understand that this case is about the op-ed in December of 2018, correct?
I understand this case to be about the allegations of domestic abuse, both as it relates to the 2016 and the republication of that in the 2018 Washington Post op-ed.
You understand that Mr. Depp is only suing Amber about the op-ed from December 2018, correct?
My understanding is, I can base my understanding on my analysis, which includes the 2016 allegations of
That's
abuse.
your analysis, but do you understand what Mr. Depp is suing Amber for in this case?
Objection, Your Honor, to the extent it calls for a legal conclusion.
All right, I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Did you read the complaint in this case?
Yes.
Did you understand that Mr. Depp was only suing for the op-ed, about the op-ed?
Yes.
Okay. And Mr. Depp was not suing Amber in this case from his complaint about the accusation she made in 2016, correct?
That is my understanding.
And you're not able to separate out how Mr. Depp's reputation was impacted from the op-ed in 2018 versus how it was impacted when Ms. Heard filed for divorce in 2016, correct?
That is not correct.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, you can. It's straight up in the data. Look at it.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
All right, so he's going to hand him some prior deposition, is what it is. If you look at the data, though, it's right there. It's right there in the data. Spooky Pooch, thanks for the 5. Apparently, his forensic psychologist is testifying first for AH. It's obvious what they're going to do, Dan, and it's
Mr. Bond, you
sickening.
took a deposition in this case,
Yes, I did.
and I was asking you the questions in that case. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And you took that deposition on March 21st, 2022?
That is correct.
Okay. And you were under oath at the time, correct?
Yes,
Okay. And you were under oath to tell the truth, correct?
correct.
Okay. Can you turn to page 83 of your transcript, which is on the 21st page of the,
I'm here?
okay, and you see line 9?
Yes.
And I ask you, are you able to separate out how Mr. Depp's reputation was impacted from the op-ed versus how it was impacted by when Ms. Heard filed for divorce? And your answer was no, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you're not able to separate out how Mr. Depp's reputation was impacted from the op-ed in 2018 versus the publicity surrounding when Mr. Depp sued the Sun newspaper in the United Kingdom when a Sun writer called Mr. Depp a wife beater, correct?
Called it.
Are you still reading from my deposition?
No, I'm asking you a question now.
Please repeat that.
You're not able to separate out how Mr. Depp's reputation was impacted from the op-ed in 2018 versus the publicity surrounding when Mr. Depp sued the Sun newspaper in the United Kingdom when a Sun writer called Mr. Depp a wife beater.
Objection, compound, Your Honor.
Sustained.
You're not able to separate out how Mr. Depp's reputation was impacted from the op-ed in 2018 versus the publicity surrounding when Mr. Depp sued the Sun newspaper in the United Kingdom, correct?
My analysis shows that the web documents that I reviewed after the 2018 allegations.
Respectfully, this is a yes or no.
got worse.
This is a yes or no question.
Please repeat the question.
You're not able to separate out how Mr. Depp's reputation was impacted from the op-ed in 2018 versus the publicity surrounding when Mr. Depp sued the Sun newspaper in the United Kingdom.
That was not part of my analysis to carve that out.
And you didn't. You were not able to separate it, correct?
I didn't try to.
Okay, and so you couldn't.
I didn't try it.
Okay. And you understand that the article Mr. Depp sued the Sun over had the headline that said, "How can J.K. Rowling be genuinely happy casting wife beater Johnny Depp in the new Fantastic Beasts film," correct?
I don't recall if that's one of the articles I reviewed.
Do you know if that article came out before Ms. Heard's op-ed?
I don't know.
Now, you're not offering an opinion as to how the op-ed from Ms. Heard in December 2018 impacted Mr. Depp's career, correct?
Repeat that, please.
You're not offering an opinion as to how the op-ed from Ms. Heard in December 2018 impacted Mr. Depp's career.
Correct.
Okay. And you're not offering an opinion as to how the op-ed from Ms. Heard in December 2018 impacted Mr. Depp's reputation.
What I'm doing is
It's a yes or no. Are you offering an opinion to that or not?
My opinion is related to his public image.
You're not offering an opinion as to how the op-ed from Ms. Heard in December 2018 impacted Mr. Depp's reputation, correct?
I'm not talking exactly about his reputation, correct?
And you're not offering an opinion as to how the op-ed from Ms. Heard in December 2018 impacted Mr. Depp's public image, correct?
I'm offering an opinion that after the 2018.
It's a yes or
his
no,
public
sir.
image-
It's a yes or no. You're not offering an opinion as to how the op-ed from Ms. Heard in December 2018 impacted Mr. Depp's public image.
I am.
Turn to your deposition transcript, please. And if you go to page 74, which is on page 19.
This witness needs much better prep. You know, he does. He needs better prep, though, so he can hit the
And you
answers.
see
there.
line, are you there?
Yes.
You see line 1, starting on line 1. I asked you, and you're not going to testify how the December 2018 op-ed impacted Mr. Depp's public image. Answer, that's correct. That was your testimony at the time,
Okay,
correct?
well,
That was
Johnny
your answer
Depp's
at the time, correct?
perception is a
Sir, that was
negative
your answer at the
perception.
time, correct?
Okay, yes.
And that was your answer on March 21st, 2022, correct?
Yes, the date of the deposition.
So that was a month and a half ago,
Right.
correct? Okay. And you're not offering an opinion as to whether the op-ed from Ms. Heard made Mr. Depp more hireable or less hireable, correct?
Correct.
Okay. As to the articles that came up in the Google searches that you spoke about, it was you made the determination whether the articles had a, quote, negative connotation or not, right?
Correct.
And so that's just your view if an article had a negative connotation about Mr. Depp, right?
Yes, that's my opinion that they had a negative connotation.
Right. So if an article criticizes Mr. Depp's acting, for example, you're not considering that article as having a negative connotation about Mr. Depp, correct?
Repeat that, please?
So if an article criticizes Mr. Depp's acting, you're not considering that article as having a negative connotation about Mr. Depp, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, in your analysis of Google spikes, the highest spike in searches for Mr. Depp was in January 2004, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and I guess you guys have it. Can you put up the demonstrative 1236?
Their whole strategy is to yell at you until you until you basically relent.
Can you see that, Mr.
Yes.
Can we make it just a little bit bigger? Okay. So if I'm understanding you correctly, A is where the most searches were conducted for Johnny Depp, correct?
Correct.
And that's from January 2004, correct?
Correct.
So that was 18 years ago?
Correct.
Okay. And that was when Ms. Heard was 18 years old?
I don't know.
Okay. The top spike you mark as
What?
100, correct?
I did not mark that, but Google Trends identified that spike as 100.
And where it says 100, you don't know how many people actually searched for Johnny Depp at that point, correct?
Well, the Google Trends algorithm marks the highest point of search as 100, and then everything is compared to that as a ratio or a percent. So if you notice that A is 100, everything else is lower than that because everything is being compared to that highest point.
Right, so you don't know how many people actually did the search for Johnny Depp in January 2004, correct?
Correct.
It could be 100 or it could be 1 million, right?
I don't know.
And you
Trends
don't know
does
if it's
have
actually
numbers.
human beings doing these searches, correct?
Oh my God.
As opposed to...
As opposed to bots or something like that.
The bots,
I
baby.
did not do an analysis to determine if it's a bot or a human being, but Google Trends is a tool that's going to show you during a time frame the highest point of search interest as 100.
Okay. But you don't know if it's humans, bots, my cat doing the searches, correct?
Objection asked and answered, Your Honor.
Sustained. Next question.
Now, in all of these Google spikes, Ms. Heard's op-ed never came up as one of the top 3 searches in any of the Google spikes, correct?
Well, that is correct because Google Trends is based on a search of a word or a name. And because Mr. Depp's name was not mentioned in that op-ed, Google Trends did not pick that up.
So a person does a search for Johnny Depp and the op-ed doesn't come up, correct?
In my analysis, the op-ed did not come up.
Okay. And in fact, the red dotted line all the way to the right, that shows when the op-ed was published on December 18th, 2018, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And the searches are actually going down right after the red line, correct?
As opposed to the searches in 2004?
Look at the red line look at the red dotted line, and you have two points here, right there. Those go down from the time of the op-ed, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And isn't it true that the next, I guess, spike happens in March of 2019, correct? Right there.
Yes.
And do you know that it was March of 2019 when Mr. Depp sued Amber Heard in this case?
No, I didn't look at that date.
Right. You didn't look at any articles for this bullet, correct?
That's correct.
And since Ms. Heard's op-ed came out on December 18th, 2018, you would agree with me that by definition, all the spikes you analyzed before December 18, 2018 could not have been caused by the op-ed, right?
Correct.
So articles about Mr. Depp's drug use before December 2018 could not have been caused by the op-ed, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you, in this chart, analyze only 2 spikes after the op-ed, isn't that right?
That is correct.
Okay. And the first spike you analyzed after December 2018 is V, correct?
Yes.
And is that January 2020?
Roughly, yes.
Okay. So that's January 2020 is over a year after the op-ed by Ms. Heard, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And then the next spike you analyzed was T, correct?
Yes.
And that was in approximately July 2020?
Correct.
Okay, so that was a year and a half after Ms. Heard's op-ed, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And again, none of the articles, and then for V and T,
Correct.
okay. And none of the articles you analyzed in those Google spikes after the op-ed were the op-ed, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And isn't it true that the headlines of the articles over a year after the op-ed that you analyzed were about Mr. Depp suing the Sun in the UK for a Sun writer calling Mr. Depp a wife beater?
You would have to pull those articles back up. I don't have those in front of me.
Isn't it true that the article, and just so I understand it, V and T, that would mean there were 6 articles, correct, that you analyzed?
Yes.
Okay. And isn't it true that the article on February 26, 2020, the headline was, quote, Johnny Depp's disturbing alleged text messages read aloud in court as libel lawsuit begins?
Again, I don't have that article in front of me. I did produce those as part of my analysis. I don't have that in front of me, if you'd like to show it to me.
And you understand that that was about the lawsuit against the Sun in the UK, not about the op-ed, correct?
Again, I do not have that in front of me.
And another article that came up on February 27th, 2020 is one of the top 3 hits when you search for Johnny Depp. What the headline was, quote, let's burn Amber, texts allegedly sent by Johnny Depp about X read in court.
I mean, if you want to talk about these articles, we need to bring them up.
This is your opinion. You don't recall what articles you analyzed?
I mean, there's a lot of articles here. I didn't memorize each title.
There were 6 articles that you analyzed in the almost 2 years after the op-ed.
All right, can you bring those up and we can talk about them?
And on July 19th, 2020, the headline was, quote, Hollywood nervously awaits fallout from explosive Johnny Depp trial. You don't recall one way or the other whether that was one of the articles in either V or T?
Again, I know if you want to bring up my documents, I know document 9J, 9O, 9K, and 9M are mentioning the op-ed. Again, I don't have those in front of me.
And when you say mentioning the op-ed, does that mean that it just references that Mr. Depp sued Amber Heard in Fairfax?
No, it talks about how he's alleged to have abused her as it relates to the op-ed.
Doesn't it say, I mean, another headline from July 19th, 2020, the headline was, quote, Hollywood nervously awaits fallout from explosive Johnny Depp trial?
Objection asked and answered.
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
You understood that was about the lawsuit against the Sun in the UK, correct?
Objection asked and
I
answered.
didn't ask about that.
Overruled.
Again, I would like to talk about these articles, but I need to see them.
And on July 19th, 2020, the headline was, quote, Johnny Depp versus Amber Heard, all the nasty bits of the UK trial, and it's all nasty. That was in point T, correct?
Again, I do not have that list in front of me. If you'd like to bring that up, we could talk about it.
And you understood that was about the lawsuit against the Sun in the UK, correct?
I do not.
And on July 19th, 2020, the headline was, quote, Johnny Depp claims in the Sun he beat ex-wife, complete lies, court told. That was the quote, correct?
I don't see that here.
That was in your report, correct?
I would have to look at the documents again. I would be happy to discuss them if you would bring those up.
And then you previously had a chart that had articles from November 2020, correct?
So they're not going to bring up anything. He can't actually
I'm
review
sorry?
it.
Say that?
You previously had a chart that included articles from November 2020, correct?
Objection, Your Honor. May we approach on
Okay,
this?
sure.
This guy, they won't bring up anything. This witness is awful right now. This witness is not prepped. He doesn't seem to know what he's talking about right this moment. But at the same time, maybe there's a different point. Basically, they're allowing them to talk about this without bringing up any articles. So
You understood it was Mr. Depp's
looks
decision
bad.
to sue the Sun, correct?
I don't know. It's not part of my analysis.
Now, you talked about Q scores in your direct testimony, correct?
Correct.
And you testified about 3 particular Q scores for Mr. Depp, right?
3 periods of time are the Q scores that I analyzed.
And you're not offering an opinion as to why Mr. Depp's Q scores changed, correct?
That's correct.
And Q scores can go up and down for actors for any sort of reason, correct?
That's possible.
You recall testifying that they could go up and down for any sort of reason in your deposition.
Yeah, they can go up and down for many different reasons.
So you're not offering an opinion that Mr. Depp's Q scores were damaged because of Ms. Heard's op-ed, correct?
That's correct.
And in comparing the Q scores from before the op-ed to the Q scores after the op-ed, Mr. Depp's Q scores dropped by 2 points, correct?
I don't have those Q scores in front of me, but if you're looking at them, I believe.
We can show the 3rd page of this demonstrative.
What was your question, please?
Mr. Depp's positive Q scores from B to C dropped by 2 points, correct?
Yes.
You're not an expert on statistics, correct?
Correct.
And even though you're not an expert, you have an idea about what the term statistically significant means, correct?
Yes.
And statistical significance is a measure of whether your findings are meaningful, right?
Yes, I don't think you need statistics to understand Q scores.
And you don't know if there's any significance to a drop in 2 points in positive Q score, correct?
Well, there absolutely is. When you're ordering Q scores on points at a time.
Mr. Banya, go to your deposition, page 113, which is on 29.
Okay.
If their team was smarter,
At 10,
this guy
line-
could be a
page
complete
113, line 10,
disaster.
it says, so you're not offering an opinion as to the significance of a change in Q score, correct? Answer, correct.
Well, you're talking about statistically a difference. What I'm talking about is how we use Q scores in the industry. When you see a Q score dropping from a 31 to a 29, there's an issue. Is this somebody you really want to hire to endorse your products or your service? No, you probably not. You want to look into why, what is going on in the public to make these Q scores drop like that.
And you don't know exactly the significance between 5 or 6 points of drop in Q score, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, and it shows here that Mr. Depp's negative Q score actually got better from point B to point C, correct?
Correct.
So that's actually better for Mr. Depp, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you understand that Dr. Alan Jacobs reviewed your opinions in this case?
Yes.
And you understand that Dr. Jacobs reviewed additional Q-score data, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Can we please put up Plaintiff's Exhibit 889 at 117? Mr. Banya, do you understand this as a chart of Mr. Depp's Q scores from winter 2012 through summer of 2021?
Yes.
Do you have any reason to question the Q scores that are shown in this chart?
Like I said in my deposition, I've not received the actual data to build this chart, but I don't have any reason to not believe that this is accurate.
As I understand it, Q scores are performed on a celebrity like Mr. Depp twice a year, correct?
Yes.
So there's winter of a particular year, and then there's summer of a particular year?
Yes.
And the winter scores come out around February, is that right?
I don't have that information in front of me, but it sounds right.
And so would you know when the summer scores come out?
I don't.
Okay. And this chart shows, well, permission to publish this chart as a demonstrative, Your Honor.
Any objection?
I don't think this witness has laid an appropriate foundation for it, Your Honor.
He said he has no reason to question the Q scores.
I'll allow it as a demonstrative. That's fine.
It's not the data that's the problem. This witness, like I said, he's not prepped. If Rottenberg was
And
smarter,
so this chart
he could ask
shows
the right
Mr.
questions.
Depp's
It could be
positive
damaging.
and negative Q scores, correct?
Correct.
And the positive Q scores are in blue.
That's correct.
Can you blow it up a little bit, Michelle? And the negative Q scores are in red?
Yes.
Okay.
Objection, Your Honor, may we approach for a
Yes.
moment?
I'm sorry, I called him Rottenberg. I got the other guy. I don't know why I keep calling them all Rottenberg. They all sound like the same guy to me. Regardless, the same guy, this guy, again, it's not the data here. This guy is not prepped. You can tell, like, you have to prep a witness because when Rottenberg goes, I keep calling him Rottenberg, when the other guy, when he goes hard at him, he relents. He relents, he caves.
Mr. Banya, the positive Q score for Mr. Depp in the winter of 2012 is 42, correct?
It's in between. Yeah, it's in between 40 and 45.
Okay. And did you check the actual Q scores that Mr. Jacobs demonstrated in his report?
No, my analysis was a snapshot of time. I wanted to know Johnny Depp's Q scores directly before the 2012 allegations, the 2016 allegations of abuse, and after.
Okay. And you see here that the positive Q scores for Mr. Depp dropped from 42 in the winter of 2012 to 35 in the summer of 2016, correct?
Yes.
That's a 7-point drop, correct?
Yes.
And that's before Ms. Heard had her divorce filing, correct?
That's correct.
And that drop in Mr. Depp's positive Q scores could have nothing to do with Ms. Heard's op-ed, correct?
Correct.
And that drop could have nothing to do with the allegations Ms. Heard made after the divorce filing, correct?
Correct.
And would you agree that the positive Q scores actually start to show an increase for Mr. Depp after the op-ed? There's a decrease and then there's an increase?
Yep.
And the same for the negative Depp Q scores. There's a bit of a positive and then it goes down, correct?
Yes.
So really, the op-ed had no effect on Mr. Depp's Q scores, correct?
As I mentioned, my analysis looked at the snapshot of time, and it shows that he was harmed, from before the allegations of abuse in 16 to after the op-ed in 2018.
You looked at 3 Q scores, and you could have looked at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. I won't even count the 2021 scores. 18 Q scores, correct?
Yep,
Okay, and you looked at 3, right?
that's correct.
And that's what you're basing your opinion on, that the op-ed damaged Mr. Depp's Q scores?
Yeah, so what we need to
That's my,
understand is Q scores
my question is a
do
yes or
go
no.
up
Your
and
counsel
down.
can come back and ask you
what I
whatever you
wanted
want.
to do
Your
is
Honor.
I wanted to
Sir,
analyze.
sir, if you could just answer his yes or no
Oh,
question.
sorry.
That's fine.
I didn't hear your question.
You looked at 3 Q scores instead of 18 Q scores, correct?
That's correct.
And did you look at the Q scores at all after the Dan Wooten article that came out in April of 2018?
Objection, asked and answered, Your Honor.
I don't think I asked that.
Overruled, I'll allow it.
He asked it. He just didn't call it Dan Wooten article.
Thank you, I have nothing further.
All right, redirect.
If they were smarter, they would have destroyed this witness. They would have destroyed him because he's not prepped. But they're too stupid. Team Heard just dropped the ball right
Mr.
there.
Banya, on cross-examination, you were asked some questions about the fact that you made a determination about which of these articles had a negative connotation. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Is that something that you do in situations other than in your analysis in this case?
Yeah. So in non-litigation, when we're building brand monetization strategies, and especially if you're going to work with a celebrity or an athlete, you want to look at what's going on out there, about that personality. Because celebrities and athletes, Q scores can go up and down. You want to analyze the time and see what's going on out in the media. Do I really want my client to license in a celebrity that there's problems out there, or an athlete? So yes, it's important to look at this.
And I believe you were asked whether you're offering an opinion in this case about the impact of the op-ed on Mr. Depp's public image. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And I believe you testified that you are offering an opinion on that. Is that right?
Yes.
What's that opinion?
Well, the opinion is that he's portrayed in a negative connotation after that date.
And with respect to the Q scores that you analyzed, Mr. Nadelhoff was asking you about the 3 points in time that you looked at. Why, in your opinion, was it appropriate to look at just those 3 Q scores?
Yeah, as I was trying to explain, Q scores do go up and down. We're analyzing a period of time. We want to see what's happening right before an event, during that event, and if there's another event after that event. And that is our area of analysis. So that's why just these 3 sets of Q scores are the appropriate way to analyze this.
Thank you. I have nothing further, Your Honor.
All right, is this witness subject to recall?
He is, Your Honor.
All right. Sir, do not discuss your testimony with anybody since you are subject to recall, but since you are an expert, you are allowed to stay in the courtroom if you wish, okay?
Okay,
All right, thank you,
Your
sir.
Honor.
All right, you can step down.
Man, they messed up big time. I'm
next
talking about
witness.
Amber Heard's team. They screwed up so
Your Honor,
big
I
there.
believe we're calling Aaron Filati by deposition.
Oh, okay.
Your Honor, there are a few exhibits, there are at least 2 exhibits that I think we have to start with.
Okay, could you put, I'm sorry, could you put your microphone on?
We approach, there's 2 exhibits that we have.
Okay. All right, well, we're,
Okay, so it's the issue with that guy. Like I said, when I'm talking about not being prepped, Depp's team didn't sit down with that guy and get him ready for what it's going to be there. What it's going to be like when Team Heard comes at him, because they're going to come at him hard. They're going to ask things. They're going to be ugly towards you. Okay, the best example there was they kept asking him about headlines, and he kept saying, I haven't seen them. I need them pulled up. And yet he would relent. The same thing with data. He was asked, so this other person, they provided an analysis of Q scores. They differ from you. And he said, well, I don't have the data, but I have no reason to doubt that. Why the hell would you not doubt that? They're looking at your findings and they're disagreeing with them. I want to know how you come to that. You never relent. You don't give, because that's their job. Their job is to find a weakness and attack. And if Hurd's team was better, that guy right there would have cracked, because he was already cracking. If they'd have pulled up articles, they would have had that guy on the stand saying pretty much that the Sun article, that did just as much damage as, because he was going along with anything that they said. But they weren't good. I mean, if they were smarter, they would have destroyed that guy. And again, it has nothing to do with his data or what he was testifying about. It's that he's not prepped. He doesn't know what he's going to face on the stand. Like, he was a weak witness. His data worked for the case. His Q scoring worked, but he seemed, like I said, he seemed confused when they started asking him questions. He seemed very awkward. And you know, that's going to be one of your problems anyway. You need a person that can pull data, but you need a person that's not going to be awkward about it. You need a person that, again, can stand up to that. It takes a certain personality to it. And again, maybe he's not a personality for it all, but I would say that prepping, first of all, making sure that he's ready to withstand that, it didn't even seem like they'd gone down that road. And that, they could have had a real problem right there. As it was, it made his data look bungly, but they could have turned his data into a win for their team, and they're too dumb to do that. Like, if that had been my guy right there, I would have eaten him alive. I would have brought up more of those articles. I would have kept digging into him harder and harder, and I would have had him on the stand saying that the Sun article is what caused that. I wouldn't have corrected too when it said when they said, well, this one article says the case blah blah blah. They're talking about the Sun article. They're talking about the Sun. I wouldn't have gone with that approach. I would have said, so you're saying that this right here, this is the cause, where they're talking about it. I would have hammered that point home. And when he said, yeah, then I would have unloaded with this is about a different case, right? You know, that's not about this case, right? You do understand that, right? That you just told us. Like I said, they could have destroyed him on the stand. But instead, they made him look unnerved. They made him look nervous and uncomfortable, but they didn't make him look incompetent. And that's where you needed to go with that. Like I said, if they'd have been smarter, they would have destroyed that
Your
guy.
next witness then?
Thank you, Your Honor. Plaintiff calls Aaron Filati, also known as Aaron Borem Filati, and Ms. Hurd's counsel begins the questioning.
Okay, thank you.
So this will be interesting. Erin Filati is, I don't know how to spell her name, but she's somebody that actually had items admitted.
Provide your full name.
Aaron Filati.
And is Borum your maiden name?
Correct.
Okay. So Borum was your last name in the 2014 to 2016 timeframe, correct?
That's correct.
Have you communicated with anybody else from Mr. Depp's counsel other than Ms. Vasquez?
Not that I recall. Oh, excuse me, I do. I don't remember his name, I'm so sorry. I feel like I spoke with him. I don't know his last name.
Did you speak to or communicate with Adam Waldman?
Perhaps. I don't recall his last name.
Okay. And do you recall when that occurred?
That would have been 2019 because I had a newborn at that time. So maybe May, June, July, something like that, 2019.
So this is a text exchange between you and Mr. Waldman?
It appears so.
Okay. And do you recall speaking to Mr. Waldman at all?
Yes.
And do you recall that when you were communicating with Mr. Waldman was Mr. Depp's attorney?
Yes.
Ms. Filati, you're a trained nurse, is that correct?
That's correct.
Do you have any specialties?
Well, I haven't been working, like I used to, but previously I was trained in addictions and mental health.
And when you say addictions, are there specific type of addictions you were trained in?
All, but I primarily worked with chemical dependency.
This is JD's nurse. People are asking.
And where did you receive training for addiction and mental health?
Different employment places, and then I became a certified registered addictions nurse.
Amber Heard's team goes first with questions in video dip. So remember, it's backwards in the video dips.
You know who Dr. David Kipper is, correct?
Correct.
Did you work for Dr. Kipper?
Not directly, but he would hire the agency I provided nursing services for, which was Turning Point, I believe. So I worked under his guidance, but not specifically for him. Most of the time. There have been times where I've worked specifically for him.
Okay. When did you start working for Turning Point Nursing Services, or whatever the name of that company was?
I don't recall. My best guess would be somewhere between 2007 or 8.
And when did you start to begin to do any work for Dr. Kipper?
I believe 2014.
What were the circumstances that started you working for Dr. Kipper in 2014?
If I recall correctly, it would be for services for Ms. Heard.
Were you ever responsible for Mr. Depp's nursing care while he was under the treatment of Dr. Kipper?
I provided him with nursing care. Exhibit 2.
So, Ms. Filati, I'm showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 2 to your deposition. And these are AH TPD 16929 through 16959. And is that the paper documents you have, a set of the paper documents you have in front of you?
Part of it. The first page.
And the first page might have said at the bottom also K182.
Yes, I have that.
Okay. Do you recognize these as your, what are these?
These are my nursing notes kept for Ms. Heard. Yes.
And these are notes you created?
Yes.
Did you create these notes in the ordinary course of business?
Yes.
Okay. Were you trained in how to prepare these notes?
Yes.
Would you write these how long after the visit would you write up these notes?
Would depend. Sometimes I would keep notes on my phone that I would transfer to the Word document when I was in front of my laptop. And if not possible, I would do it as soon as feasible.
And how often would you show these notes to Dr. Kipper?
I I don't recall at intervals, but I don't recall.
So if you look at the first page of the notes, the first entry is August 27th, 2014, correct?
Yes.
And you wrote RN has been hired to provide private nursing care for client Amber Heard, right?
Correct.
Right. And RN refers to you, correct? And an RN means registered nurse, correct?
Correct.
And throughout the notes, and you say this here, Amber Heard would be referred to as client or AH, correct?
That's correct.
All right. And Johnny Depp would be referred to as JD.
That's correct.
Would you agree that Mr. Depp and Amber would get into verbal arguments?
I recall a general sense of discord in the relationship.
And what do you mean by general sense of discord?
I just recall there being disagreements, reconciliation, and kind of that repeating pattern.
And would you be at times taking care of Amber because of this, the disagreements between Mr. Depp and Amber?
I provided emotional support. I was not present with her often, but was available over the phone, via text, and sometimes in person.
Do you recall that in March 2015, Amber went to Australia to be with Mr. Depp?
Yes, I remember she went to Australia. As to the dates, I would have to look through documentation to ascertain the exact dates.
Okay. And on Exhibit 2, this is your note of March 7th, 2015?
That's correct.
And you wrote, client notifies RN via text of increasing anxiety?
Yes, I wrote that.
And then on 3/8/15, you wrote, RN received report from Debbie RN. Debbie being Debbie Lloyd, correct?
That's correct.
Do you recall what the report you received was on March 8th, 2015 from Debbie?
I mean, I'm just reading my notes.
Sure.
So to answer your question, no, I don't recall specifics of what the report would have been. I assume, based on this note, that would have been a phone call.
Okay. And it says, client will be returning to Los Angeles on March 9th, 2015, accompanied by house manager Ben. Do you see that?
Yeah.
Did you have an understanding as to why Amber was leaving Australia in March of 2015?
Yes. I don't know if this is the exact timing, but you know better than I, there was an incident in Australia and they had to be, Ms. Heard and Mr. Depp had to be separated. So Ms. Heard returned to Los Angeles per my nursing notes, and I believe Mr. Depp must have stayed in Australia.
What was your understanding as to why Mr. Depp and Amber had to be separated?
It's hard to recall specifics because I wasn't there or involved at the time, but became involved again. I remember hearing from other people that there was quite an argument between the two in Australia.
Do you have any understanding if anyone was injured during the argument between Amber and Mr. Depp?
Physically injured?
Physically, yeah.
Again, I wasn't present, so I'm only speaking as to what I recall during that time period and what I sort of remember hearing from others. And also, I just remember Mr. Depp's finger was injured. I can't tell you specifically which one, but I remember there was an injury to his finger.
Do you have any understanding as to how his finger was injured?
No.
And then, Aaron, you wrote the next note on March 9th, 2015 that says RN and CT in touch via text and phone calls after client arrived at 1500.
Yes, I wrote that.
Okay. And 1500, you're using military time, correct?
That's correct.
So that would be 3 p.m.
Correct.
Okay. And you wrote client expressed feeling, quote, sad, right?
Yes, I wrote that.
So do you recall what Amber was sad about at approximately March 9th, 2015?
I can't speak to the, I don't remember specifically, but I would assume based on my March 8th note, I would make the assumption that those feelings were in relation to the relationship issues.
You wrote client states she would like to discuss recent events between her and husband with RN in private tomorrow. Plans are made for RN to visit client at her home tomorrow.
Yes, I wrote that.
Do you recall the conversation you had with Amber regarding the events between her and Mr. Depp at around this March 9th, 2015 timeframe?
No, I don't recall specifics.
Do you recall anything in general?
I really don't, I'm sorry.
Did Amber express any fear of Mr. Depp at this time?
Don't recall. I don't see that in this note, so I can't speak to that.
And then the note for March 10th, 2015, you see that note?
I do.
You can take this down. We put up attachment 25, please.
Stand by. Exhibit 4.
Ms. Velati, I'm showing you a text chain between you and Whitney Hurd on March 23rd, 2015. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
And on March 23rd, 2015, you texted to Whitney Hurd, Debbie just told me what's going on and to check with you, is Amber awake or fall asleep? Do you see that?
I do.
And then Ms. Hurd wrote she finally fell asleep. You see that?
Yes.
Okay. Then you wrote, thank goodness, she must be exhausted.
I'm sorry, just to confirm, this is from Whitney Hurd, not Amber Hurd, correct?
As I understand it, it says Whit Hurd. Is that your understanding?
I assume. Thank you.
And then do you recall ever communicating with Whitney Hurd via text or chat?
That sounds familiar.
Okay. And you wrote, thank goodness, she must be exhausted. You want me to come to the loft, or is she safe and sound asleep? You see that?
I do see that.
Okay. And then Whitney wrote, safe? Question mark? No, she's not. Kept saying she wants to kill herself. You see that?
See that?
Were you ever concerned about Ms. Hurd's safety as it relates to Mr. Depp?
So if she made comments to me that she was not safe, I would be concerned about her to ensure that she was safe. Yes.
You'd be duty bound.
Do you recall Ms. Heard making comments to you about her safety?
I remember a general sense when they, meaning Ms. Heard and Mr. Depp, would have arguments. She would often have her friends around her for support, but from a general, physical sense, she was always in a safe place.
And you mean in a general physical sense, she was always in a safe place? What do you mean by that?
Meaning she was always, not always, I should say, often home, often surrounded with friends. She had friends that lived right down the hallway from her, so she was always supported.
Was Mr. Depp friends with Marilyn Manson?
Yes, I believe.
Ms. Velati, I'm showing you what's marked as Exhibit 7, and these are texts that Mr. Depp produced between you and him. And I'm focusing on this text message of October 31st, 2015. You see that?
God, they're
Well, so
tape.
this text message between you and Whitney is on March 23rd, 2015. You see that?
I do.
Okay. And if we go back to Exhibit 2, and I'll go back. Oops. There's no entry for March 23rd, 2015.
Yeah.
You see that? Not everything you did for Ms. Heard as a nurse is reflected in these notes, correct? And the next notes we have are November 25th, 2015.
We got no answer to that.
Do you know why there's a long period where there's no notes?
Yes. Perhaps I can shed some light for you and everyone on the relationship. When I was first hired to care for Ms. Heard, I worked full-time. I was assigned 24/7 basically. And after a period of time, I became more part-time and on call. And I was working with different clients at the time. So I would, how to put it, I would not be working regularly, but would also be available if an issue arose or a medication change needed or things like that. So I would assume that would account for this gap.
Why did you move from full-time to part-time?
I don't know the exact answer, but I assume that's not my decision to make. That's usually the client and or treating physician.
Okay, so that's the first page of Exhibit 2.
Yes, thank you. So if you can you go down to, it's about the third paragraph, a little bit, yes. Per report from JD, which refers to Mr. Depp, Debbie, RN, and Dr. Kipper, client AH, which is Ms. Heard, has reportedly been experiencing increased anxiety and agitation recently and has had several outbursts of anger and rage. From what I remember, when I was involved in the case, it was to help assist Ms. Heard with some emotional issues, anxiety issues, in attempts to assist, in layman's term, kind of calming things down a bit.
Do you recall any examples that you knew of anger and rage showed by Amber?
I do recall seeing her very angry have to refer to my notes. It was in London, so that would have been 2014. And I believe it was in reference to a violating incident where her phone had been hacked and she was quite upset. I saw her angry at that time, and other times I don't recall.
Were you in London with Amber at the time?
Yes.
And how was Amber showing her anger?
I recall loud, kind of elevated voice, yelling, crying, quite upset.
Do you recall receiving a call from Amber around December 16th, 2015 regarding this argument between Mr. Depp and Amber?
I don't recall a specific phone call.
Would you doubt that a phone call occurred if you wrote it down in your notes?
If I wrote it, I don't doubt that it occurred. I just don't have memory of it.
And now you see the note on December 17th, 2015?
Yes.
And you wrote RN in contact with client to notify her that she'd be able to deliver medications to her home. RN waited at door for several minutes after knocking. Client greeted RN at door looking disheveled. Hair appeared unbrushed. Client appeared weepy and sad. Posture is slouched. Client told RN about argument with husband. RN offered emotional support, but reminded client that RN could not stay as was on duty with another client and was only visiting in order to deliver medication. Per client, she had not had contact with husband since altercation. Client had visible bright red blood appearing at center of lower lip. When RN made client aware that she was actively bleeding on her lip, client stated it was from injury sustained in the, and then it's blank. You see that? And then now we can keep going down in the argument between her and her husband, and that it continues to bleed actively. You wrote that?
Yes.
And then you also wrote clients also states that her head is bruised and that she lost clumps of hair in altercation. You wrote that?
I assume so. It's in my notes.
Okay. And then you wrote, RN briefly looked at client's scalp but was unable to visualize the hematomas client had described. You wrote that?
So the nurse couldn't find the injury?
Yes, I agree.
And then you wrote, RN encouraged client to be seen by physician Dr. Kipper or go to emergency urgent care for thorough assessment. You see that?
I do.
And then you wrote, client states she will contact Dr. Kipper tomorrow. Client is supported by friends Rocky and IO who will be staying in client's home with her. You wrote that?
I agree, yes.
Okay. And then on December 18th, 2015, you wrote, client states she went to Dr. Kipper's office and was assessed by NP Monroe T as Dr. Kipper was out of the office. You wrote that?
Yes,
And NP stands for nurse practitioner.
that's correct.
And you understand Monroe T stood for Monroe Tinker?
Yes,
You recall if Mr. Depp ever forgot to take any of his medication?
at a specific time or ever?
In any time where you were working with him?
I would say vaguely, yes.
Ms. Bellotti, I'm showing it's been marked as Exhibit 11 to your deposition, which is Bellotti 96 through 106. You see that?
Yes,
You recall receiving this text message, right?
I have a vague memory of this.
Do you recall if you spoke to Amber after you received this text message? Or at any time after you received this text message around May 21st, May 22nd, 2016?
Are you saying a phone call or just?
Yeah. Phone call.
I don't really recall.
It could have happened, you just don't recall one way or the other?
I would agree with that.
And you received this picture from Amber?
That's correct.
What is this picture of?
I was just asking if you could scroll down. Well, could you rewind it just a little?
Ms. Heard.
And does the picture
They
show
messed it up.
redness under Miss Heard's eyes?
You can answer as a lay person if she has such an opinion. If you have an opinion one way or the other, you can let them know.
I'm not an expert, so, I mean, there's color on her face in different areas. I don't know what's what.
And you received this first picture of Amber at 12:36 a.m., correct?
That's the timestamp there.
And you received another picture at 12:36 a.m.?
Where's the injury? I'm not finding
It
it.
appears so.
And who do you see in that picture?
Also Ms. Heard.
And you received a third picture of Amber at 12:36 a.m.?
Yes, it appears so.
And is that third picture of Amber?
Yes, that's Ms. Heard.
And you received the fourth picture of Amber at 12:36 a.m.?
Then yes.
And this fourth, I think just so it's clear, the fourth picture is of Amber, correct?
That's correct.
And you received that at 12:36 a.m.?
Yes, that's the timestamp.
And these are pictures of Amber's face, correct?
Yes, that's a picture of her face and neck.
Do you recall if you recall receiving those pictures?
Like I said, I have a vague memory of this, but I don't specifically remember receiving it.
Okay. Do you know if you reported these pictures or what Ms. Heard reported to you to Dr. Kipper?
I would assume that if any information was presented to me, I would have contacted Dr. Kipper.
And do you know how you would have contacted Dr. Kipper?
No, I depending on the date, time, I would sometimes call, email, text.
Do you recall if you wrote nurse notes for this incident?
I don't recall.
Do you want us to look at Exhibit 2?
That's the nursing notes?
Yeah. Why don't we do that? So there's notes for May 11th, 2016. You see that?
Yeah.
And then the next notes for May 26th, 2016.
Yes.
Okay. Do you know why you didn't include notes for May 21st, 2016?
I don't know.
And on May 26th, you wrote, client texted RN requesting Ambien as she states she's suffering from insomnia due to stress and anxiety. Client reports, quote, having the hardest week of my life, end quote. You wrote that?
Yes.
And you wrote, client states she cannot deal with the negative media publicity she has received surrounding the divorce she requested from her husband, JD. Dr. Kipper notified Ambien 10 milligrams, QHS PRN 14 ordered. Per Dr. Kipper, client is encouraged to make appointment with Dr. Kipper in office to be assessed. Client did not respond. You wrote that?
Yes.
Ms. Vladi, I'm showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 12 to your deposition, which is Vladi 114 through 119. You can take a look through them. It appears to be notes of when you were Mr. Depp's nurse, as opposed to Ms. Heard. But feel free to take a look.
That's correct. I think these are my nursing notes in relation to Mr. Depp.
So client now is Mr. Depp, correct?
That's correct, because these nursing notes are in reference to Mr. Depp. Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And in the nursing note for April 23rd, 2015, you wrote that Dr. Kipper will introduce Rosalind Phillip to Debbie RN and clients Amber H. and Johnny Depp. Debbie RN will assist in coordinating session appointments between clients and Ms. Phillips. Do you know if Mr. Depp and Amber ever saw Rosalind Phillip?
I don't know.
And at Pilati 117, it shows notes for June 7th, 2016, correct?
That is correct.
You wrote, the following medications were approved per Dr. Kipper to be given to the client, and then there's a list of medications. You wrote these notes, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And did you understand that Mr. Depp was taking those medications as of June 7th, 2016?
Per this nursing note, it appears that he was taking these medications listed.
And then there's a nursing note for June 26, 2016. You see that?
Yes.
And it says, you wrote, client is going through divorce with wife Amber H. and is dealing with the loss of his mother, passed away 1 month ago. Client was provided with the divorce request from wife AH 3 days after mother passed away. You see that?
Yes.
And you wrote that?
Yes.
So was it your understanding that Amber asked for a divorce?
This note says that Mr. Depp was provided with divorce request from Ms. Heard, so it appears she was the one requesting the divorce.
Right, and you wrote, next, client states he was not aware AH wanted divorce and expresses confusion regarding AH's desire to terminate marriage. You wrote that?
Yes.
Is that what Mr. Depp told you?
I would assume if I wrote it in my notes.
Then you wrote, client's divorce has been highly publicized and wife AH has been accused him of several character damaging allegations, including domestic violence. You wrote that, correct?
Correct.
Was this on did you write this based on information Mr. Depp provided you?
I don't know. I would assume that I've had discussions with him regarding this, considering that this is a nursing note for Mr. Depp.
Did Mr. Depp tell you his character had been damaged as of June 2016?
I don't recall. I have to go by what my note says here. So it alludes to that's something that he had discussed.
And you see where he wrote, client states he felt helpless previously, but is now angry at AH and wants to clear his name. Mr. Depp told you that?
Again, I don't recall for sure, but I would go back to my nursing notes because those were written more at the time. So I would assume that he and I discussed that.
Okay, farther down, you wrote, RN assisted client in processing feelings and encouraged client to continue utilizing individual therapy as he responded well to RN's use of therapeutic communication. You see that?
Yes.
And you wrote that, correct?
Yes.
Then you wrote, client is resistant, stating, quote, I don't want anyone like Amber's wife therapist. He has only made things worse, end quote. You see that?
Yes.
And you wrote that?
Yes.
And where it's quotes, I don't want anyone like Amber's therapist. He's only made things worse. That was something that Mr. Depp told you?
Again, as I have it in quotations, I assume he made that statement.
A little farther down, you wrote, throughout RN's visit, client maintains attention and is actively participating in conversation. Client consumed 3 vodka drinks during RN's seven-hour visit. Client did not eat during visit and drank water only with several prompts from RN. RN educated client on possible interactions between prescribed medication and alcohol. Client verbalized understanding but stated, quote, right now I need a little alcohol for all the bad things I'm going through, end quote. You wrote those lines?
Yes.
Say the document speaks best as to how many drinks Mr. Depp had?
Correct.
And that Mr. Depp drank 3 vodka drinks during your visit?
That's what my note says.
Then you said RN provided one-on-one emotional support and encouraged clients to limit and or abstain from alcohol and illicit drugs. You wrote that?
Yes.
Do you recall why you told Mr. Depp to abstain from illicit drugs?
No, but I did, and not just with Mr. Depp, but in my line of nursing, provide education always with any medication clients are on and contraindications.
You know if Mr. Depp ever took any illicit drugs during the 2014 to 2016 timeframe?
I don't know. I didn't witness him using any illicit drugs, so I can't speak to that.
Your Honor, at this point, the questioning switches over to questions for by counsel for Mr. Depp.
So apparently if someone accuses you of domestic violence and you have 3 drinks, they're going to attack you for that too.
That's all right with us, Your Honor.
I actually want to look at the...
I'm sorry, let's go ahead and break for the evening. We will see you in the morning. Just do not discuss the case and do not do any outside
Amber Heard is
research.
not going to be
All
on the
and we'll have
stand.
the rest of this tomorrow morning.
I guess the media was wrong, huh? I guess we'll talk about her being on the stand tomorrow if she's there. But let's look at those pictures, actually. I want to look at what she sent him because we do have the benefit of those pictures. It'll be interesting to see what she was sending. You know, what was fascinating, too, is when she sent those pictures, she was claiming that her hair had been ripped out. She was claiming injury, and apparently those injuries did not exist. So let's pull those up. Actually, I know the source of them. So I want to get the pictures themselves because I took the screenshots that they provided, but they're so small on the screen, but we can compare them with the actual source images. Man, too, you know what would be really nice if they I don't know if they actually had any kind of quality in recording. That would be really nice. But what's fascinating about all of this to me is the pictures that they're sending over. They come from Josh Drew. Josh Drew, you knew all of this stuff was going to be worked in sooner or later, but it's kind of fascinating how they just dump it in there. You know, they didn't prep it. They didn't do anything with it at all. They just dumped it in there. So here's 2 of the, I'm going to pull up them from a source, but here's 2 of the 4 pictures that were sent. You can actually see them on the side, and here's the other 2. So we can actually link up to them. And you know what's funny about that is they didn't send the over-processed ones in the moment. They sent the ones that were the least processed ones. I find that to be fascinating. Maybe they thought the ones that they had washed out, they might just be a little bit too much. But I did find it interesting, like, she said she had a bleeding lip. Now, I'd be curious about the bleeding lip. I want to know if it's that weird little herpy-looking place on her lip, because there's something about it, okay? If that's actually a lip bleed, I really need to pull that picture up, because if there is indeed a lip bleed in that, then it seems just mighty convenient. Okay, so there's one of the pictures. Okay, so those are all the pictures that would be considered Exhibit 12. Okay. There's more of Exhibit 12, too. There's a lot of ridiculous pictures from Exhibit 12. But I'm wondering if the lip bleed... All right, let me switch off the cover. Let me switch over here. I'm wondering if this is the lip bleed that she's talking about. That, like I said, I always thought that looked like a herpy or something. It's perfectly round. It's like a perfectly round place. Like, how would, again, she has a habit of picking her lip and doing all kinds of oddity to it. And remember, she's also claiming on her head, she's claiming that she has ripped out spots like this, but the nurse can't find them. She has infected spots on her head. She's saying that hair clumps like this had been pulled out, which, again, if you notice in the picture, there is no root to any of that hair. But she's claiming that that hair was ripped out from that incident, and from that incident that she's alleging. I'm guessing it's this incident. She's alleging, again, that the volatility from that incident was so bad that it broke a bed, but it broke it like this. It didn't crack it. It somehow broke a piece off right here, and it somehow cracked the bottom of that, which doesn't make sense. There's also another look here. This really stood out to me. So if you look at this picture, which is part of that, notice the knife in the picture. Notice the striation marks across here, like it looks like somebody did damage on it intentionally. You have small striation marks across here. Like if I found a knife on my bed and I found this done to something, I would automatically think that somebody stuck the knife in it and broke my bed. Because I cannot see how you would break this. I do not understand how you could break a bed like that. It wouldn't make sense. Unless it was rotting or something, like it wouldn't make sense. Now, some of the pictures that she's adding, again, I believe they're like these. I believe this is one of them. Where that is supposed to be your mark. Again, the beauty of these kind of accusations is the fact you have to take her word, as there are no people present. You have to take her word on where they come from. And the rest of her story doesn't make sense. Again, if somebody has hit you in the face and just ripped out your hair, why can't a medical professional find that? And it's curious, too. Somebody like Amber Heard, I cannot see them having a real pain tolerance. I cannot imagine it. They go to the door, or like, you drop in, and they know you're coming. When they drop in, your lip just happens to start bleeding, and you're like, oh, I didn't notice that. Like, that seems typical. I mean, it's just strange. Like I said, there's so many issues in these, but they produced 4 pictures, like I say. So I'm going to pull up the 4 pictures in their formats. And again, what they want to do with this stuff is they want to convince the jury. It feels like they want to convince them that there was mutual abuse these days, which is kind of strange. But you can see, again, like from that and that, I mean, it's kind of... Aaron, thanks for the 5 there. What's absurd is how minor it is. I could possibly make a picture look like that with lighting and filtering. And no hair roots, that's super sus. Exactly, that's what I'm saying. Like, you have to be able to... Part of claims, the poison to it, like the guy who talked before today said, the poison to this stuff is the fact that these claims undo you. There is people perceive Hollywood as needing policing because victims weren't being heard. So you have, as the guy said, you're guilty until there's overwhelming evidence. So it's considered guilt until innocence is proven, which is absolutely insane when you think about it. It's the opposite of justice. I mean, until you have overwhelming evidence that you are not what has been claimed, you are an abuser. I mean, to me, that's just, that is unreal to think about. Hey, Melville Rose, thanks for the $1 there. No statement, but plenty of statement and backing. Thank you. I'm looking at Super Chats while we roll through this, too, and look at it. Scott Wiggum, thanks for the 20 there. God, I have been self-medicating since The loneliness of COVID restriction took hold to the magnitude of a liter of rum a day, 3 shots, and 7-hour consultation with a health professional is recreational at best. Well, what I thought was crazy is they're saying, first of all, that divorce, when he has a divorce and he backslides into substance abuse, that doesn't prove, like, he's not even with Amber Heard anymore. So you're going to tell me, they listed his medications too, which is pretty jacked up when you think about it. They took his nurse notes from that moment and they named all of the medication that he was on. The medication that he was on, it has nothing, there's no relevance to this except kind of a shaming, because it lists things like Lexapro, Nexium, Ambien, Adderall. Like, these are not drugs. We're not talking about substance abuse here. We're talking about like drugs that a provider has given you. Here's the note for that. Lexapro, Nexium. I mean, you can see again, there's some of them are blurry, but lithium, like some of these together too. My God, giving you lithium. Lithium's a terrible drug to be using anyway, like that. Lithium, one of my stepbrothers was prescribed too much lithium and had a lithium overload. And lithium overload is horrible. Like lithium is not something that you should truly be prescribing these days unless somebody has been on it for quite some time. It's not just something that you automatically default to, because of the salt that it comes from. Like, we don't typically utilize lithium anymore. It's one of the older drugs. Again, unless he's been on it a long time. Like, it's just something, and there's this entire list of other types of medications. And again, listing this has the only thing that they did in here is shame him. They shamed him for it. And that's disgusting, man. It just disgusts me to resort to something like that. Taj, thanks for the $3 there and the fist bump. Appreciate that. Fist bump back at you, by the way. When I see stuff like this, it bothers me because, look, as a provider, like, again, in my life as a provider, if you come to me, you're coming to me for assistance or help. And when you come to me for assistance or help, part of my purview as a provider, again, for mental health, I'm a mental health provider, and part of a mental health provider, which these people are, substance abuse is part of mental health. They're providing physical health as well, but they were hired on as a substance abuse provider. Now, part of that is protecting you and making you feel comfortable where you can talk to me. But they've taken every note from that time period and they've weaponized it all. And I find that to be disgusting because there's no privacy in it. Again, wanting to clear your name means that somebody gets to go through every note you have ever produced and they get to weaponize everything in it. Again, I find that disturbing as a provider because the idea that you can provide your notes, it's sacrosanct. Okay, so here's the note about the bleeding lip thing, too. Let's pull that up. RN in contact with the client to notify her that she would be able to deliver medication to her home. RN waited at door for several minutes after knocking. Client greeted, okay, so she knew that she was coming here. This is in 12/17/2015. So this is 2 days after. Now I want to show you something, okay? Like, here's the problem with what she's claiming. And I'm going to give it to you, like, just you tell me if this can happen, okay? So we know the date on this note. It's 12/17/2015. Now we have pictures from the day before. And remember the altercation that supposedly caused her lip to bleed, that happened on the 15th, all right? Now remember, she went on the James Corden show The day after that. So she went on, actually, she went on the, my bad, she went on the James Corden show on the 15th. My bad. I got my day mixed up. So I'm going to show you the picture of her on the 15th, and you're going to tell me that somehow a wound that she had opened back up after this. So this is her on there, and she's claiming that she has an injury right on our left hand side. Under all of that, she somehow has a lip injury. Let me cut this image out. Let me copy it, and we will zoom it in all the way so we can see these images. You know, I want to see them from the moon, but also I want to show you, because I truly believe this shit is self-inflicted. I think that it's very much so showcased, because again, we know the dates, so it would be caked in under her makeup. And I'm going to show you what that picture looks like. Like I said, if you find a flaw in something, my issue is this. When I find a flaw in a story, okay, so this is her picture 2 days before she meets up with that doctor. Now, she's saying that wound, we saw the little mark. It's supposed to be right here. Where's the mark at? Like you're going to tell me that you can perfectly hide that under lipstick? And it's going to bust open, though, a couple of days later and start bleeding? Scott Wiggum, thanks for the 10. You make a good point. The RN made a point of the meds and contraindications, therefore. It's a cocktail of prescription meds. Wouldn't mix well with other recreational substances. No, and, you know, he said that, too. He was addicted to roxycodone. He would drink sometimes, but he's a roxycodone. That's his drug of choice. Myself, I get that. Yeah. Frank, thanks for the 5 there. I'm on 5 meds plus 3 more from the VA Medical Center. Lithium for 7 years. Lithium messes up the liver. Yeah, it's the salt content to it. You can have, when I say a lithium overload, what happens is it'll make your face and your arms and your body swell up, and it'll make you crazy seeming. Because, you know, it throws off your body balance. It throws you off physically and mentally. And it's very easy to end up with an overload from lithium. It happens. It's one of those things that you very much try to avoid. Hey, what's up? Did you catch the fun today? You missed out? Oh, man. How dare you? Irish Rose, thank you and welcome. Thank you for your membership, too. Welcome to Tugs Thugs. Thank you. And also, Mommy Ishka, thank you and welcome. Thank you for that membership too, and welcome to Tugs Thugs. Thank you for that. True fan, thanks for the 10. Totally agree, Tug. Shaming by meds is terrible. I agree. Okay. You going to get glasses? Is that what you said?
Yeah, I'm going to get
her glasses.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. All right. Be careful. Careful. All right, thanks for the 5 there. Bravo. Well, thank you. Thank you there. Like I said, I can't find that. Thank you for the super sticker on that. My chat died for a second, so I had to pull it back up. So I'll have to check and see if I missed. Like I said, I'm going to go all the way back for super chats after we talk for a few. Lenny Kosh, thanks for the 5. The thing is, the bed looks absolutely clean, freshly made. Besides the wood, there is nothing. That's exactly right. Shouldn't the blanket be on the floor? You would think there would be all types of issues there. It wouldn't just be like the blanket on the floor. You would have so many other issues too. Big issues. Who's on the stand? See, like I said, the media and so many other sources were reporting Heard was supposed to be here today. My thing is, though, if we look at the list, there are other Depp witnesses. Again, they could leave witnesses out if they decided to. That's why I put the question mark on there. So I'll see who people are listing with that. But again, there was so much noise about Heard being on. I thought, man, are they skipping witnesses or something? It threw it off. But it just shows you, it shows you that again, these are from people that were, supposedly in the know about the trial. That the one thing I don't know the witness list. I know the witness list, but I don't know the witness order. So I haven't checked into the witness order. I went with them on it, and they were wrong. D. Jones, thanks for 2. I think I remember her picking her lip. It's morning. Yeah, she's picked her lip across the thing a bunch of times, a bunch of them. Greg, thanks for the 2 there. It looks like she burned her own lip with a cigarette. It's bizarre. Like again, when she's reporting lip injury, I mean, there are multiple pictures of her at the James Corden show. There are multiple ones at that place. And there's an entire, not even pictures, there's an entire video. You can go look at it. It's online. It's from the James Corden show. It is James Corden, Amber Heard. You can find it pretty easily. Spooky Pooch, thanks for the 2. Is Paul Bettany still testifying? Well, he may give deposition on there. I figured he'd give video deposition. Olive Juice, thanks for the 2. Pretty fun being a member of Tug's CSI team. I mean, it is interesting, though. I mean, when we go through, like I said, I think you can take apart so many of these claims when you start looking through it. Again, the other part of that nurse's note. So if we listen to that nurse's note, let's go back to it, by the way. 1 minute here. All right, so if we go back to that, Rod, what's up? Thank you. Welcome. Thank you for the membership, too. Welcome to Tug's Thugs. Thank you. So if you listen to this, though, okay, so again, she's in contact. Just listen to how this plays out. She's in contact with client, CT, to notify her that she would be able to deliver medications to her home. RN waited at door for several minutes after knocking. Client greeted RN at door looking disheveled. Hair appeared unbrushed. Client appeared weepy and sad. Posture was slouched. Client told RN about argument with husband. RN offered emotional support, but reminded client that RN could not stay, as was on duty with another client and was only visiting in order to deliver medication. Per client has not had contact with husband since altercation. Client has visible bright red blood appearing on center of lower lip. When RN made client aware she was actively bleeding from her lip, client stated it was from injury sustained in the argument between her and her husband, and it continues to bleed actively. Client also stated that her head is bruised and she had lost clumps of hair in altercation. RN briefly looked at client's scalp but was unable to visualize the hematomas client has described. RN encouraged client to be seen at physician Dr. Kipper, go to emergency room or urgent care for assessment. Client stated she would contact Dr. Kipper. Okay, so she goes to Dr. Kipper's office. Like we heard about this the other day. So she goes to the office. There's a note of it. And from the office visit, we know that there were no signs of injury or ailment. So here's the note on that. Kipper tomorrow. Client is supported by Rocky and IO, who'll be at her home. Client reminded her to drink, sustain from alcohol, etc., etc., etc. So then they go on 12/18, and there are no signs of anything. Again, all of these injuries that she reported, they are not there. You can't find them. And you have conflicting makeup artists. There's one artist that says, or one stylist that says, yeah, I was covering up stuff at the James Corden show, which again, remind me how you can hide swelling with makeup. You can hide broken bones. And it's not just that. Her arms, again, think about the description for this. She says that Johnny Depp sits on her back and pulls the hell out of her. He's ripping out her hair and all this stuff. She gets up there. She shows no sign of injury whatsoever. You can see her neck totally visible. You can see her back totally visible. You can see everything about her there. Again, totally on display. And what do you get there? You get a sign of a whole lot of nothing. Gabriel Badwolf, thanks for the 9 there. Roxy's powerful stuff. My dad had some in the hospital after knee surgery. It was hot. They had to keep chasing him and bring him back to the ward because he'd wander off of doing it on his knee. Yeah, man. All those, I mean, a lot of the drugs, they have a they have a point. They have a big point. You know, they're supposed to be there. They're supposed to take care of pain. They're supposed to take care of a issue and ailment, you know, and these folks, they play this great game of pretend where, you know, it does something else somehow. I've never gotten this game of pretend that they're playing. But there are a lot of nurse notes in this that we can look through. And the nurses, you know, okay, so there's another thing they're playing a gotcha with that really, it kind of pisses me off because I was talking about this earlier. There's an indictment of, okay, Amber Heard, they're saying that Amber filed first and Johnny Depp, nobody was thinking Johnny Depp would have filed first, blah, blah, blah. Amber Heard says she did. So it's kind of interesting to me to hear them playing that game when, again, you look through her own text messages. She says, here's her own text messages from the end of the relationship right here. And when you go through, you know, again, she says that the claims, I just made them because I called the lawyer and I wasn't really sure what to do there. But she says that, you know, she files in her own text messages. She says that she filed because she thought he had filed. You know, I mean, like I said, that's the crazy. I thought you filed. You said you were going to and said goodbye. So this game they're playing about Johnny Depp was never going to file, her own damn words, these are her words. They impeach that entire idea. It's right here in black and white. So that game that they're playing about, she's the one who was going to leave the entire time. He had nothing to do with it. Bam, it's right there in her own words. I thought you filed. Thanks for that membership. 22 minutes. Favorite line of the day. Was that written by the second most overpaid actor? And did she have a second husband? Exactly. There were a couple of people that were really good on the stand. Like the worst guy on the stand was the Q-score guy. And again, it wasn't his data that was the problem. It was the fact that he wasn't prepped. And in his lack of preparedness, he would have been so easy. Again, if there would have been a smarter defense team, they would have eaten him alive. Like they could have. They could have eaten him alive easily. But luckily, we were dealing with that list of morons. Yeah, that guy, he totally bombed. He felt he was so unprepared. He felt like he didn't realize that there was another case. You know, when he was talking, I think they could have gotten him to agree to like they were talking about an article, you know, that was talking about the other court case that he listed in his prep. And I think they could have gotten him to agree that was one of the main culprits that caused issues. They could have tripped him up with that, and then they could have ambushed him with well, you know that's about the other trial, right? They could have easily ambushed him with something like that. If they would have been smarter, they would have destroyed that boy on the stand. I would have. I'd have ate him alive. Like, I mean, it's just, you could tell his lack of preparedness. He would have been easy to trip up. And it would have been fun to just take him apart. It'd have been a lot of fun to take him apart, I think. So let's go through some super chats. Let's go through. If people have questions on there, let's see what's in here. Like I said, I can't believe I can't believe they missed that opportunity, you know. So, yeah, thanks for the 2. I cannot wait. Said at the beginning, you know. And that was talking about her. I'm I was hoping that she would testify today. I was hoping very much for it. We had a big turnout today too. Like I said, if you want to turn out every day, I try not to interrupt. I try to throw in where it needs to be. We talk through the breaks, but I want to be able to hear what goes on. Servo Rosa, thanks for the 9 there. Tug, where's the stylist who came out and said she'd seen Amber all day? No makeup on before James Corden. Do you remember? Yeah. I know exactly what you're talking about. Her, Samantha McMillan is her name. And let me look and see if Samantha McMillan is on the witness list real quick. I can't remember. That's what I'm saying. There were a lot of names that still have not been produced. And I can't remember if Samantha McMillan is on here. Just give me a second. I'm closing out a bunch of crap. There's a bunch of pictures open at the bottom of my thing. So that would be Samantha McMillan, though, that you're mentioning. And I actually do not see her on the witness list. Interestingly enough, I do not see her on the witness list. I don't know what's up with that. So I don't know what that means. No, unless she had a name change or something. I don't see her on there. That's weird, isn't it? But yeah, I remember that. Amy Lawson's, thanks for the 10. Inside the Magic's Rebecca Barton Instagram account has gone private since her article was mentioned. She posted a story that sounded pro Johnny Depp a few hours ago. Oops. That's the problem for these people. They like to pretend that they're pro Johnny Depp too, and they wrote many a damaging, defaming thing. And now when it's easy, but Inside the Magic is not an outlet that anybody trusts. I mean, that was the whole point to everything that they were discussing too. If you're going to throw around accounts and you're going to say, well, this one matters, or you're going to throw around outlet. They were throwing around the Daily Mail. And they were throwing around Inside the Magic. And that's what the guy was saying. You think Inside the Magic destroys JD's career? I mean, that's absurdity. That is absolute absurdity. I agree with that. I'm shocked that they haven't been destroyed for that already. Because that's what JD was saying before. He was like, you guys are using tabloids on me? Okay. Connie Van Loop, thanks for the 20 there. And thanks for the super sticker. That's cool. I appreciate that. I think it's hilarious that they went with, again, tabloid fodder for it. Good Lord. Hey, Singular BDC, thanks for the super chat. Much love from Mexico. We love you. I think I might have got that before, but I do appreciate it, so I'll name it again. Love returned, by the way. Let's see. I'm getting up to the beginning of where we started in. Let's see. April Faith, thanks for the 2. With Elon buying Twitter, how will this case go? That's a good question. And that assumes his buy goes through, too. The thing I did mention, though, in a video is that Johnny Depp, you can't even find that account for Johnny Depp. Okay, to illustrate that, if you go and you look up at Johnny Depp, you'll find nothing because it's gone. You think if you look up accounts that are supposed to be for him, well, you'll find one that's a quote unquote official that has nothing to do with him. It's a fan account. But if you look up Johnny Depp, this is the act that was set aside by Twitter. It says that it's account suspended. Again, as I've said, I have the communications, and again, I can use these per source. I have permission. I have permission from who they would impact. Let's say it that way. There is no problem with using these. And the one thing that I would point out in the back and forth with Adam Waldman and Twitter is the fact that Adam Waldman, he He finally gets an answer from them, and they're insulting, but they tell you, here at Johnny Depp. So the handle is reserved for use. So that's supposed to be his handle. In no uncertain terms, that is supposed to be his. If it was suspended before for some other thing because someone else had it, it's supposed to be reset and ready for him, but that's not the case at all. Gabriel Badwolf, thanks for the 449. The Sun is infamous in the UK for employing creative writers instead of reporters. Yeah, they've been in trouble before. They've been in a lot of trouble before. How can you help Adam Waldman? I think people should be tagging in Elon Musk. If Elon Musk is all about free speech and whatnot, then obviously he wants to unsuspend Adam Waldman. Adam Waldman was falsely flagged. He was taken down by a bunch of freaking Amber Heard zealots because he was talking about the truth of this case. Even Amber Heard admits that fact. She said that he was taking out for it. But also, Adam Waldman, he's given a lot for this case, and he should have his account restored. And Johnny Depp, again, over and over again, in Adam Waldman's communications here, he points out, just repeatedly, that he doesn't understand why he's begging them. He's like, I find it concerning that nobody responds to me over Johnny Depp. Like, I find that crazy. Scott Wick, thanks for the additional 20 there, just for the... I know YouTube probably takes a massive percentage of these super chats as fees, so get yourself a megapint on me. I thank you for that. Yeah, they take a little bite out of them for sure. That's the key. Like all of the platforms do, but they definitely. I do appreciate, like I said, this stuff, it becomes, to the point, it becomes pretty much life-changing for things. So, because I appreciate that for sure. I see Lincoln, thanks for the 5. No statement, but plenty of statement and backing. Thank you. Michael Singer, thanks for the 5. Shouldn't we somehow get inside the magic people in here? Non-ironic, just be the bigger community and welcome them with open arms. It's not that they... They write fake articles. Like, they write absolutely fake articles. Like, you can't trust what they write. That's the problem with it. It's not that they write pro or anti. It's that they write garbage that isn't real. Like, they fake articles all the time. They're one of the reasons that I feel so bad about saying, like, I can't tell you who my sources are. You can get, like, if I'm using emails from people and stuff, you might make an inference on where these possibly came from. But I'm not going to tell you that. You can make your inference on where they didn't come from. Like I said, I have express permission. I'm good to go with using that. So you decide on where that came from. But, and again, the person that source, they were okay with me saying it that way. So, again, you make that decision, but I'm not going to burn a source. But still, I feel bad about even using the word source, but I can't burn my people in that because of places like Inside the Magic, because they make shit up all the time. Like they're the kind of places that'll say Johnny Depp is in communication with Disney over pirates, and it's absolute garbage. They get stories. They're the same as like We Got That Covered. We Got That Covered has had maybe 2 articles that I thought, man, they finally hit something right. But I don't even look at them because it's so wrong most of the time. And that's my problem there. It's just flagrant disinformation, not but disinformation. So I see what you're saying in that, though, Michael Singer. If it would be the perfect time, if someplace was got sidelined to be like, yo, but they have their own problems. Shabaka Wookie, thanks for the 7. Cat Lady Hooked. Actually, I would even go further than that. If places have been on the attack now, I don't think that they deserve forgiveness. I'm gonna be blunt about that. I don't think like if Hollywood Reporter suddenly got dissed, I don't think that they deserve anybody's charity or sympathy because they make this stuff happen. The pile on, it's not a reporting an accusation. Like these places, they become part of the circus. and they promote the idea of cancellation, not reporting. Reporting is a different thing than cancellation, and most, I can't say most of these places, they don't get into that anymore. They're all down with that. I mean, cancellation is so prevalent these days that you have a cottage industry of people that, like myself, I report cancellations. I report hypocrisy. I don't even have to report I just report where places go after others. I mean, it's become that much of a mainstay. So, I wish, though, it was as easy as that. I wish it was just like, forgive me. And maybe that's, people call that like black pilling these days. I think it's just from dealing with these places too much. Like, they would, it reminds me of like Amber Heard would be the perfect example. Okay. Like, Depp actually forgave her for trying to ruin his life. She was crying to him on an audio, talking about, how do I get my reputation back? Oh, Johnny. And he's like, okay, well, we signed this mutual statement. What did she do? She weaponized it and attacked him with it. That's how these places remind me. Anyway, it's a good question though. I do like that. Thank you, Michael. Shabaka Wookie, thanks for the 7 there. Cat Lady hooked on Amica, muffins, and makeup in the past week. What did you come up with today? I'm dying to know. How about Rottenborn Jr.? Do you Amica? Well, they were salty today a lot. They were grumpy. It's because Amber Heard behind the scenes has been talking about firing them. She if she could fire them this late in, which I mean replacing them, but she would have fired them. I've been hearing about like anger tirades and all kinds of good stuff. Average Joe, thanks for the 10. Is there any Disney executive subpoena to finally just admit why they didn't cast Johnny Depp Pirate 6? To finally say what we know is all true from the horse's mouth? It could expedite things, I think. They're not going to go on statement and point a finger at her. Yeah, they don't do that. No. What they did, again, I'll show you this in a second. Taurus, thanks for the 5. We know when she takes the stand by how her hair is styled and what she's wearing, the lip bleed. If she's either took a pin to it or bit it. I figure it was biting or picking. I figure it was one or the other. Yeah, Disney made it very clear what they supplied. They gave deposition, and it's funny because they were cooperative with Amber Heard. Now, Amber Heard, funny enough, she didn't get what she wanted from them. They did a limited search for her. Okay. When they did a limited search for her, they provided, she wanted documents that said that, again, here's her strategy was to show that Disney did not have documents showing a linkage between her public statements and his career, so to minimize damages. So they did a interview of key document custodians, reported back to her counsel what documents were readily available. They said that was sufficient. Well, then she decided that wasn't enough with new lawyer. She wanted a statement that said that they had reviewed all. Well, obviously they didn't review all. They told her they couldn't sign anything like that. She threatened to sue them for sanctions. So she burns herself in this. She loses in the bid for sanctions, too. The judge dismisses this, but Disney, they're like, yo, this is a bait and switch. This is trivial. I mean, she burned herself for it. So it's pretty funny. I know you don't get any commentary there, but you know what? In doing what she did, she ended up burning down any career opportunities that she might have had with Disney. So I think that's hilarious. All right, so let's see. Kiki Channel, thanks for the 5. Do you think JD, the female lawyer, I hit that one. I don't think there's anything between them, though. Honestly, I get the feeling like that's not the. Yeah, Channel, thanks for the 2. It was my first super chat. Thanks for answering it. Hey, no problem too. I'm glad anytime I answer one, I try to be honest about it too, and I appreciate y'all asking questions. I think about it. Maybe my mind will change on something. Like maybe in a day or two, I'll change my mind about the media. I don't think I'll change my mind on the media thing, but it's a good question. These are questions that need to be entertained. Linda James, thanks for the 5. Can you tell us what witness is? I don't know the witnesses. I wish I did. Like I said, there should be a list of them that pops up. They usually do, but a lot of times they're wrong about them. That's the problem. Let's see. Blue, thanks for the 5. Tug, do you know about Valentino, the ex for 10 months who AH supposedly abused before? Yeah. I looked in that. So I talked about that in a live stream. He's the I believe Mexican. I think JD called him a Spanish actor. She had a relationship with him before JD and supposedly afterwards too. JD actually brought in an accusation about an actor that was in the UK 2020 trial about her having a relationship infidelity with someone. I think it was a mention about him, and I've heard the accusations about him potentially being abused, and I've seen pictures. It's interesting that every ex she's ever had, when they appear in public, they have bruises on them, isn't it? Hairdresser to the theaters, thanks for the 5. H will pull a Smollett when she loses. As she walks out of the courtroom, she's going to yell, "I am constipated. I want everyone to know." Man, that would have been the perfect thing to sing, you know? That's what she's going to do. She's going to sing it. She'll be like, "I am constipated. I'm going to trend me poo again. Amber, no." What a monster. She's such a terrible human being. Cheryl B, thanks for the 2. Age, probably wish she had a death note. I wish I had a death note. I'd be writing all kind of... I mean, that's terrible. Who would want a death note? Yes, Road, thanks for the 5. Do you think Amber's baby should have social services remove her baby to her anger issues? Nah, yeah, that's a slippery slope in there. I think that first of all, nothing will ever happen because she has too much money. Social services would never do that. And second of all, I've had that done to me, actually. So when I was doxxed in 2019, the first thing that the people who doxxed me did is they called Child Protective Services because of what I do on YouTube, and they tried to get my children removed from my home. We actually had to get a lawyer involved to make sure that they couldn't do damages. So I'm very reluctant to say anything with something like that because it's such a slippery slope there. And again, her issues of there should be, in a perfect world, there would be evaluations done and whatnot. But again, with her money and stuff, nothing would happen anyway. It would be called the biggest brand of bullying ever if you tried to involve social services or something like that. Let's see. Andrew, thanks for the 2 there. They might as well cancel Aquaman 2 at this point. It's a mess. Chiseled Mystic, thanks for the 10. Love the guy's beard. I was talking about the security guard there. Yeah, that was actually an interesting conversation where she was throwing Red Bull cans, punched him. That explains why. See, Amber had to get her sister involved. The sister that doesn't get along with her, by the way. But she had to get her involved to deflect away from that claim because she was caught by a witness punching Johnny Depp. She punched Johnny Depp in the face in front of people. Like, we're not talking about, she was comfortable enough with abusing him that she didn't just abuse him behind closed doors. She attacked him in front of people. She punched him in the face. So, of course, the monster leaked through. That's the true monster. So she had to get some kind of claim in there. That's why her sister comes into play. Christine McGuire, thanks for the buck there. No statement, plenty of statement in backing. Thank you. Let's see, Cheryl B, thanks for the 2. Rottenborn is real life. I saw that one before, yeah. Warren, I can't make out all the first name. It's cut off a little bit. Well, it's crushed up. It's hard to read. But thank you for the super chat. Neo Grace, I want this heart with the red cross. Where's that thing? PC or smartphone? If only iPhone or Android? Oh, that's a question too. If you're in here, Neon Grace, they were asking you a question about the heart with the red cross. What is that for? They're Swiss. They said, I need it. I'm not neutral. AH is frightening. Fibber. Case closed. So if you catch that and you can answer that question about the heart with the red cross thing, put it in the chat. Rico, thanks for the $4.99 there. Appreciate that. If AH is about to take the stand, is it because JD's team is calling her? Are they resting and letting her side take over? That would be after resting. You know, that would definitely be her after resting thing. Jim McGuire, thanks for the buck. No statement, plenty of statement. Thank you for that in backing. Appreciate that. Absent Alice, welcome. Thank you. Thank you for the upgraded membership too. And welcome to that Tugganots. McMuffin, thanks for the 2-month membership. Travis was amazing. He was good on there. Travis to the rescue after all. He did a good job, I thought. Cheryl B, thanks for the 2. Maybe the fired PR will release true statements. The PR team, they've been doing crazy stuff, like I said, behind the scenes. Anything to do damage for her. Yeah, she didn't appreciate it. It would be nice if they came out and they were like, hey, we'll represent JD for free. Amy Walson, thanks for the 5 there. I started to binge watch JD movies and bet I'm not the only one. Hashtag take that team turd. Yeah, you know, I watched the Libertine the other day, and I like to watch. I would blame it on this case, but it's not my approach to the case. I just like Black Mask. I like to. I don't know if you have movies that you turn on when there's just nothing on. Like if you're, you know, if you're sitting down, like you're reading or something. I may turn on a movie, and I turn on movies like Black Mask a lot. Or I like mob movies and other stuff, so I'll turn that on. I like that movie there. Yes, Ro, thanks for the 5. Been following you on this Johnny trial. Thank you for all your hard work. Hey, thank you for tuning in and making the channel what it is. You know, we, like I said, when I first started YouTube, I had a channel for a long time. If you look at it, it says like 9 years, but my channel has not been active that long. I used to just have it to like park videos on and stuff. It wasn't in work. It wasn't a channel. I just converted it over to a channel one day, a few years back, maybe 3+ years back. But I saw this channel that had 20,000 subs, and I thought, my God, that's a lot of subs. Today I'm looking at my subscribers, and I just passed 183,000 subscribers. So that's insane. I mean, that is absolutely insane. I would have never expected it, and I appreciate that from you folks. Trisha, thanks for the 99 cents and the super sticker there. Appreciate that. Gil Martin, thanks for the 5 there, and the little dancing super sticker. That's cute. Sunday Crows, thanks for the 15 there. I want a piece of that gum JD is chewing. He could sell it on eBay. Buy my gum. That'd be funny. Spiral Down, thanks for the 2. And when you check on Turd's poor pets lately, I wonder what happened to the dogs. I really do. The security guard who is licensed, he is forced to protect a client. Is he forced on a woman? Can they be liable if there's license? I bet you, like if Travis McGivern would have used force on Amber because she attacked Johnny Depp, there would have been hell to pay. And actually, you notice JD wasn't happy with Travis McGivern getting him out of a situation, to be honest. That's what Travis said, you know. He wanted to hang in there. That's the problem with arguing. The problem with arguing in a moment is that you want to be right. You don't want to be, you want to win. You know, it gets to the point where it really is the word toxic, and you need to end it. You need to get out of there. But the thing is that in their relationship, he wasn't allowed to leave. You know, you can hear that multiple times in items that she turned in. I got a video I'll probably drop. Well, I'll drop right after this, so it'll be probably at 6 or so, you know, my time, which is like an hour and something. and it's pretty good. It's got a lot of her faking domestic abuse, first of all. That's a big part of it. But there's a lot of other parts, too. Sean Hartman, thanks for the 50 there. Thank you for that. I just wanted to give you some more money than others. Not really mentally balanced. Love your channel. I appreciate that. That is awesome. Actually, like live streams and stuff, these sometimes they'll let me have one like with ads. Like these are the biggest live streams I've ever had. But you know what? They take them away. So there is no ad revenue. It's just, it sets up there. So there's no long term. All the sponsorship comes from Super Chatters. So I appreciate that for sure. Christine McGuire, thanks for the 2. Accutane, what? Did or does that to her lips? Accutane does that? I have to look it up. Ace Lopez, thanks for the 5. Liar, liar, Your Honor, I object because it's devastating to my case. Overruled. That's pretty much how that's worked. Let me see. Accutane, lip injury, lip bleed. Yeah, it's actually Accutane lip bleeding. I'm looking at. Ooh, you can get some pretty nasty little. Yeah. There are some nasty little places that you can get on your lips from Accutane. You do look like herpes, too. Ugh. I hate pulling that stuff up in front of people, though. It's like, ugh, gross. But that's right. You can, for real. Look up Accutane lip bleed. You'll see some weird stuff there. You can find some small ones. My beaver's a-hole. Thanks for the 2. Are you going to play turd bingo? We could. We could like put a bingo card for it. You know, cocaine did that to her mouth. The witness that was on today, no, they still had a lot more from her. They had to switch gears. And remember, it starts out with Amber Heard's team. We haven't even heard Johnny Depp's team go at them yet and ask questions. So, Christine McGuire, thanks for the buck there. No statement, plenty of statement backing. Thank you. Heather McVeigh, thanks for the 2. She wore the same suit as J.D. wore on Thursday. That's what she does. She's creepy like that. She is creepy. Michelle Huggins, thanks for the 2. Do you know if Turd on the stand today? Apparently not. You know, I wish you would have been, though. I was hoping that she would get out there. Let's see. I'm skipping a few because I know I've already hit them there. Star Killer, thanks for the 5. Why the court make them pinky swear penalty under law, but they didn't do it? Yeah, you know, they tell them don't lie, but, well, the problem is that when they tell them not to lie, like there is no, if there's no or else, then they're not going to care, you know? Not going to care. Somebody asked how long JD's attorney crossed. That's Erica. Thanks for the 2. They have about an even amount of time on both sides. So however much time they have left, if they wanted to burn it all, they could burn it all in that. Oh, they won't. They'll ask whatever they think is pertinent. Christine McGuire, thanks for the 2. Her assistant said she picked up Accutane for her. Yeah, I forgot about that. Actually, I totally forgot. You know, she had is that the acne medication? Is that what that is? That we're talking about Accutane? Because she was addicted to acne medication. Like she's addicted to it. Like that tells you about somebody and how much they place on their look. She was addicted to acne medication. Like, I think that's crazy, you know? DJ, thanks for the 2. Will there be a defamation? Gross. Ace Lopez, thanks for the 2. Maybe broke the bed doing hashtag Depp throat. Yeah, that was a funny text. Yes, Mom, thanks for the 9 there. Amber Turd and Eve Fartlow, a match made in the toilet. That's true, too. Yeah. Let's see. I'm jumping a few because I've gotten them. Cadence, thanks for the 5. Could this become a mistrial due to her changing PR teams? No. Chick News Source, obviously, isn't that against court rules? No, there's other parts in that seem to be against court rules, though. Christine McGuire, thanks for the 2. It's a very strong Agni med. Okay, yeah, that's what. Okay, so Kate James mentioned in early depositions. She's had 3 depositions. She's had to basically whittle them down. But her earliest deposition, she had just unloaded in it. And she talked about Amber Heard being addicted to this acne medication. And it was kind of an interesting look into her mind, because she's addicted to that. And she's going out of her way to collect every tabloid that she is in. She calls up the paparazzi and drops them tips so they'll know that she's going to be at like the market. But she knows that JD didn't like that kind of stuff, so she would hide the tabloids in her garage. She would hide them from him. And one day Kate James got in trouble because she didn't collect them fast enough. Which, like I said, I thought that all of that was kind of interesting. Thanks for the 5. Not surprised at all. The judge allows everything from opposing team. Annoying. I feel like that a lot, actually. I feel like the Heard team gets away with a lot more than they should. Christine, thanks for the 10. Accutane, birth defects. Reason for surrogate. I think the reason for surrogate is just simple because of vanity. I think that she's not going to birth a child out of her body. And that's fine if you choose surrogacy versus. I mean, that's your prerogative. I just think it reflects on who she is, because, her Hollywood, I mean, if she has a child, she has to go through all of that. She has to carry it. And maybe this is a mean comment, but she might actually bond with it too. She might actually bond with something, and well, they can't have that. But God knows. I mean, she's an alcoholic. She would have to answer for that. I mean, there are a lot of issues that come up too. She is a full-blown alcoholic. Homegrown girl, thanks for the 2. H's suit is turned brown and gross. Funny. Zero Depressive, thanks for the super chat there. He may have had movies planned, sure, but look at the monkey. Look at the stupid monkey. Yeah, no. Hey, yeah. Listen to my keys jingle. Do you hear that? That's what they treated us like. That's true. My beaver's asshole. Thanks for the 2. I Twitter tagged you with the bingo card. Love your channel. I'll have to, if I can't find it, actually, will you mail that to me too? Or mail a link to me if you don't mind? It's at Granular Heaven, GranularHeaven @gmail.com. If I'll grab it that way for sure, because I might miss by the time I get off here, I'll probably miss your notification. It just buries, where I've been posting the trial stuff. It just buries my account. Carol, thanks for the 5. Maybe JD's team is an objecting to everything. They could show that Turd's team is bullying. They will remember that. I wouldn't put it past Turd. Well, part of it, if you come off as looking like an a-hole and badgering, it does look bad, but I think it's more than that, I think sometimes they just don't. I think they need to be more. Ben Chu, I remember his statement by Ben Chu. As judges like Ben Chu, his reputation, he's a likable guy. As a likable guy, you're not a cutthroat guy. There's a different strategy or style. Sometimes though, you need a person with a knife up there on the thing too. Like I said, some days, and again, this is no shot at anybody on the legal team. Make that very clear. I just wish Adam Waldman were there. Adam Waldman is a beast, and I like Adam Waldman. I think his style very well shows. He knows this case too. He probably knows this case better than. He may know details about this case. Hear me out when I say this. He probably knows this case better than Johnny Depp. Johnny Depp lived the horrible parts, every part of it, but details that Adam Waldman dug up. He found the side pieces, the notes, the way that they lead off. He knows all the connections and the pieces, the plots by Amber Heard. He found it all. So even though you're in it, you don't know the other parts of it. You don't know the other components that are moving around. And he didn't just discover, the sun, the center of that universe. That would be JD. You know, that would be the center of all of this. He discovered all of the planetoid and the asteroids. He discovered the entire universe. He figured it out and he mapped it. He explored that mofo. It took him years, and I'd love to see him out there because he's beast mode. Sherry Ferris, thanks for the 10 and that super sticker. I like that super sticker. Thank you. Frank, thanks for the 5 there. No statement, but plenty of statement and backing. Thank you. Grand Wazoo, what's up, my friend? Thanks for the 5 there. And the super sticker, too. I like a little dog super sticker as well. Andrew, thanks, too. Take a mega shot when he mentions the word deals. Oh, God, that one guy. Oh, Lord. I would probably, I would have died 5 or 6 times if I would have done that. Ugh. Oh, man, I would have passed out and died. And we're up. Jess B, thanks for the 5. Cat Lady's voice legit makes me sick. I can't deal. Big love from the other side of 840. Spring Hill, born and raised. Appreciate your coverage. Thank you for that. Props to you too. Spring Hill, huh? That's cool. And morning, thanks for the super chat there. For getting a steak. Have a little mercy on people having ADHD. My brain is out of order with that witness talk. Make it stop. It's torture. Rum. The rum's gone. Why is the rum gone? That one witness, you know, the guy, the expert witness, for the longest time, people couldn't understand. Like me, I was like, why are they going on with his credentials? His credentialing took 30 minutes. And then they got to the point. Expert witness. I'm like, you notice they had a really difficult time impeaching the expert witness because expert witness buys you so much motion. Like you can do almost anything with that. Did you notice that? Like he was able to say and do almost anything that he wanted. Man, weirdly enough, like I feel like Twitter is suppressing some of this case now. Because you have, I look at the traffic from last week in a dead moment to today when there was some big stuff out there. And a lot of that big stuff still, it moved somewhat, but not compared to last week, which is bizarre. Again, I'll have to look at the amount of traffic for that. And I don't think the trial's gone. I think the trial's too big for people to be tired of it per se. You know, 6 weeks, people will keep up with it forever. I had my biggest day on YouTube as far as people tuning in. Thank you for that again, too. Me, Ed, thanks for the 2 there. Love your channel. # justice for Johnny Depp. Appreciate that. Indeed, we need more justice, not just us. Lon Bain, thanks for the 5. It's 2:30 a.m. here in Aussie land. Appreciate your dedication to the case. Still waiting for signed comic purchase option. By the way, you pick up comic books. Like, if you want all of them signed, like, just write me about that. Like, I'm not going to charge you for my signature, man. You know, I'm not going to do that. So, I feel weird about that. Like, I've never seen the point in selling signature. You know, I'm happier that somebody will back. So if you write, like, I'll make sure each one of them is signed. I usually sign one of them, like the main one, but I'll make sure every one of them signed if you want. Aaron, thanks for the 2. You should make the cat lady villain origin shirt. I heard that one before. I think that would be funny. I think I'm going to do a cat lady shirt. I'm going to have like a bunch of cats. What do you think? Like a bunch of cats. Like if I could put like a cat lady standing there objecting with a bunch of cats and maybe have Mira the mermaid standing over, like flopping on the floor. It's got to be, it can't copyright infringe and it can't be too offensive or insulting, but it can be funny. So I will do that. Rod, thanks for the 4 there. Thanks for sticking with him. Well, you know, when you look at that, I mean, it's hard not to when you see the problems with this case. You know what I'm saying? It's hard not to. Because, I mean, the media wouldn't cover this. Like, I'm seeing a lot of people. Sometimes I want to call some people out because I know, I'm like, I remember when you said this case wasn't worth covering. I remember that. But now you're covering it because it's got the clicks to it. Where was your dedication then? But no, I mean, I'm glad to see people cover it. But still, I do find that to be bitterly ironic, too. Katrina, thanks for the 15. So hard to stomach the fake self-inflicted cuts and Botox marks. I hope the jury isn't stupid. I told you, the white girl, not white girl, but white woman elite Hollywood tears. It's not just white lady tears. It's elitist Hollywood, entitled, perceived to be. You've seen the footage, the namesake on there. Those white women, they can be powerful with that. So I hope so too. I hope you're right. That's their one desperation ploy. Michael Singer, thanks for the 5. Some outlets played or burned by Team AH. There should be a path to redemption for them. Maybe Inside the M is one of them. If Hollywood Reporter, though. Well, that's what I'm saying. It's not inside the like I'm saying, inside the magic. It isn't just that they've been Team AH. They're just not reputable at all. Like for myself, I'm like, ugh, because they're, when I say, like, there are outlets that say that Johnny Depp is in communication with Amber Heard, or I'm sorry, with Disney, and everything's good to go. Those are fake stories, and outlets like that specific, they plant those. That's a big problem for me. Like, I can't even check them because they're such fake stories. And I don't know. I'll have to sleep on what I think about that, because I think I've gotten to the point where, like, in my mind, again, I watched these places do this for 2 years. It's just like Momoa, okay, for me. Momoa decided that he would go and follow JD and stuff, which is great. The only problem is he stuck up, allowed this stuff to happen until he himself felt betrayed. Then he flipped over. But it's hard for me, it's that fair weather mindset. It's okay now to do it. Therefore, these folks, though they let a person have his entire life burned down, and the only reason that they're flipping, he had to spend $6 million plus to get to this point. And they've seen the evidence. They have it in their hand, but they had to be burned personally by her. So like I said, I don't know. A very good discussion point. I like that. I like it when people make me think about something like that. It never, and again, disagreement. One of the things that I really like, if a person is a Herd supporter for real, you'll see trolls pop up and stuff. I don't care that they're there. I honestly don't care that, like, for my channel, the only thing that I mind are, it's not dissenting opinions. You're welcome to have a different opinion than me. It's good. It's healthy to have discourse. But the only people that aren't, I mean, they're the people, that try to damage, like they're dropping N-bombs and stuff. Come on, man. For real. Like, that's not needed. That's not necessary, something like that. But discourse, disagreement, and I don't care if people argue and stuff. And, I see arguments in chat. That's okay. People can block each other too in chat if they don't like each other. But I like having discourse sometimes. So I appreciate that discourse, really. Bells in your head, thanks for the 5. Can you elaborate on the comments you made earlier about knowing she's been threatening her lawyers? Yeah, behind the scenes. Okay, so I have it from a very good. I put this. I made a video today talking about firing everyone. She fired her PR team. Well, also behind the scenes, from what I'm gathering, she is very unhappy with her team. Like, I believe that's probably why they've been bumbling on some stuff, because she's been reaming them because she's mad about the way that this is going. She doesn't feel like she's winning, and she's fired multiple legal teams already before because they've lost motions. Like one of the teams she fired lost a motion to get the case dismissed. All right. So if she's willing to fire a legal team for that, the way this case is going, that she's eating them alive. And that's what I'm hearing behind the scenes. Again, from, I'm going to say, sources. I find that to be fascinating, like I said. But yeah, that's what I'm talking about there. Zorabel, Zorabel, 123, thanks for the 2 there. What does AH hope to achieve with a new PR team? She hopes to go into hardcore PR when she takes the stand. She's going to be pushing hard and trying to change. She's trying to push reset right before she goes out there. That's why I thought, well, maybe that's why I put it in the top. Like at first with the with the mainstream media, I thought, man, no way she's going to testify today. No way. But then she switched PR teams. I thought maybe they are right, because the signs they're possible. But that's all about switching. You're hitting reset and making sure that you try to change. She doesn't blame self. Again, she will never blame herself for these problems. It's always someone else's fault. So if perception publicly is negative about her, it's not Amber Heard's negative perception. It's them. They didn't spin it correctly. She's not accustomed to having a negative perception either. She's accustomed to winning, I mean, that's been something that has been in her corner from almost the start. It's like she's controlled so much of the headlines. I mean, for years now. Okay, so Matthew Self, thank you for the 20 there. Check out Google Trends. Look up Johnny Depp and Amber Heard on the years between 2016 and 2020. You can kind of see a relations between the news coverage and see what your thoughts are on that. Yeah, I've done videos like that before, looking up when things happen, and you can tell when certain things hit. Aaron, thanks for the 2. Let's see. Can you check and see if you got my email? Yep, the bingo card. So, yeah. I did indeed. I appreciate it. We will have to play bingo. We can do that. We can play. Let's look at it. Let's see what's on there real quick. Give me a second. I'll load it in. So just give me a minute. I'm going to pull up the bingo card. Bingo. B-I-N-G-O. B-I-N-G-O. And old mean shrew. What's her name? Oh. All right. I'm pulling this up. Let's see what's on the Amber Heard bingo card. All right. Bam, here we are. Blames dogs. Yes, you will definitely get a blames dogs. I agree. That'll happen for sure. Hostage situation. Yeah, that should come up. Denies alcohol. Yeah, I would think. Screams. Sure. I'm a mother. Ooh, that'll be interesting to see if that one comes up. Amica cream, of course. Quivers lips. Oh, right off the bat. 5 lies in a row. That'll be an easy one. I loved Johnny. Yep. Blames Johnny. That'll be an easy one. Blames therapist. Yeah, I could see that happening. Crocodile tears for sure. Free card. All right, we could take free space. Drinks all her water. Yeah, she's got to grunt and try to make that come out of her eye somehow. Murray Watson, thanks for the 10. Thank you. Thank you for that. Thank you for this one, too. I love the bingo boards. Let's see. Denies drugs? Sure. 3 lies in a row? I think you could go with 5 or 3. I can't recall. Blames friends. I'm not a gold digger. Denies affairs. Blames staff. Denies mirroring anyone. Milani. I'm the victim, and Aquaman. Aquaman will be interesting because she wasn't supposed to bring up Aquaman. So it'll be fascinating to see if, since he brought that up, if she's willing. And they admitted, like the ACLU, interestingly enough, admitted, and this should piss people off, and you should be tagging in Warner Brothers and making sure that they understand that they'll never get a dime from you. They weaponized the release of Aquaman, and they did it intentionally, and I think they should suffer the negative aspects of that. Joan, thanks for the $5 super sticker. I appreciate that there. New, thanks for the 10. I wish Disney would just come out and admit they released him because of the op-ed. It would go a long way in repairing their relationship with JD and the fans. They're not going to do it, though. They make enough money now that they are so afraid of the MeToo movement Like these companies, like that guy who testified, he's absolutely right. I've heard this multiple times from behind the scenes. The Me Too movement scares the bejesus out of them. They are afraid. They're afraid of what they see in the public eye right now. It confuses them. They've never seen somebody get canceled. You're actually seeing backlash to the Me Too movement, and it's not backlash to people listening to self-professed victims. It's backlash of canceling said people. Like you're seeing backlash to it. And these companies, they don't know what to think because they have no idea what's going to happen when the dust settles. They're also afraid that the public at large, they will think that the bad guy because of the way the media will spin it. The media, they'll out and out spin it as them being monsters and whatnot. And you have a lot of, of quote unquote boomers. I'd be a boomer in there, by the way. But you have a lot of boomers that don't use any kind of social media, so they'd have no idea. They would just take the media's word on it. Shabaka Woogie, thanks for 279. Objection, just because I can. Couch, do you amica? Yeah, I'm going to drop Couch today, by the way. It'll be in my new video. I'm going to make a good point. There's a few pieces of audio that people have not really listened to. And it's that one, the I'm dying, and a couple of other ones. She admits false. She pulls a false accusation out of her hat in one of those video or the audios, and people need to hear it. Kimberly, thanks for the 5. I'm tired of this lawyer talking so fast like he isn't going to repeat himself. This strategy is trash and it's embarrassed. Yeah, I got really annoyed with the with the attack with the tabloids. Like they keep using tabloids and they throw them out and they just try to keep going fast. Because if you talk over somebody, if you get on to them, yes or no question, that somehow makes you look better, right? It's Warren. Thanks for the super chat. Now this lawyer witness speaks my language. Now love him. He's full of my attention now. Average Bloke, thanks for the 2. Daily Mail rejected by Wiki as unreliable source. That is very true. Daily Mail is not a reliable source. Daily Mail, they will put out stuff. I mean, they'll get stuff every now and then. Like they had the ACLU letters in them and stuff, but they'll do just as likely to make up something as they will be. So you have to watch them. And you know what? What's really telling about this case, from what I understand, the Daily Mail turned down certain aspects of things to cover. Because they're afraid they'll get in trouble too. They get canceled. That says something. When TMZ and the Daily Mail in places are turning you down for parts of evidence, that's a problem. It's not saying you have a problem in your case. Because those places don't give a crap about truth. It's something else. It's something nasty, too. Barbara, thanks for the 10. Pirates with the Caribbean without Johnny Depp is like the Bible without God. I mean, it's like trying to, it's like trying to tell the story of the New Testament without Jesus Christ in it. I mean, really, again, that's not meant as offensive. Imagine it. Imagine having a story like they were saying, they were playing this game today. Are you sure they were going to have, Jack Sparrow and pirates? Yes, that obviously you were going to have them. Obviously, JD would rewrite part of the tale. He got to the point in those movies where he was actually writing dialogue and doing corrections. Like that became such a big thing. He was so invested in that character that he tried to make it the best movie he could. And I found that to be amazing. And they're going to tell me something? No. I don't buy it. Jill Peterson, thanks for the 5. I love that her convo with her nurse on 5/11 regarding Coachella is exactly in line with the account given by the chauffeur. Yeah, it really is. It really is. It's straight up with it, It is straight up with it. Again, hopefully people took that religious comparison the way it's meant to. I'm very careful about. I don't like to mention religion very much. I used it as an example there. I don't care. I don't talk about religion here because I don't care if you're religious or not. I don't care what religion you have. The only thing that matters here is that you tune in. Who cares? You know. And same thing with politics. I hate covering politics. They're like those two no topics. You know, more division and discord is caused by religion and politics. So I try not to ever bring them up. But it is a good comparison that was made there. E1337 Neo, thanks for the 20 there. Hey, how's it going, man, by the way? Hey, Tug, just got out of a meeting with a coworker who has been using Captain Jack as his avatar on our IM system. He ended up having to change it because someone raised a stink over it in light of the case. How's that for BS? That's messed up, isn't it? Oh no, you use Captain Jack Sparrow in your instant messaging system at work. Got to change it because somebody got offended. That's ridiculous. Sheriff B, thanks for the 2. Didn't you hear or heard? JD was supposed to play Elizabeth. yeah, I could see that. That'd be funny. He was going to be the Kraken. Jamal Breezy, thanks for the 2. That umbrella guy, though, fire. Hashtag Team Depp. Thank you for that. Let's see. Scott Wiggum. Oh, I've got that one there. Appreciate you, though, Scott. I'll actually read that one again. I thought that's good for this. This is the day you always remember as the day you almost caught Captain Jack Sparrow. Indeed. Indeed. I'm rolling up past some that I know I've already hidden. Oh, here was a big thing for today, okay, that brought up. So 2 times we heard the terms gave as good as he got, talking about with JD. Now the therapist in their discussions early on, they said that meant physical violence when it was brought up. And yet Travis McGivern brought up that statement and he was using it as verbal argument. That's what he meant. He gave as good as he got in verbal argument. And also you had the defense. They used that statement and they were using it as far as verbal argument. They were using it as physical. So it's funny. The defense and the therapist, the first one that we had come up, the therapist said when JD mentioned that she gave as good as she got, it meant she was asked if he said what it meant, and she said, no, but I know. And she proceeded to tell us that it was about physical violence. And then her team said that was a statement about physical violence. And yet, when both of them used it today, well, you had another witness, rather, that used it today with Travis McGivern, and he was talking about verbal arguments, and then you had her team use it. It wasn't about that. I thought that was a very important distinction. Gabriel Badwolf, thanks for the $1.79. Sparrow Beth forever. Wait, heard. Willabeth forever. Linda James, thanks for the 5 there. Great coverage. Thank you for that. Appreciate it. Pindi, I'm not sure how to pronounce your name. I'll butcher it, and I apologize for that. So I'm sure I messed it up there, but I hate butchering people's names. So thank you for the $5 super chat. Sorry, had low character count last message. They're going to say his data shows majority of the changes came from 2016 accusations, not 2018 op-ed. That's exactly what happened, too. That is exactly what happened, and you're right. The guy, like I said, with the data flow, the 3 places in a chart, if he did it correctly, I felt like he was not prepped. I really felt like, I'm going to be honest about it. I felt like part of the way in, he was looking at how the damages were done by accusations, but I didn't feel that he was pinpointing what he was supposed to be looking at. He was supposed to be looking at how exactly the damages transpired with reference to the op-ed, how much damage that truly did. It's like he got lost in the data somehow, and he was looking at, damages and then more damages. And he made the point, he did a good job with that by saying 2016 damages 2018. It gets even worse. The problem with that is none of it really meaningful in the fact of the larger question. You could say that the op-ed did damage in the fact that if they wanted to use that as people are relating this, see, the way that should have been spun is, yes, there was a spike here in 2018, and people even add more in, more damaging lingo, saying that the op-ed is associated with Johnny Depp. That should have been his point. His data should have referred to the idea that, yes, it did damage to career, but he can't tangibly relate that to something else. He can't say that the damage was done and he lost jobs or anything. But what he can say is that through looking at those search results, again, people associated, number one, remember the question with this is, we didn't use Johnny Depp's name. Okay, well, people associated that article with Johnny Depp. That's why they started searching it and they started adding items to it. Again, you could have still laid a foundation where that data was relevant. You know, what you have to be able to do in anything, you don't go out, first of all, to just find a result, but you have to know when you get data how to interpret that. And it sounded like he had the data that he needed. It's just, again, in his prep, in the explanation, he didn't know how to relate it as well. He needed more of that. I said I could take. I feel there's something amiss or awry when I felt like I could explain his data better than he could, and I could have made it more useful for the case than he did. And again, that guy should have argued. He should have been like, yeah, I want more, he was asked whether or not he needed data, right? And he kept insisting that he needed articles. I'm actually glad they didn't pull up the articles. I very well am, because again, he didn't seem to understand what point he was going to make there. So he may have made a point that he didn't want to. Josh, thanks for the 3 there and the super sticker. Yeah, get that. Wow, rock it on. Yeah, exactly. Caleb Price, thanks for the 2. Shush, Mr. Nadelhoff. Janie, thanks for the 5 there. How is it not badgering a witness? He's aggressive and arguing over the quit. There's been a few times where badgering the witness has come up, and it should have been called there, but it wasn't. I actually had a few times with that. Michael Singer, thanks for the 2 there. 3 numbers. Yes, before, after TO, after op-ed. Yes, exactly. Exactly. He should have been able to stick to that, prepare it. Boo, 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 boo. Shabaka Wookie, thanks for the 7. This dude is a geek, not a nerd. He's not ill prepared. He's doing it on purpose. He's stretching his time on the stand. He's blocking. Rottenborn Jr. Hey, girl, what's up?
I wouldn't call this broken.
Oh, you having a problem with one of your cords?
Yeah, I wouldn't call it broken.
You want to say hi for a second?
Hi, guys.
Hi, this is, what's your name?
Little Umbrella Girl.
That's Little Umbrella Girl.
I have an announcement to make.
What's your announcement to make?
I am no longer the littlest Umbrella Girl.
You're not.
I am now the oldest sibling.
Is that right? How old are you now?
I'm not.
How old? You can say.
8.
You're 8. Man, you are getting pretty old there. You are. You're getting responsible.
Yeah.
So is
and my sissy is 2.
Yeah, I feel that in your cord. Is it not working anymore?
Well.
Is it stop working?
I had to bend it a little.
Is it still working or not?
Then
do we need to get a new one?
I thought I might have needed to get a new one.
Do you have that other one I gave to you the other day?
Yeah.
Okay, use that one and remind me when we go to the store and we'll buy a new one.
Did you take
Okay?
care of it? It works good.
Huh? You can have the
really
other
good.
one. You can keep that other one, okay?
Yeah, but did you take care of it good?
This one, I asked Mom if... Ask Mom, I can't tell there. I can't see any fraying there. If it works, I don't think you can fix it if it breaks a little bit, okay? She's got a cord for her tablet we were looking at real quick.
Well, I'm just saying, like, I wanted to ask you something.
Okay, ask me very fast.
Like, I found something that looks like a tablet cord.
A tablet cord. Where'd you find it? Where?
It's like this little thingy
Of this thing right here?
Yeah, that.
Hey, that's an adapter, baby. That's not for the tablet. No.
But it
No.
looks exactly
Yeah,
like
but that's
one.
an adapter. See, it's an adapter.
Yeah.
It's made to hook another cord into. We'll talk about
Then it
later.
will charge.
Yeah, we'll talk about later though. Okay.
Can have
In
it.
5. Yeah, we'll talk about later. Okay.
Please.
We'll talk about it later. No, just leave it there. No, that costs a lot more than a cord. All right, here. Let me finish what I'm doing though. Okay, baby.
Then why does it look like a tablet one?
Love you, kiddo. Give me a hug. Give me a hug. Come on. Give me a hug. There you go. Yeah. All right, go play.
They're asking for story time.
Yeah, we'll do story time later on, okay? I've been on here forever and a day, so not today, okay? Fine. We'll do it another night, though.
Short one. Please.
No, I think Mom's calling you.
Sorry, but I gotta go.
We'll do another one another day, okay?
I
Fist
do
bump it.
not have a little voice.
Fist bump it. They mean that nicely. You go play. Okay? Here, I'll let you do one thing, okay? Come here. Why don't you say, how you won't be able to hear it, though? Crap. Why don't you say, this is the voice changer. Here, listen through this. Listen. Say bye there.
Bye there.
Can't hear it? Okay, try it again. Say bye there.
Bye there.
Did you hear it?
Hear it.
Oh, well, I'll have to play it for you later. Okay.
Anyways, gotta go.
All right. See you, kiddo. Diane Peters, thanks for the 2. No statement, plenty of statement. Thank you for that. Yeah, that's the oldest. That she said she's not the littlest anymore. Umbrella Girl. She's the little Umbrella Girl. Except for Black, thanks for the 5. We learned Amber Heard's lawyer can count and read. That's a shocker. Diane Peters, thanks for the 5. Doesn't Heard have a baby born from surrogate? I'm wondering if she's a result of frozen embryos. That's the Elon Musk thing. That's what Jennifer Howell said. Carolyn Starr, thanks for the 14 there. Appreciate that. You're doing a great job today as well. Justice for Johnny, appreciate that. Thank you. Scott Wiggum, thanks for the 5. Redacted because incriminatory. Exactly. Crystal Star, thanks for the 2. Sent you a t-shirt idea on Instagram. I'll have to check it. I'm terrible about checking Instagram. That's just one warning for everybody out there. Lauren Hill, thanks for the 5. JD is right-handed, so the redness would be on the left side of her face, not the right. Ooh, kind of a problem there, huh? She never thought about staging her crimes, though, correctly. And Cosmos, thanks for the 5. These pictures are on different days. In one set, her hair is curled, the other straight. She's lying when the pictures were taken. Let me look at that real fast. Let me check that. I am curious about that. I actually brought it up. Let me look. Okay. Just give me 1 minute. I'm gonna pull those up and we'll see if we can tell. Her hair is curly on the bottom there. I don't know. It may be the lighting. She takes it. There are actually pictures that are taken in different lighting, in different setups. I think some of the pictures are manipulative. Like if you look at this, check this out. So here's those pictures that you're talking about here. There's 2. I think look, she's taking them in different spots. Like you see how she's doing that? Like she took 2 against this background and 2 against a wider background. So I don't necessarily think that that's it does look like her hair is pulled back in one, not the other, though, to really give you the shot of the face. I think she did that for sure. Dre, thanks for the 750 there. Appreciate your work as always, Tug. Hopefully tomorrow's witness will be reliable. To be honest, there were good witnesses today. To be honest, there was a really good witness today in the one that talked about Captain Jack Sparrow, and talked about that stuff. I thought that was very good, just to be honest. I mean, I thought that was like very good. Lorelai, dude, Tug, it took me forever to find in your channel this morning. YouTube hating on you. Yeah, I told you I get shadow banned. It's true. Like a lot of people, they have trouble finding us. This was a great turnout today, but I mean, again, like some people can't even find the channel, which is just, it's alarming. It's very alarming when you get down to it. Aaron, thanks for the 5. What's absurd is how minor it is. I could probably make a picture of that. Look like light and filter. Oh, yeah, you're talking about the hair thing. Let's see, Scott. Okay, I'm caught up on the super chats, actually. So I want to look at a couple of things, and then we'll be done. All right? A couple more things, and then we'll be done. The major pictures, if you want to see this, by the way, so your pictures, I'm going to give this to you. Here, take this link that I put in the chat. This is of Josh Drew's witness statement. There are 271 pages in it. You'll need to roll toward the back of it, and you'll find all of the pictures that she uses, all of the stuff that she's planning to weaponize. It's all in this. Well, I won't say it's all in this, but a lot of the pictures, most of them are taken by Josh Drew. He's pretty much our photographer through a large portion, either him or Raquel Pennington, one or the other. They end up being the photographers through, like I said, almost all of this ordeal. And I kind of like that because it's easy to catch them in some of the BS that they pull. I mean, there are times in this where I really do feel like they've kind of busted themselves. Again, when you look at just her photographs in general, Matt, I really hope I really would like to see Josh Drew take the stand. Because like I said, they keep talking about mean text and stuff. I want her cross-examined, and I want her asked about the knife statements. That's in Josh Drew's stuff. This is on page 198 of that link. You can see them talking. I'm not going to get on all of it, but, they're talking about Johnny's going to get a tattoo. 9:30 would be perfect. It gives JD and I time to talk. Otherwise, Nomi is threatening his life if he misbehaves while I'm gone. Threatening his life, huh? There's no humor and stuff. There's no nothing. That's got to be a real threat, right? Then they bring this in, and this does sound like a threat because remember, again, as I've said many times, you've got to remember what takes place behind the scenes. Amber Heard has been telling her friends, allegedly, that she is being abused behind the scenes. She is suffering at the hands of Johnny Depp. So she's telling her friends this, and at the same time, they're talking about bringing knives to conversations. Now, if they're going to bring knives to conversations again, and there's all this talk about abuse, you can draw the inference there, I'm sure, but. She says, I bring them. So they've talked about this multiple times, right? I bring them just in case. Good man. Ha, so pretty. Oh, no, that'd be far too easy. I think she says, again, you see how fast all these come through. I guess that could reconsider. I think all of these are a chain. And I think then this is a response here. I think that's your response. Because then she's like, wow, as this exhibit comes through. And this exhibit is a knife. You see the knives. So they're talking about bringing knives there, and he says, too, this is always left out as well from that. I have a giant new knife you can borrow if you like. I have a giant new knife you can borrow if you like. Huh. So again, if there's no humor, this is a problem anyhow. But even if there is humor, I have a real problem with this because, again, they have been talking about JD as an abuser behind the scenes for so long that, again, how do you bring up a guy and say that he's an abuser over and over again, and then tell me suddenly, well, we're talking about bringing knives to conversations, but that's not about harming somebody. Or even if you wanted to spin it, that's not about quote unquote self-protection. Like, how do you do that? That doesn't make sense to me. Like, I don't know how you can say that. And, obviously you can say whatever you want, but I don't know how you can say that and actually tell me that, that's not being dishonest. Katrina, thanks for the 14 there. Those tears won't work this time. Everyone gets their day. Fake manipulated pictures and videos, audio witness, etc. Guys, hit the like button for that umbrella guy. Yeah, I hope you definitely do hit the like button. I hope during coverage again, I think we're doing a good job with it. People write every day too. If you do write me about something, I do check your messages. I want to be very clear in that. I absolutely do read your messages, but I cannot respond to everything. There's so many. Like I don't respond to a lot of them, to be honest. Because again, I get like the last time I checked, the last time I counted, I got 121 messages in one day. Like letters, not like DMs. That doesn't even count other platforms. I got 121 of, so I couldn't. There's no way to respond to everybody, and I wish I could, But I do make sure that I read them because again, I never know what that'll be about. Like people hit me up about sourcing and stuff, and I try to take that all seriously, Let me show you a couple more things, and I'm going to be done. I do want to point out the shirt things, though. I really do. I think the shirts are funny. So, again, if you want to have fun with shirts or goofing off or just again just having a good time, I think shirts are a good way to. You don't make light of the situation, but you do laugh at some. Else getting a good laugh too. But we put together, like I said, about I'm bringing them up. We put together about 5 shirts, and again, they're just made to have a good time with, to make a good laugh out of. I think we should all be able to laugh at when you laugh at something, you take away its power first of all, and you also try to process it, and for real, I mean, sometimes you have to laugh at the chaos and the ugliness that comes out because otherwise it'll break you. People watching this that have been through these kind of things, this stuff is so horrible. Strella, thanks for the 5. I hope they ask her why she bought Depp a knife for Christmas 2015 if she was in danger. That's a good question. Why would you buy a knife for your abuser? And her friends bought knives too. Josh Drew, apparently, he gave Depp a knife from what I understand. And there were other things I've heard as well. So check these out. I want to show these shirts designs real quick. So there's like 5 of them I'm going to show you. We had a bunch here. So we went with Guilty. I thought that was funny. We have little Tiny Tug with the bam. He's hammering the mallet. That's the Guilt T. We have the Mega Pint, and there's a coffee cup with it on there too. It has a little Mega Pint symbol as well, but I like the Mega Pint. I thought that was fun. We have the muffins. Actually, now you could do different colors. You notice there's like a million different colors, but this is parked on like some kind of beige. I use a default color usually, but again, you have that muffin one. I like that one. I think that's funny. I also like this one. This is the Setting Doctor. I like the little muffins, though. I think they're hilarious. They have some giant shirts, too, if you like those. You want a gigantic shirt, they go all the way up to small to anything. And we have the I love, the text there that you see is there on purpose because they keep calling, it's not Amica, it's Arnica cream. So they kept messing it up. And I thought it would be funny just to be like, oh, we don't even know what we're saying. So I put that in there. But we have a bunch of them. I'll give you the listing for Amica, and you can find our store is attached to it. So you can find them all. There's a hilarious bunch of them in there. You just have fun there. On the real dude, I missed him on Cross. Are you talking about missing JD on Cross, or you missed somebody else on Cross? Now, I want to make a shirt, a cat lady shirt. I want to do one too. Shabaka Wookie, thanks for the $2.79. Nice collection you got there, Doug. I love it. Yeah, I've ordered a couple of them myself. I thought they're funny. I wanted a couple for myself to goof off with. Oh, like I said, some of this stuff is amazing that it goes on. Remember, too, if you haven't checked it out, check out our book. Our book, I think, is an important thing because at the end of the day, companies empowered this insanity. They allowed it to happen. Look at what was said about Aquaman. They knew that happened. And yet, what did they do about it? Nothing. They did nothing about it at all. Anyway. I think I'm going to call it a day here. I think I'm going to play you some Sexy Toast. We could hammer a song. Should we hammer? Should we do the hammer song today? Should we do that on the way out? Maybe. I like the hammer song. That's Finatra's work. I think it was funny. I had a lot of fun with it. Yeah, we could do both, Sexy Toast and hammer. Play them both together, behind each other. Hammer song for JD fans. Yeah, I'll load Rocket Man intro tomorrow. Yeah. All right, I'm gonna play again. The hammer song is funny because this guy he came on. He'd been these people just talk a lot of smack. They came on. It's got profanity and stuff in it. If you have a problem with that, you are warned. It definitely has that. If you're at work or something like that, you're warned too. So I'm setting it up right now if there's an issue with that. But yeah, this guy, he kept, it's funny. Like these internet tough guys, they pop in and they talk their smack. They're like, like this guy was telling my wife she's going to kill herself. And these crazy people, they were bragging about how they want to drive people to suicide and all kinds of stupid. And this guy just went off on him. And somebody put it to music. So I'm going to play that for you. Let's have fun with it. I always like this. This is from Finatra, too. He's the Finatra. If you've never checked his channel out, you should. I'm going to play that. Hey, Daring D's, Dauntless Detours, thanks, 5. Can you please check your email? I sent another today. Yeah, I checked the other one the other day. Like I said, I checked the emails. I don't respond. I saw the copy and paste thing, and I'll have to check today's. I haven't checked it yet. But I definitely will. Here we go.
Technology. You know who these people are? You guys are all the same. You are not clean. You have no backbone, no spine. None of you. Like I said, if you ran into me in real life, you would be afraid. You would not pull this shit in real life. What did you say about my wife? What you said? You wouldn't say that to my face, though. Again. But you fucking think that you can hide behind a keyboard. I know who you people are. If you ran your mouth like that in real life to me, I will beat you with a fucking hammer. Motherfucker! And I'm not kidding about that. I'm the kind of person that you should be scared of. You are not fucking man enough to step to my fucking face. And no, you listen to me. I don't fuck with your families. I don't do any of that shit. Did I say that? Yeah, you fucking my fucking God, dude. Show me the post right now. Did I say that? Show me the post right now. My fucking God, dude. You would not do that shit to my face. So again, you need to think the fuck about what you do online because it has real fucking world consequences. That's the thing. I'm a better person than you because I don't come to your home. So I'm a better person than you. You people know that I care about my family, so you think that's my weak spot. My weak spot is my temper. I will beat you with a fucking hammer. Motherfucker. Think you're a big man? That's what you people don't understand. Internet crosses over into real life, bud. And when you guys cross over into my fucking real life, you expect me to sit here and be calm and fucking just take it. And I'm telling you, the only reason that something hasn't happened with that shit is because I will beat you with a fucking hammer. Think you're a big man? You know, no, you ran your fucking mouth. You're like a punk bitch. You're just a punk bitch. You're just a punk bitch. Dude, you came on here running your goddamn mouth. Punk bitch, you're a bitch. Punk bitch. Bitch. My fucking God, dude. And I'm telling you right now that you're a bitch. Hey, I'm serious, man. I'm serious. Like, if you were to step to me in real life like that, I would fucking beat you with a hammer.
That's some G shit, son. You're fucking G.
I always like that song. I think it's funny. I think it's funny that people put stuff to music and things like that. It's just kind of interesting. But anyway, I'm going to play you the Sexy Toast, and then we are out. We will pick up tomorrow. What a day. I got some videos to make. I have a video dropping in about 15 minutes too. So if you would, right when you see it drop, grab that video like right then. You know, it's like 15 minutes from now. So if you would, boost it, play it all the way through. That helps it in the algorithm and push that sucker out because, yeah, it's good stuff. It's very good stuff. She's caught faking abuse claims in audio and so much more. You've got to check it out. But I'm going to leave you with Sexy Toast, and then I'm All right, so we're going to call it a day today. Again, I appreciate the heck out of you sticking with us for so long. Go over to Popcorn Planet. I'm sure that he's live now. Go check him out for sure. He does a damn good recap show. Like I said, appreciate you. Look for us at 8:30 CT. Check out the video that drops in just a little bit. We need your help boosting that too because she needs to get exposed. Yep, we will catch you tomorrow. Thank you, folks. Appreciate the heck out of you again.